but it definitely has a wall cloud. So that's kind of that precursor that you look for the possibility of a tornado. Again, that storm right now, hopefully I can get the radar data to come back in. It's temporarily kind of come off the screen there, but you can see where the tornado warning is for southern sections of St. Clair County, northern Cedar County, El Dorado Springs, that storm center just to your west, moving very quickly east at about 45 miles per hour. We're going to go ahead and swap out radar views here, so I need to have some data I can show you. You can see that storm again located now moving into El Dorado Springs. It looks like it's going to tend to move right down Highway 54. So again, if you live here in El Dorado Springs over towards Cedar Springs, please take shelter. This is a tornado warned storm. This isn't one of these little guys that we've talked about here over the last several weeks when these squall line events come through. And Matt is going to join me. Matt, I'm having trouble with my radar data. I'm not sure what's going on there. But this is, we just got a scan come in. You can see where that storm is. This is, you can see this is our hook right here. The circulation is located probably right about in there. And I'm going to go to a different radar view that's off camera. Yeah, it looks like that circulation is centered a little south of El Dorado Springs. So here's El Dorado Springs. Looks like this is approximately where a tornado would be if there is one occurring right now. We've not seen any signs of a debris signature on radar, but this again is a well-developed storm. Tracking, it looks like it's moving maybe a little south of due east. Let's go ahead and animate this. Well, yeah, it looks like it's moving a little south of due east at about 45 miles per hour. So with that, I'm going to stop it. Let's go ahead and I can show you here on our scope what the circulation looks like. That data is just a little bit old, but you can see here's El Dorado Springs. I think that tornado threat, again, located right about in here. This is an old radar image, but you can see the circulation, pretty healthy looking circulation at that point, and that's what's made its way into northwestern sections of Cedar County. I don't see any reason to believe that this storm is going to weaken anytime soon. Now, I do think that as the storm progresses east, for folks that are maybe watching downstream across Hickory County, northern Polk County, this storm is going to be headed in your general direction. You're not currently under a warning. It looks like it's probably in the best environment that it's going to be in. So fingers crossed, we're going to see some weakening as it makes its way east across southern sections of St. Clair County and northern Cedar. But right now, again, you can see our thunderstorm. This is a supercell thunderstorm, and these types of storms have a tendency of producing bigger tornadoes, stronger tornadoes. They also have a tendency of producing very large hail, and we've had some reports of hail up to tennis ball size with this storm back when it was closer to Nevada. Going to our hail product, let's see where that hail core is right now, and you can see it. Looks like that is moving into the El Dorado Springs area right now. So the risk of, and Matt, if you want to check the warning for me, hail sizes, it looks...
Hail to about 2.5. So we're looking somewhere between tennis to baseball sized hail. I think our in-house model right now is saying golf ball. I believe that is underselling how large this hail is. There has been a storm chaser that was in Nevada earlier, and his windshield got shattered from tennis ball sized hail. That core is now moving along Highway 54, about to go into El Dorado Springs right now, and it's so much hail that it almost looked like it snowed on the ground afterwards. So we have the tornado threat. That's the threat that we want you to really take seriously, get into your basement. This is not a quick spin-up tornado. This is a powerful supercell producing large size hail. Absolutely get inside, take this very seriously. Another hail core, this one not tornadic, but getting closer into the Carthage area. Another area that's producing maybe golf ball sized hail as well. That one's only a severe thunderstorm warning at this time, but massive hailers, big supercells starting to move into.
Yeah, and you know, Matt's pointing out this is what we're a little worried about, is that this is the first cell of what may be several thunderstorms that we have to watch this evening and overnight tonight that may produce very large hail and also may produce tornadoes. Currently, we just have this particular storm that's tornado warned, but the one that Matt was pointing out further south, down near the Carl Junction area, that storm, as it tracks east, it very well may continue to mature, and we may see a tornado threat come out of that one. That one would head generally toward areas like southern Dade and Lawrence County. So we're going to be watching that cell as well. Again, our tornado warned storm right now moving into northwestern Cedar County. Looking at a different radar view, it looks like that circulation is really centered right now just to the west of, trying to get a highway to come in for me. Actually, we'll just zoom in. Looks like it's centered just to the west of Highway 32. So we've got Willowville to the east of Highway 32, and it looks like that tornado threat, again, just west of Highway 32 to the south of Highway 54. If you live along Highway 32 running south away from El Dorado Springs, especially near maybe Willowville, north of Pacetown, you guys are probably kind of in that danger zone where it looks like this circulation is going to be tracking through. So this is the hook. Again, it looks like that tornado threat located right about in here, and that's going to continue to track roughly east or maybe a little south of east. So folks, again, along Highway 32, over toward Willowville, maybe south in the direction of Pacetown, please get into your tornado safe space. We could see a tornado pop out of this one at any point. So far, we've not seen on some of the different radar imagery that we have, we've not seen confirmation that there's a tornado, but earlier it had a very well-developed wall cloud, and again, that's a precursor oftentimes of a tornado touchdown. Kind of looking at a different radar view, looks like that circulation is just west of Willowville. I'd put it probably about 2.5 miles to the west of Willowville is where the circulation is right now. It looks like it's just about ready to cross over Highway 32. So again, folks, especially I think south of El Dorado Springs along Highway 32, before you get to Pacetown, that is the danger zone right now. That's where it looks like that potential tornado threat is going to be highest in that particular area, and that's going to move across the Willowville area. Looks like it will tend to move, trying to get a different highway, and it looks like it's going to tend to move roughly along or parallel to U Highway that runs from west to east into the Willowville area. So again, folks, near Highway 32, east along U Highway toward Willowville, you need to be in your tornado safe space. There is a very real tornado danger with this thunderstorm. We've not gotten any confirmation, but it has the look. And so, again, we have concerns that this thing is either producing or could produce here soon. Matt, any updates over there in regard to
we're going to have another
weather service
thunderstorm
folks are
warning
seeing
for Jasper and Barton County. We do have a camera in El Dorado Springs. It starts going in and out. If we can try to take that, you can see some of the hail that's coming into El Dorado Springs. This is the circulation is going to be a little bit south of the town, but look at that grass, Jamie. You're starting to see the hail that's piling up. That white speck, that is the hail that's just now coming in.
And that's
in
where?
We're in El Dorado Springs right here, kind of along Highway 54.
Yeah.
The hail starting to accumulate into the grass, and we're getting reports of up to tennis ball to golf ball sized hail. Emergency manager there reporting golf ball sized hail reported at the hospital in El Dorado Springs. We're starting to see it pepper the ground right now. It's just a beast of a system.
Yeah. I mean, this is again this is a classic looking supercell thunderstorm. It's producing very large hail, and it could produce a tornado at any moment. For folks that are watching around El Dorado Springs, you are under a tornado warning. That tornado warning actually extends north into southern sections of St. Clair County up to Tiffin and east over toward Roscoe. At this stage, though, it looks like the tornado threat currently is south of the county line. In fact, it looks like it's a little south of El Dorado Springs, and it looks like that tornado threat right now is getting very close to Willowville. It looks like it's still kind of moving down U Highway, maybe just north of U Highway. But if you live in and around Willowville, again, you guys are under the gun right now. Possible tornado moving through here shortly. This is a fast-moving thunderstorm, folks. So for folks further downstream, east over toward Kaplinger Mills, Wablo, you guys, this storm is going to be moving in here very quickly. Let's go ahead and track that out. We haven't done that yet. We'll kind of focus in on where the tornado appears to be, if there's one on the ground.
It's going east at 40, if not even faster.
Yeah.
East at 40, Jamie.
And I'm gonna have it like just a little bit south of due east. So just some communities downstream. Looks like it may move very close to Kaplinger Mills at around 6:38 this evening. Also into the Birdsong area at about 6:43. Roughly 30 minutes from now, that storm should be impacting areas along Highway 13. So for folks maybe around Humansville, I'd be watching this storm very closely. It's going to be moving into your area here over the next 30 minutes. So folks along Highway 13, again, look for this severe thunderstorm that may be producing a tornado to move through your area in about 30 minutes from now. Before then, again, it's going to tend to stay over fairly rural areas of northern Cedar County. It may clip southeastern St. Clair County, too, here in about 15 to, say 15 to 25 minutes as it continues to track a little south of east at about 40 miles per hour.
If we can, let's go back to that El Dorado Springs camera because it's really starting to pick up. You can see the stoplights there getting whipped around the wind, the hail starting to accumulate on the grass as well. This is kind of the worst of what you're going to get in El Dorado Springs is happening right now, and that's what we're looking at this traffic camera. Very blurry right now as it has this thunderstorm on top of it, but reports of golf ball up to tennis ball sized hail. You're seeing the street lights. They're starting to move and sway into these winds. It is coming down very strong right now. This is, I would say, Jamie, probably the most intense storm that we've seen of this spring. We haven't seen anything producing this amount of hail and also with this level of tornado threat that we're seeing. So please take this seriously. If you're in El Dorado Springs right now, you need to be getting into your safe place. If you're in Cedar County right now, if you're in Stockton, that's another area you need to be getting into shelter at this moment.
You know, and you were talking about El Dorado Springs. It looks like the tornado risk with this thunderstorm. I think if you live on the south end of El Dorado Springs or running south away from El Dorado Springs along Highway 32, it looks like that tornado risk has moved through that area and is now located southeast of El Dorado Springs. So currently, if I had to mark this, I would say that that circulation right now is located roughly 4 miles or so to the southeast of El Dorado Springs, tracking east at 40 miles per hour. So again, it looks like it's kind of moving right down U Highway. Looks like we've probably got some very strong winds in the Willowville area. It looks like the rear flank downdraft, which is this portion, the RFD portion of this supercell, looks like that is now punching east across Willowville. So I would guess that we're likely getting some very strong winds right now in Willowville that may not even be tornado related. It's just the winds coming around the bottom of that circulation that is passing by. It looks like maybe just to your north. So we're kind of zoomed in on Willowville. I'm going to go ahead and swap this out for velocity data, see what this looks like. There it is. You can see this is kind of the area that we're kind of focused in on right in here. So where my cursor is, this is the RFD. This is kind of what rotates underneath that circulation in the thunderstorm. And you can get some very strong winds with that. And that's what's punching across the Willowville area right now. In fact, we probably got some fairly strong winds even south of Willowville, and that's going to continue to head east. I'm going to back this up just a little bit so you can get a flavor for how this is moving. There you go. You can kind of see that as I back it up. I'm going to take that information off. Again, it looks like strong winds moving through the Willowville area. Tornado threat appears to me to be highest right about in here. So here's Highway 32, here's Highway 54, Willowville, and it looks like the tornado threat may be very near or just to the north of Willowville, and that will be passing by. It looks like the circulation in general has kind of dampened down. It looks like it's more broad. I don't know, Matt, if there's been an update on that, but it looks like the circulation's kind of broadened out a little bit.
The reflectivity is looking better too, where 15 minutes ago we had this well-defined hook, and now that hook is starting to smash back into the main complex of the thunderstorm. So that's progressing in a good way, where I think we still have very intense rotation in this area. So I'm not at the point I can say, hey, we're not getting a tornado, but things are looking and trending in a right direction, not as well-defined of a hook, but this is still a very strong storm that's moving in parts of Cedar County.
Yeah, and for folks further west, I think the tornado threat's over with over in Vernon County. So Nevada, east of Nevada, all the way to the county line, tornado threat's over with. The tornado threat appears to be over now in the El Dorado Springs area. It looks like that circulation is now a little southeast of El Dorado Springs and will be moving further and further away. If you do live in and around, say, Kapling or Mills, though, this storm's moving in, and it looks like it'll be moving in over the next 10 minutes. There still is potential for a tornado with this thunderstorm, and also the potential for some very large hail. I'm going to show you that again. That hail core, as Matt was pointing out earlier, going right over El Dorado Springs. So here's our hail core right over El Dorado Springs. Now, the hail sizes have come down a little bit, at least the estimates of hail size has come down a little bit, but I would guess that we're still getting hail up to golf ball size with this thunderstorm. And this is a fairly broad area being impacted by hail. right here along Highway 54, all the way up to Tiffin, maybe some hail falling, and then south across the Willowville area, also hail falling, and that's going to continue to head east. So folks in southern St. Clair County, northern Cedar County, along with that tornado potential, also the potential for large hail to track through. Again, we've had reports of hail up to tennis ball size. Now, I don't think that's falling now with this thunderstorm, but it was. I do want to talk about this. I want to show you the instability because this is important. This is, kind of knowing where we're going to go from here. And what you'll see, folks, is a lot of instability here, back in Oklahoma. That instability gets into southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas, and then it quickly falls off. We've got a kind of a loose warm front located about in this area. So again, that storm that is moving across northern Cedar County that's tornado warned, I think it's already gone through the sweet spot. And I think that there will be a tendency for it to weaken some as it progresses east and it gets into a more unfavorable environment to sustain it. It's still going to be a monster storm. It's still probably going to produce hail downstream across Hickory County and northern sections of Polk County, but maybe we can get that tornado risk to come down. And as I'm saying that, I'm looking at velocity data. We'll go to that. Let's see if I got an updated image I can show you.
I do want to clarify, Jamie, you said this earlier. I think it's good to say it again. If you're in Vernon County, I know you're currently under a tornado warning. We do not see anything tornadic in Vernon County. If you're in Nevada, you can go ahead and get out of your shelter. El Dorado Springs, I think the worst of it in El Dorado is what has just moved in. If we could switch back to that camera one more time and kind of show the contrast of when we had that golf ball size hail dropping in and how it's looking right now, where things are starting to really calm back down in that area. The street lights, the stoplights aren't swaying as much. The rain isn't pouring as hard. And I think most of the hail core has moved out. So if you're in El Dorado Springs, give it a couple more minutes. You can get out of your shelter. So I'm not issuing the all clear for El Dorado Springs just yet. But I think the bulk of that, your best opportunity to see a tornado, was what happened about 5-10 minutes ago. Things are starting to wrap up there as well.
And for folks further north of the county line into St. Clair County, at least southwestern St. Clair County, I think the tornado threat has passed your area. I think you guys are good. In fact, I think the tornado threat has ended all the way down to, say, Highway 54 in the El Dorado Springs area and south from El Dorado Springs. The tornado threat now appears to be approaching Highway, let's see what highway we got in there, Highway 39, I believe, yeah. If you live in and around Highway 39, south of Cedar Springs, down to basically this corridor from Cedar Springs down to Stockton, here's Kaplinger Mills. This is what we're watching. This is very strong winds right here that will continue to punch east with the storm, and the circulation appears to be located right about in here. That's still west of Highway 39, or at least in that radar image is west of Highway 39. I'm going to go to a different view. It still looks like, it looks like right now, looks like that tornado risk has made its way, it looks like it's north of Ivy, south of Hackelman Corner. So that's still a little west-northwest of Kaplinger Mills. I'd put it probably right about in here. This is probably where the tornado risk is highest if we've got one, right about in there. So along and west of Highway 39, west of Kaplinger Mills. Looks like the tornado threat at this stage will probably pass to the south of Cedar Springs, and it will remain north of Stockton. This storm is tracking a little south, or at least it was tracking a little south of due east at about 40 miles per hour. And so with that, I'm going to go back to our radar image here, so you can see what this thing looks like. I mean, that's a classic looking supercell thunderstorm. So again, you can see this is where the winds right here, the winds are kind of coming in and feeding this thunderstorm right here. And so that little notch, I mean, this is your hook, that little notch right there, right about in there is where we would be worried about a possible tornado. This part right here, this is your RFD. So you're probably getting strong winds, heavy rain, and hail, but the tornado threat should be kind of tucked in right about in here, south of Highway 54 and west of Highway 39. And as we get new scans in, it does look like the rotation has kind of it's lost some of its punch. It's kind of broadened out here in the last scan or two that I've looked at. I'm looking at a different radar image here.
I don't want to give up on it yet because,
I mean,
you know, what
yeah.
we were seeing earlier is that we saw the hook was
Yeah.
starting to disappear. Now that hook's trying to reestablish itself again, as you're talking about. The winds are coming down with that rear flank downdraft, trying to organize. We're trying to see something tighten back up again, and this is a beast of a system. This is one that you never want to see a tornado, but absolutely not with this, as this is going to be doing some serious damage if they can get a tornado to touch down there. So it's trying once again to tighten back up, and if it does, this is going to be quite a damaging event.
Yeah, and it looks like, the hail size looks like it's come back up too. Our radar is estimating maybe hail up to 4 inches with the hail core, and that's what's going across northern Cedar County right now. It looks like the circulation is very close to Highway 39. So for folks here that live near Highway 39, you need to be in your tornado safe space. I'm having to use a different radar view because our data sometimes that we show you on air gets a little bit slow. But I can tell you that it looks like that circulation is centered right about, I'd put it right about there. So here's Highway 39, kind of crookedy south and then east and then south again. It looks like right there at that bend south of Cedar Springs is roughly where, if we've got a tornado or one trying to develop, that's where it would be. And that's going to be dangerously close to the Kaplinger Mills area. So for folks near Highway 39, especially near the Kaplinger Mills area, looks like you guys are probably have the highest danger of a possible tornado with this thunderstorm as it continues to track off toward the east. Hopefully we can get an updated scan on that so I can show you what I'm talking about. We're going to go back to our velocity data and see what that looks like. Again, that's still a little bit old. Again, hopefully we'll get a new scan in. But that circulation, again, located basically right on top of Highway 39, just northwest of Kaplinger Mills. And I'm going to go to a different view here. Maybe I can kind of get some other roads to pop in for me.
Jamie, while you pull that up, people in El Dorado Springs are already starting to send in some hail reports. Largest that I've seen is baseball-sized hail, a handful of golf ball-sized reports as well. So this activity wrapping up in El Dorado Springs, people are now starting to come out of the basement, come out of their homes, and they're seeing the big stones that have been left behind, up to baseball-sized hail. And I've also been hearing reports of windshields that have been shattered because of this hail.
And Matt, I don't know if you've looked at some of the reflectivities, the returns coming in. 67 dBz there, east of Cedar Springs. Folks, what that means is that this thing has got some very large hail with it. And we're seeing the returns on that.
You can leave that there. That's a chaser on that storm. So we do have a chaser on that storm. We can't show that feed off on TV, but he seems to be on the southern portion of that storm. I'm not seeing anything with a funnel on the ground, but there is kind of some rotation in the upper level with this in Cedar County.
And we just got an updated scan in. So again, this is what we see. We see this kind of big shear axis right here. So it gets a little bit messy trying to pinpoint exactly where the tornado risk is. But if I go back over to our radar, you can see here's that little notch right here. So you've got this wind that's showing up on radar down here. That's the RFD wrapping around the circulation that's inside the thunderstorm that's located right about in there. Near the surface, the tornado threat would be located right about in here, very close to Highway 39. Looks like maybe it's getting a little east of Highway 39. It looks like it may stay just to the northwest of Kaplinger Mills, but you are in the Kaplinger Mills area going to get some strong winds as the RFD punches east across your area as the core of the storm kind of passes by just to your north. And, I was talking about the reflectivity returns. I mean, you don't often see, like you see the purple, you don't often see returns this strong. You can see right there, that's almost a kind of a white shading. I mean, you're looking at DBZ values of 70 in that spot, and that just indicates very, very high reflectivity, indicating a likelihood that this thing is producing very large hail in that spot. In fact, let's go ahead and show you that. Let's take a look at hail right now. I think, Matt, you've been, we were talking about it looked like maybe the hail sizes had come up.
Our in-house product has been underestimating this all night long. So it tends to be a little bit more conservative. This right here is saying golf ball sized hail. I would not be surprised if we have baseball to tennis ball sized hail into Cedar County. Our tracker seems to be underestimating this just because it's just such a unique system where you don't expect to have 3-inch sized hail, and we've been getting reports that it has been up to that size.
Yeah, this is a broad area that's getting hail, and a broad area that's getting large hail. You can see our hail core extends from southwestern St. Clair County all the way south down to about Highway 32. That's a lot of real estate right there that's getting hail out of this severe thunderstorm. And some of the hail that's falling, there's probably a fairly large area that's getting hail up to golf ball size. And there are going to be pockets in there that may be getting hail in excess of golf ball, maybe even approaching tennis ball size. That storm, again, tracking east at 40 miles per hour. Looks like the hail has gotten into the Kaplinger Mills area. It's gotten into Cedar Springs. I can say that also for folks watching in and around El Dorado Springs or south, the tornado warning has been trimmed out of your area because the tornado threat has passed. It's moved east of your area. So you can come out of your tornado safe space in places like El Dorado Springs, but the risk of a tornado continues along and east of Highway 39. So for folks even further east, so here's El Dorado Springs. For folks west of Highway 39, it looks like the tornado threat has now shifted east of Highway 39. So I think the tornado danger has ended for areas west of Highway 39. And we'll probably see the warning get updated to reflect that. I do want to go ahead and we'll track this out again because we haven't done that. For folks that are watching over toward Humansville and Wablo and Elkton, I know you guys are looking at this and you're going, this thing is heading in our direction. And I'll go ahead and let me put on radar. East at 40 miles per hour. So
one thing I do want to mention, we do have a spotter on this storm. This is not going to be like the storms that you saw in Enid, Oklahoma, where you have a very beautiful funnel that you can see. This is going to be a rain-wrapped tornado if there is a tornado in here. So you will not have a lot of time to get into shelter. So this is not one you want to sit on your porch and watch. You will not have a lot of time. This is going to be a rain-wrapped tornado if we do get something to organize.
And Matt, you know, a storm, it evolves. And right now I'm showing you some like downstream areas that are going to be impacted by this storm. Wablo in about 25 minutes, Humansville in about 25 minutes. Areas, it looks like the storm should be crossing Highway 13 in roughly 20 minutes. I'm going to take that information off because I do want to highlight the Kaplinger Mills area. Looks like that circulation is right on top of Kaplinger Mills. As this storm has continued to evolve, looks like the circulation right now is located roughly over Kaplinger Mills. This scan right here is a little bit old, but I can just see, you know, on a different radar view. Go ahead, Matt.
There's another area of rotation we need to watch on Highway 13 near Deep Water south of Clinton. So that's another area that we're starting to see the winds bowing back. Another place that we can start to see another tornado warning coming out. So I want to mention that.
That would be there is a tornado warning coming out?
There is not coming out right now, but we are starting to see that velocity tighten up south of Clinton. This will probably, if a tornado warning is issued, this would be for people that are in Warsaw and Benton County, the same area that was just hit with tornadoes, last Friday. This is looking like another area on north of Highway, or along Highway 13, south of Clinton is another area that I'm trying to see another tornado trying to organize. So I at least want to mention that.
And good, I mean, because, you know, there are going to be probably several storms that we're going to be tracking this evening and overnight tonight. So, you know, you don't want to get just lost and too focused on any one particular storm because things can be happening in other storms. But this is still our most intense thunderstorm, the one that's tracking across northern Cedar and southern St. Clair. That circulation, and again, I'm having to use a different radar view. Let me check it out and see if this is updated. Kind of waiting on that. Yeah. I mean, this is a little bit old. Looks like maybe it's a scan too old, but you can see the circulation here. This was along Highway 39. That circulation is now located over Kaplinger Mills. So the tornado danger is peaking now in and around Kaplinger Mills, and it looks like I'm trying to see which highway that is in that area. It looks like in highway. It looks like that circulation may be kind of tracking right down in highway. It looks like it's now getting east of Kaplinger Mills, kind of tracking. So here's Kaplinger Mills. It looks like that circulation is located roughly about in here. This is in highway, and it looks like it's kind of moving right down in highway. So just trying to get a feel for some areas that are really under the gun right now. The intersection of in and 1481 Road.
That's going to put it in the
Yeah.
campgrounds. There's an RV campground park over there, Jamie, and also, if people are familiar with that area, there's kind of a historic old rustic bridge that goes across the river.
Yeah.
So that's the general
Sauk River.
area.
Yeah, the Sauk River. It looks like it's now located just east of the Sauk River there.
So that's the general area. There's an RV camp. There's the bridge across the river. So
Yeah.
Highway Inn is kind of that area.
Yeah, in highway is roughly, it appears that it's kind of tracking right down in highway. I'm going to go ahead and clear this out. Let's go back to our radar view. Here we go. Yep, just got a new scan in there too. So this is what this storm looks like right now. I mean, it's still, that's a beast right there. This is a supercell thunderstorm. This, you can see, here's Kaplinger Mills. This is our hail core right here. This is where the hail is falling. Probably some pockets in here where hail may be approaching tennis ball size. Here's our hook, and it appears that the circulation to be located right about in here. So for Kaplinger Mills residents, looks like the tornado threat is now moving east of you, but it's still dangerous outside. You're still probably getting strong winds, hail, very heavy rainfall, and probably a lot of lightning. That's not something that we've really looked at, but I'm sure there's a lot of lightning with this thunderstorm. For residents further east, again, a tornado warning does remain in effect for southeastern St. Clair County and northeastern Cedar County. I believe that warning runs till, was it 7 o'clock on that warning?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. So we've still got a little bit of time as this storm continues to track pretty quickly off to the east at 40. If you live in Wablo, Humansville, I don't think there's any way around this storm impacting your area. So go ahead and get ready to kind of hunker down. At the very least, you're going to get heavy rain, lightning, and probably hail. And there may still be a tornado threat with this thunderstorm once it gets into your area. You're not under a tornado warning at this point, but just be prepared to take action quickly because it looks like this storm is going to hold together long enough to get into your area. As far as where the circulation is currently centered, it looks like it's located. We'll go ahead and kind of zoom in again here on our map. Looks like that circulation is currently centered right about, I'd put it probably right about in here. So you have Claude, you have Kaplinger Mills. It looks like it's kind of located roughly between Kaplinger Mills and Claude. It's, again, still tracking east. The rotation, it's still apparent, but it's kind of broadened out some. So again, hopefully that's a trend that will continue. We'll see the circulation at least weaken some, but the danger of a tornado does remain with this thunderstorm. It looks like the danger now is getting east of Kaplinger Mills. So for residents, okay, let me take this off. For residents downstream across northeastern Cedar County, I mean, the storm is that potential of a tornado is going to remain, I think, with this thunderstorm. So here's Kaplinger Mills, here's Claude. Again, the circulation looks to be about right here. Blackjack to the north. It looks like areas, I think the greater concern areas, I know Blackjack, you guys are under a tornado warning, but it looks like it's just going to be hail and some wind for you guys. Looks like the tornado threat is going to stay to your south and continue to track roughly close to the county line. So again, for folks closer to Highway 54, to me, it looks like the tornado threat, here's Highway 54, the tornado threat's down here. Looks like here, at least along and north of Highway 54, I think we're going to be able to keep that tornado threat to your south. But it will continue to track east across areas, across northeastern Cedar, southeastern St. Clair. If you live up and down anywhere along Highway 39 back here, it looks like the tornado threat has ended for you guys. The tornado threat has now shifted east also of Kaplinger Mills, but will be approaching Claude here within the next few minutes. And again, areas further east toward Humansville, it looks like the worst of this storm is going to have a tendency of tracking this way toward the Humansville area. So Humansville up toward Wablo, this is going to be kind of a corridor where we're going to get some really nasty weather here in under a half an hour. At the very least, heavy rain, lightning, and hail, and possibly even a tornado threat with that storm as it continues to track off toward the east. As far as other storms in the area, You know, Matt was talking earlier about a storm kind of coming across the Clinton area.
That's one area that's shown signs of rotation. It's just also, we cannot stress enough, the tornado threat and the large hail. Wablo, you guys are in range of up to baseball-sized hail. We have received multiple reports. That's what's getting flooded in right now to me, is multiple people saying baseball to golf ball-sized hail. That's going to be on top of Wablo very soon. I think you will dodge the tornado threat, but the hail threat of this system is just as nasty. That can shatter some windshields. I've already heard multiple reports of that as well. Wanting to take a step back, most of this activity is north of I-44 for now. I still think if you're watching from Springfield, you still have chances for severe weather. You still have chances for some big hailstorms for tonight. But really, most of this activity is north of I-44 and will start to slowly sag down as the night progresses. Jamie, we were talking earlier. We could have thunderstorms going on essentially all night long, and then we could have even more tornado chances for Monday, too.
Yeah.
So it's not just one wave. It's looking like a very long, prolonged severe weather event.
Yeah, this is going to be a multi-day severe weather risk. This will very likely be the most intense round of weather that we've had so far this spring. And we've had a lot of unsettled weather, but we haven't had conditions like this. This is really, these are the kinds of conditions that you worry about. And as Matt said, we're probably going to have an on and off severe weather threat throughout the overnight hours. I do want folks, especially over southwestern Missouri and northwest Arkansas, be prepared to receive alerts this evening and overnight tonight, because that risk for severe weather, I don't think it's going to diminish all that much even once the sun goes down. Tornado watches are in effect for western Missouri and in northwest Arkansas. That's through the evening hours, but we may see those get extended past midnight. I also think that there will be a severe weather risk, especially east of Highway 65, Monday afternoon into the evening, and that includes tornadoes and very large hail. And there may be another risk for severe weather with all modes possible again on Tuesday afternoon into the early evening time frame. So this is just the beginning of several days where we have to contend with a risk of severe weather. This is probably going to be the only round where it's coming through in the evening and overnight. I think the next 2 days it's going to tend to be during the day. But tornado warned storm, let's get back to that. It continues to push east across northeastern Cedar and southeastern St. Clair County. Looks like the worst of the storm is generally south of Highway 54. I'm going to swap this out for, I'm looking off camera at a different radar view. I wanted to see, I mean, our hail sizes are still, it looks like it looks very likely that we've still got golf ball size hail anywhere from east of Kaplinger Mills all the way up to Highway 54. So this entire area right here has that potential of hail of quarter to maybe golf ball size. In terms of what we've got for the tornado danger, it's not over. It looks like it's probably centered very close to Claude right now. Kind of zooming in, there's some highways in and around the Claude area. This is going to be approximately where that tornado threat is highest, right about in here. Here's in highway. Claude, and it looks like it's very close to Claude right now, and it will continue to track roughly east down in highway across northeastern Cedar County. Again, looking at an off-camera radar view, it does show some signs of, the circulation shows some signs of weakening. But at the very least, you're probably still getting some very gusty winds, especially with this part right here as it continues to punch off to the east. This is our rear flank downdraft right here. The core of the storm, the circulation in the thunderstorm is located right about in here, and that's what's really helping to drive up the hail sizes, because that circulation is really able to send, you know, these hailstones high up into the thunderstorm over and over and over again, and that's what helps to build these hailstones up to the monsters that we've seen so far with this thunderstorm.
Jamie, I want to give an update. It was about 15 minutes ago. I was saying, hey, watch this rotation to the north. National Weather Service now issuing a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. This is for Benton County, Hickory County, and St. Clair County, as it's that same area I was watching as that line of storms. It's just, you follow up Highway 13. That's where that line is, and this also has possibilities of producing a tornado. I do want to say, if you're in Benton County, it looks like it's going to be a spin-up tornado, an EF0, EF1, rather than kind of the beast of a system that we're scared about a little bit more to the south. So in Benton County, not expecting this kind of supercell tornado. We're also not seeing the hail sizes like what we've been seeing throughout Cedar County with this baseball-sized hail, but still a very good system, and it kind of looks a little bit similar to what people just experienced a couple weeks ago with those tornadoes that moved through Warsaw. So severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag just issued into Benton County, Hickory County, and St. Clair County, Jamie.
And the tornado danger does continue with this storm that we've been tracking. The danger still is in Cedar County. I think north of the county line, you can see it looks like they just issued a new tornado warning. So we've got a new tornado warning in effect. This is for areas further east, Hermitage, Humansville, so southern sections of Hickory County, northern sections of Polk County, almost to Lewisburg. We've got a new tornado warning, and that warning runs, Matt, if you can look that.
Going east at 40, Jamie, for baseball-sized hail.
So they got hail up to baseball size still with that storm. Tracking this, let's go ahead and do this. Humansville, I think you guys are going to be right there in the path of that circulation. And so it's moving roughly like this. Humansville, we're sitting at 651. It looks like it'll be in the Humansville area in about 10 minutes. Elkton, it may be close to Elkton or maybe a little south of Elkton at about 7:14 this evening. This cone right here, these are 10-minute increments. So that's 10, 20, 30 minutes. And you can see how that extends east across a good chunk of Hickory County and northern Polk County. Looks like the tornado threat, at this point, I would guess it's going to stay north of Dunnigan. So I know you guys are under a tornado warning, but it looks like the threat will stay just to your north. Looks like in the Stockton area, folks around Stockton Lake, Stockton, it looks like the tornado threat has ended for your area. It actually stayed to your north. Also for, let me clear this information out. Also for folks here, trying to get, so looking back toward Highway 39, along and west of Highway 39, which is this highway right in here. So this portion of the tornado warning could go ahead and be lifted. The tornado danger has moved east. So east of Highway 39, that's where we still have a risk of a tornado. This is our supercell thunderstorm, hail core right here. You can see our hook and possible tornado located right about in there. Now, there have been chasers on this storm, and they have seen signs of maybe a precursor to tornado development, but I don't think that we've gotten any reports of a funnel cloud or tornado touchdown up till now. Correct, Matt?
I have not. I've heard a couple people seen rotation. I've seen people report a mesocyclone, maybe a wall cloud. I can't confirm if it was a wall cloud or not. Couple updates for you, Jamie. First one I want to go into is the watch. The tornado watch is going to be extended. So I know it was just a handful of counties, I believe 12 counties that were north of I-44 were under a tornado watch. National Weather Service working with Storm Prediction Center to expand that. I don't have which counties are going to be expanded under that watch just yet. Also, a lot of hail pictures coming in. I don't know if we have these pictures in our control room. If we do, we can go ahead and take them. If not, okay, they'll be pulling that up in just a second. But baseball-sized hail. I also have a picture that just came in of windshields getting shattered from this hail as well, Jamie. So yeah, it's the tornado threat and then the massive hail. We have not seen hail baseball-sized in what, years?
Well, we had a couple of weeks ago. We had some tennis ball-sized hail reported in a couple of places. But those storms didn't have the tornado potential that these storms have. So it's that
dual threat. It's been a while since we've had something like that.
This is probably our most dangerous afternoon or time frame of severe weather that we've had so far this spring. And I'm not trying to be dramatic. It's just that's what it is. And I want folks to be very aware that we're focusing in right now on this storm that's in Cedar County and St. Clair County. And it's going to track into Hickory County and northern Polk. So, residents, Hermitage, Preston, Elkton, Wablo, Humansville, you guys all need to be taking precautions, get into your tornado safe space as this severe thunderstorm, this supercell, continues to track east. And what I was going to get at is the fact that there are other thunderstorms that we are watching. Matt pointed out the storm that's moving into areas north of Warsaw. You can see this portion of the line. You see this back in Henry County. This warning has that tornado possible tag, meaning, hey, conditions are there. We might have to pull the trigger on a tornado warning. We just don't have enough information right now to do that. Here's our tornado warned storm. And I don't want folks to forget, we've got another supercell thunderstorm. This is to the south. That is starting to track into western sections of Dade County. So in the Lockwood area, you guys are under severe thunderstorm warning. We've been watching that particular storm very closely as well. So far, have not seen any evidence that we've got strong rotation with it, but it is cranking out some big hail. We very likely have some hail around the Golden City area, or getting into Golden City. That's west of Lockwood, that may be approaching at least golf ball size. So this is going to be another storm that will continue to track. Let's see, this one was moving northeast. Yeah, you can see that one's moving a little bit differently than the one to the north. So that storm that's now coming, that's moving away from Joplin, getting into western Dade County, that storm too, we're going to have to watch closely to see if it continues to organize and intensify, and we start seeing more of a tornado risk with it as well. Looks like that storm will move across Dade, and then will likely get into Polk County, and it may even clip northern Greene County. So again, we're watching that storm very closely as well. The most dangerous storm in our area is this storm, though, the storm that's now east of Kaplinger Mills. For folks there along Highway 39, the tornado threat is over with. Around Kaplinger Mills, the tornado threat is over with. It's now east of your area, but the tornado risk does continue with this thunderstorm now as it's starting to move out of northeastern Cedar and southeastern St. Clair, and it's starting to get into southwestern Hickory County and northwestern Polk County. So Wablo, Humansville, you guys are now under the gun. Possible tornado, and also very likely getting some large hail, maybe very large hail up to tennis ball size. In the Elkton area, it looks like the core of this storm is going to be tracking through your area as well. There could be some tornado risk as far north as Elkton based on the path of this storm and how it's moving, but you will certainly get some hail out of this storm. I think we have a new image, Matt. Go ahead and check on that.
A couple images of hail, if we can start to show these off, because we've been saying baseball to tennis ball size hail, and I think it's a little bit easier to believe it when you're seeing it. This was in El Dorado Springs. I would argue that's bigger than golf ball. I mean, that's somewhere in between golf ball and baseball size hail.
I think we're looking at, at least tennis ball there, especially that one on the left. I mean, that looks like tennis ball size hail.
Good size. So that was in El Dorado Springs. This hail core is now moving closer into Wablo. I don't know if we have the second picture. If we have the second picture of the windshields being shattered, let's go ahead and show that off. If not, we can get that. Okay, we'll have that in just a minute for you. But this hail core, it's two threats. We've been talking about this, Jamie, that tornado threat and the hail threat as well. Also, we're providing an update. We're saying, hey, tornado watches may be issued. They have been extended. I imagine a lot of people got that kind of alert on their phone. They saw a tornado watch. Let's kind of recap what's been going on. Tornado watches in effect for essentially every county into our viewing area. The only exception to that is in northern Arkansas, you're not under a tornado watch right now. I expect that to change as the night progresses. The main threats that we have is just north of I-44 in this moment. That's when we're seeing some severe thunderstorms. We're concerned about a supercell tornado that's about to move into Hickory County, getting closer into the Hermitage area, the Humansville area. If that produces a tornado, this is going to be a very damaging tornado that's going to do some very serious damage. This is probably the best ingredients for a tornado, the best most intense thing that we've seen throughout this spring. We're not looking at a brief spin up. This is something that can cause some serious damage if it manages to get down.
And there's a windshield, Matt, right there. You can see the punctures in that windshield from hail. That's hail that did that.
Look at that. Look how big that hole is to the right, Jamie.
Matt, do you know where this picture was taken?
That was also El Dorado Springs. Let me double check on
Springs.
that. I believe it was, yes, El Dorado Springs on Poplar Street.
On Poplar Street.
They had a car parked. Here came in the hail and just punched through 1, 2, 3 massive holes into those windshields. Yeah, and this is going to be another concern over the next few days, not just tonight, but the next few days, tornadoes and very large hail. I think the storms that we have in our area through Tuesday, they're going to have the capability of producing hail up to tennis ball or maybe even baseball size. We just have those kinds of ingredients in place to generate that kind of hail size. As for the tornado warned storm that is tracking still, it looks like the tornado risk now is roughly on the county line and east of the county line. So I think for folks, certainly a little further west back toward Claude, areas west of 13 here in St. Clair County, the tornado danger has ended.
For your area here in St. Clair County, it looks like it has just about ended for areas west of the county line, all the way back to Claude. But that tornado danger now is moving into northwestern Hickory County, and it looks like the circulation is going to get pretty close to Humansville. In fact, it looks like it's centered maybe near or just south of town. Now, the circulation itself has kind of broadened out. It's weakened some. And you know, to me, that kind of makes sense. I was saying this earlier in our coverage, that this storm, as it continues east, and I'll loop this so you can see how this thing's been evolving. As this storm continues east, roughly near or just to the south of Highway 54, it's going to get into a more and more hostile environment, at least in the short term, because the air further east is more stable. The air near the surface is more dry, and that's going to cut into the potential for this storm to produce tornadoes. Now, we may still get very large hail out of it, but I think the tornado risk will likely be fading as the storm continues east across Hickory County and northern sections of Polk County. The current area of rotation with this storm is located in northwestern Polk County, very close to Humansville, maybe a little south of the Humansville area. As for the hail core with this thing, still a very large area getting hit with hail. So we'll put our hail product up, and there we go. And you can see this is the pocket of hail. I mean, look how big that area is that's being impacted by large hailstones. I think at the very least we've got quarter to golf ball size. And that's kind of centered right on top of the Humansville area. So we're likely getting some hail damage right now in Humansville and areas up and down Highway 13 from southeastern St. Clair County down into northwestern sections of Polk County. And it looks like that hail threat, it's going to get into areas further east across southern Hickory, south of Hermitage especially, and across northernmost Polk County. So we've got the hail threat with this storm. We also have that threat of a tornado with this storm. Let's see if I can get that information up for us. Kind of waiting for this to go. This image is a little bit old, but you can see just looking at this, and this is what I'm seeing even in more current scans. You can see it's kind of a broad area of rotation right here. So these are inbound velocities, these are outbound velocities. And you got this broad area of rotation. In terms of, you know, if I had to highlight a specific area for a concern for a tornado, it looks like it right now is very close to maybe just east of Highway 13, pretty close to the Humansville area. So it looks like that circulation where it's most tight, not only in this scan, but in other scans that we're looking at, it looks like it's located roughly right about in here, maybe just east of Highway 13, just to the southeast of the Humansville area, or maybe just south and just southeast of Humansville. But hail, I'm guessing, is probably falling at this moment in Humansville. Looks like that hail is probably moving into Flemington now. The hail core appears to be staying just north of Dunnigan. Good news for you guys. It also looks like the worst of the hail is staying south of Highway 54, south of Collins and Wablo. But it does look like this hail core will move right across Flemington, and then it will move across the Elkton area. Let's go ahead and I'm going to track this out. Again, that circulation pretty close to Humansville, and we're going to have to bring our view out a bit. It's moving east at about 40, I'm guessing still. So in and around Flemington, looks like that circulation is probably going to kind of pass by just to your south in about 5 minutes. You can see we've got, looking at a different radar view here, we've got, you can see 65 off to the east. So I'll get on this side of things. Over here, this is Highway 65. This is where the possible tornado is located, right about in here. And it looks like the storm itself should be close to Highway 65 in about 30 minutes. Looks like the circulation is going to tend to kind of hug the county line here, located right here, as it continues off to the east. We're going to take that off. Let's go back to our radar view. And again, this is still a healthy looking storm. This is, when you see these purples, sometimes we've seen the white shading, that just indicates a likelihood, a very high likelihood of large hail and maybe even very large hail. And that's certainly what we've seen in the reporting that's come in communities that have been hit by this storm so far. Humansville, it looks like you can see our little hook right here. This is the inflow notch. Looks like the tornado threat now is getting maybe just a little east of Humansville. Overall, the circulation to me still looks to be fairly broad. It's not as intense as it was further west when it was crossing Cedar County, but there's still evidence of a circulation pretty close to the Humansville area. And Matt, kind of be on the lookout. I'm kind of curious to hear what the Weather Service thinks about that circulation as it continues to kind of degrade as it pushes further east.
I have gotten a report of tennis ball size hail in Humansville.
Humansville?
In Humansville. I've had one person say marble in Humansville. I've had one person say quarter size hail in Humansville. One person say tennis ball sized hail in the Humansville area. So.
And it's possible. I mean, we've seen the pictures to prove that this storm has produced tennis ball size. I would guess, just looking at radar right now, there may be some pockets, some small pockets that are producing tennis ball size. Generally, though, I think we're looking at stones, maybe golf ball, ping pong ball, maybe up to about that range. I think tennis ball size hail is going to be kind of the rarity. But we can't rule it out. I mean, we just got a report that maybe that is falling in the Humansville area right now. The circulation that we've been tracking, it is now east of Highway 13. So for folks watching west of Highway 13, west of Humansville, you can see our warning kind of extends back toward the west, back toward Kaplinger Mills. I think the tornado danger has ended across this area. So west of Highway 13, I think the tornado danger has subsided, but it does remain in areas east of Highway 13, particularly east of the Humansville area, and that's going to be approaching Flemington here over the next few minutes. Looks like this circulation is kind of tracking right down V Highway as that kind of runs east out of Humansville. So here's V Highway. Looks like that circulation located roughly here, and I say roughly because when you look at it on radar, it's not, sometimes you've got a very distinct couplet, and we're just not seeing that anymore. It's more of a broad rotation, but it looks like it's located right about in here. And I think what we're really kind of doing is waiting to see, is this thing going to cycle? Are we going to see that circulation intensify, that low-level circulation intensify again, or are we going to see it continue to fade? If I had to bet money on it, I'd say it's going to fade. I think it's getting into a more hostile environment further east, the more easterly it gets. And I think that storm is going to start running out of gas, at least in terms of the low-level organization. It's still producing hail, though.
It's still starting to look not as organized, which is good, because there's been moments where we could point at this and say, look at the hook on this. The National Weather Service is bumping this tornado warning up to 3-inch size hail, so that's something that we have to continue to track. They're tending to agree with you, Jamie. They think not as tight on this rotation. They're wondering if this storm is even trying to split, if it's trying to get disorganized. This is just a rarity of seeing a supercell of this size with this much hail, with this much high precipitation tied into it as well. We haven't even looked at rainfall totals. We've just been focusing so much on the hail track.
Matt, take folks up. I mean, we've got two other storms that we're also tracking. Talk about the Benton County storm, because I know that they're probably very they've been hit pretty hard in the Warsaw area. So here in the last week or so. So let's go ahead and update them on what that storm looks like. And then I'm going to focus in on the storm after that. That's to the south in Dade County.
Flip over to Max. I have the hail tracker, and you can see kind of where that big hail core was moving along Highway 54. Still getting some decent hail in Benton County area, about dime to maybe quarter-sized hail on that. This looks to be kind of similar to what you saw just last Friday ago, where you had that tornado that moved in, that leading edge of these kind of very fast winds and the thunderstorms moving into the Warsaw area right now. This is not tornadic warned. There is not a tornado warning on this, but I think you're going to see the winds pick up somewhere between 50 to 60 miles per hour. It's going to come with about quarter-sized hail, and it's going to be pouring rain as well. So this system's trying to organize. It's been trying to produce a tornado for, gosh, I don't know, the last half hour, but hasn't fully gotten there in Benton County. I'm not at this point that we can rule it out. So if you are in Warsaw, I would try to at least get ready to get in shelter, try to get away from windows, get inside if you can. And this is an area that just got impacted with an EF1 tornado and another powerful thunderstorm about to sweep into Benton County, Jamie.
Yeah, and the other area that we're watching is a storm moving into Dade County. It's in western Dade County. We've got hail likely falling in Lockwood right now. I would guess in Lockwood we probably have hail up to at least quarter size, if not maybe golf ball size. And north of Lockwood, we've got Highway 160 that kind of runs west-east from Golden City through the Lockwood area over towards South Greenfield. North of Highway 160, that's where the core of this hailstorm is. So basically where you see these purples right here, this is the core, this is the hail core that we're tracking right now. And we're probably getting, and Matt, you could check the warning on that, but I'm going to guess that we're getting hail up to at least golf ball size, and it may even be a bit larger than that.
Jamie, so that is, National Weather Service has a tornado possible tag on that. They have hail up to golf ball size, and they also have a considerable damage tag, which I think the main threat for that is just this large hail. It's been shattering windshields. So Dade County is also another area that National Weather Service adding that tornado possible tag. So this storm is really, this is just the beginning of it. Most of the activities north of I-44, Springfield, things are quiet right now, but just wait your turn, it'll come your way. Also something, we're going out of our viewing area right now, but there is a confirmed tornado in eastern Kansas, just north of Independence, and this looks like it's trying to form a really good hook as well. So,
and that's a confirmed.
That's a confirmed tornado. And my bigger takeaway of this is we have even more storms that are going to move in. The storms that are in Kansas, the storms that are now developing north of Tulsa, that's going to be coming in for tonight as well. So it's not just this wave that's immediately on radar. There's more behind it. There's more powerful supercells behind it that are going to push in that we have to get through for tonight, and even more tornado chances on Monday as well.
Yeah, and going back to our tornado warned storm, it looks like the tornado threat continues to shift east across northern Hickory County. So folks around Humansville, the tornado threat has ended. Looks like it does continue for folks around the Flemington area. So here's Humansville, tornado threat has ended here. The circulation located roughly about in here near Flemington, and that's what we're tracking. That should be moving. It looks like it's probably going to tend to stay very close to the county line there. Further east over toward Rondo, Adonis, especially Adonis, I think that's going to be the general track that tornado concern is going to take right through this area if it continues. Again, we've seen, I'm showing you what we're seeing on other radar images, and you can see that this representation of a circulation has gotten more and more degraded looking. So these are our inbound circulation, or inbound winds. These are our outbound winds. But you can see how broad. Typically, if you're looking for a tornado or you're looking for imminent tornado development, you're going to be looking for a very tight couplet where you're looking at intense inbound winds right next to intense outbound winds, and that's not what we're seeing right now. What we've seen is the circulation, the low-level part of it, broaden out. Go ahead and say that one more time. Okay, we have some video out of Stockton, so I'm kind of curious to see what they're seeing. That's Stockton, so that was probably as the storm was passing. That's not live video right now, correct? Okay, so that was as the storm was passing north of Stockton. That's when the circulation was still fairly intense. Earlier in that video clip, you could see what appeared to be maybe even a wall cloud right there. You could see that. It looks like that base lowering. That looks to be a wall cloud. Again, this is video that's already been shot. This is not live. This is what the storm looked like as it was passing north of Stockton. Yeah.
If we can, let's also go to the hail pictures. Let's show that one more time because there's two threats. It's the tornado threat and the large hail. These are pictures from El Dorado Springs. It looks like, if I had to estimate, that's baseball, maybe even larger, especially if you're looking at the hailstone that's in their left finger. This is what covered the town, and flip it over to the last picture. This is the damages that it was causing. I've already heard of multiple windshields that are being shattered with this system. National Weather Service has it warned for up to 3-inch size hail. And if you look at that hailstone that's in that kind of right corner of that windshield, I believe at 3 inches looks absolutely possible. So not just the tornado threat, it's also this large hail. It's a beast of a supercell. And Jamie, I think we've been blessed so far that this has not really touched down. I don't think at any point we've had a tornado touch down from what I can tell on radar, and thankfully it hasn't, because this is a very, very powerful system that's been producing wall clouds, that's been producing mesocyclones, that's been trying to produce a tornado. And I don't think it's been causing any tornado damage yet, but that's what we're continuing to watch out for, because if this does touch down, we're going to be looking at some considerable damage.
And here's a concern that we have also as we push later into the night tonight. This isn't going to be a scenario where it's like, oh, it's sunset, now the storms are going to weaken. I think this is going to be a scenario overnight tonight where that severe weather risk is likely going to persist not only to midnight, well past midnight. And it won't, we may have one wave of storms move through. Well, just with one wave moving through, that doesn't mean that the risk of severe weather is over for your area, because we've got additional storms off to the west. And notice we don't have this line of storms for the most part, with the exception of what we've got moving across Benton County. Most of these storms are scattered. They're kind of out on their own. They're not really competing with anything around them, and they are supercellular in nature. And these are the beasts that we watch for. These are the ones that we're most concerned about when we see this sort of setup. Concern for very large hail, like we've already seen out of this storm right here, and like we're probably getting with the Dade County storm, but also the risk of tornadoes. You can see the tornado warned storm back in Independence. Again, that is a confirmed tornado. And these storms, what's going to happen is we work into the evening hours, the low-level winds, which have not been all that strong up till now, they're going to be ramping up in intensity, and that's going to create an even better environment for tornado development. So as these storms continue to push east, we've got to watch them because they may very well hold together as they get into southwest Missouri, and they're going to be moving into southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas also at a time when the low-level winds are going to be more and more favorable for tornado development. So again, this is just kind of a heads up. This isn't a one and done. This is going to be a night where I think we're going to have on and off severe weather impacting right now western Missouri and eventually northwest Arkansas, but even areas further east, there will be some severe weather potential later tonight and into the morning hours on Monday. And then we're going to have more risk of severe weather Monday afternoon into the evening hours, and probably another round Tuesday afternoon into the evening hours before we get out of this phase of very, very active weather. As for the tornado warned storm that continues to move east across southern Hickory County and northern Polk County, you can see it looks like our hook, here's Flemington. So it looks like the circulation, the part that we're worried about is right about in here, just to the southeast of Flemington, continuing east. I think in Flemington, the severe weather threat is now pushing off to your east. It looks like even the hail is starting to shift east of your area, and it absolutely looks like the circulation that we were tracking is now east of Flemington.
Jamie, if you can, look at El Dorado Springs. There is a thunderstorm that kind of developed once again in this area. There's already one that pushed through. It looks like we're trying to see another area of rotation tightening up in El Dorado Springs. So
yeah.
I know if you're in El Dorado Springs, you had your severe thunderstorm. You had the tornado warning, you had the massive hail. The windshield pictures that we had earlier was in El Dorado Springs. Another thunderstorm is starting to develop. Sirens may be going off again in El Dorado Springs, and this is for a new thunderstorm. This one's looking like I'm starting to see some signs of this one trying to show rotation. So this is that next area. I know El Dorado Springs, you've already been impacted. You may be under it again, and yep, there's that tornado warning. So that's the area that I was saying keep an eye out for. New tornado warning issued. This is for St. Clair County, this is for Cedar County, this is for Vernon County, but I believe that rotation quickly approaching El Dorado Springs. We have the camera up for that, so if it does pass through the town, we can show that view off. But new tornado warning in El Dorado Springs, Jamie.
And also very large hail again is going to be raking the El Dorado Springs area. Already you've had tennis ball size hail move through. It looks like another round of very large hail set to move across El Dorado Springs. Maybe not tennis ball size, but I wouldn't be surprised if you have hail up to at least golf ball size with this storm as it pushes in. As Matt, though, pointed out, it's the tornado danger that is quickly ramping up with this thunderstorm. You can see the hook there to the west of El Dorado Springs. It looks like that hook is the circulation kind of centered right on top of Highway 54. Looks like it's located roughly about in here. So that's a little west of El Dorado Springs. That is going to be moving across town here over the next 5 minutes. Matt, what was the forward speed on that one?
I believe that's also east at 40.
East at 40?
Let me double check. I believe that's, also, that one's also going east at 40. It is just remarkable that the atmosphere has been able to reload, and now we're talking about another tornado warning in El Dorado Springs. What? They had one a half hour ago, and now we're having one again.
Yeah, so we're tracking that one, and again, in El Dorado Springs, you guys got to be in your tornado safe space right now because the tornado potential is moving in over the next 5 minutes. It's probably already getting into the west side of town, and we'll continue to track east through town. But areas downstream like Cedar Springs, I'd say in the Cedar Springs area, to me it looks like it's going to be about 10 to 15 minutes. So folks in Cedar Springs, you got about 10 to 15 minutes to take shelter, possible tornado with this thunderstorm. This is a second thunderstorm. This isn't the one that has already moved through. This is a new tornado-warned storm that is now moving into El Dorado Springs and will be moving through Cedar Springs over the next 10 to 15 minutes. This one, the tornado threat with this particular thunderstorm appears to be a little further north than with the last storm. Looks like it's centered roughly on top of Highway 54, just west of El Dorado Springs, and it looks like it's going to go right through town, and then it will continue east down Highway 54 across northern sections of Cedar County. This storm, too, is going to pass to the north, Stockton and Stockton Lake. It does look like the tornado potential also, we're going to have to watch it because it looks like maybe it's turning a little bit more to the right, so areas along and maybe on the south side of Highway 54 down toward Kaplinger Mills, where we've already had a tornado-warned storm move through, we could see another tornado-warned storm moving through those communities, Cedar Springs over toward Kaplinger Mills, in about 10 minutes from now. So please, if you live, especially around El Dorado Springs at this time, you need to be in your tornado safe space. For areas further east down 54, you need to be taking shelter right now.
I just want to call out some places in El Dorado Springs. Looks like it's going to impact kind of that southwest part of the town first. So that's the Woods Supermarket, that's the O'Reilly Center, that's the Casey's, that's the south part of the town. So this one, the first one that went through went kind of more west to east. Jamie, you're right. This one looks like it's going to start to go a little bit more northeast. So Roscoe and then eventually Osceola would be the next place if this continues to track. So this is, if sirens are going off in El Dorado, it's for this new tornado warning, not the one that just moved in earlier. Thankfully, this one doesn't look to have as strong as a hail core. They're still going to get some good hail, but I don't think people are going to see tennis ball size hail with this one. So, new tornado warning moving through El Dorado Springs right now.
Yeah, rotation now moving into El Dorado Springs. It looks like basically along and south of Highway 54. To me, appears to be about where the tornado risk is greatest. With this storm, it looks like that tornado risk is now getting into the west side of El Dorado Springs, and it's going to move right across town. In addition to the tornado threat, hail, could be very large hail, maybe up to at least golf ball size, falling in a place that already has had tennis ball size from a previous storm. So folks in and around El Dorado Springs, remain in your tornado safe space. Potential tornado moving through right now. That circulation will continue east, roughly in the direction of Coal Hill, Levick, and Hackelman Corner. So further east, down Highway 54 toward communities like Coal Hill, Hackelman Corner, Blackjack. This is the general corridor that it looks like this tornado-warned storm is going to be taking as it tracks east at 40 miles per hour. Now, the more easterly storm that we've been watching, this one moving still across Hickory County and northernmost Polk County, you can still see evidence there of a hook. And there's absolutely still some rotation higher up in the thunderstorm, but the rotation closer to the surface, and I can show you that as we go to, we're going to show you the wind fields. That rotation, look how disorganized that looks. These are inbound winds, these are outbound winds. This is more of what we would call like a shear axis or interface. We don't see that tightening any longer. We don't see a tight couplet with this storm any longer. And that does make sense. The low-level environment for this particular thunderstorm just isn't as conducive for tornadoes the further east that it gets, because it's moving into an air mass, at least at the surface, it's more and more dry. It's more and more stable. It can still produce some large hail, and I think we're probably still seeing that. Let's go ahead and put our hail product back on, and that's what it looks like. I mean, based on the fact that our radar data has been sort of underestimating hail sizes, I mean, you can see our scale right here. It's still indicating at least up to quarter size, and we're probably getting hail maybe up to golf ball size still there east of Flemington over toward Elkton, and that's going to be moving into the Pittsburgh area there in southeastern Hickory County. So we've got some large hail tracking east with this storm. The tornado potential, I think, has faded to some extent with it. The tornado warning does remain in effect, though, for areas further east, and I'm going to go ahead and pop radar back on. For areas further east, the tornado warning remains in effect for Hermitage, Preston, Pittsburgh, all the way south into northeastern Cedar County. But just based on what I'm seeing, I'm trying to give you guys some good news here. It looks like, again, that circulation has really begun to fade. But further west, this is our latest tornado warned storm. This one moving into the El Dorado Springs area, and it looks like it is currently centered right, like the tornado threat is currently centered right on top of El Dorado Springs. So we're going to go ahead and put that velocity data back on. And you know, earlier I was describing the storm further east. Well, you can see that this one does, the circulation looks better organized. Here's a tighter area of inbound winds. When I say inbound, I mean the winds are flowing toward the Springfield radar. And these are strong outbound winds. So this is, again, roughly here, and this image looks a little bit old. It looks like that circulation here in a more updated radar image off screen that I've got. Looks like that circulation is right on top of or just east of El Dorado Springs, kind of moving right down Highway 54. So for residents here along Highway 54 toward the Cedar Springs area, it looks like that circulation is going to continue to move down this corridor. So again, you're under a tornado warning. Remain in your tornado safe place. Remain vigilant with this tornado warned storm that will be approaching over the next 5 to 10 minutes. This storm too is moving east at about 40 miles per hour. And I'm going to look at a different radar image because we're starting to get more, Matt, of a kind of a TVS signature on that storm that's in El Dorado Springs. Okay. I'm going to see if we've got any sign of a CC drop. I don't see evidence that there is a debris signature, which is good news. That means we're not seeing evidence on radar that something has developed, but it looks like the circulation itself, and we did get a new scan here for what we're showing on TV. That's the circulation. So you can see here's El Dorado Springs, and notice, I mean, you've got a tighter couplet than what I was showing further east. And this is where we're concerned that there may be a developing tornado right here to the southeast of El Dorado Springs, tracking east down Highway 54. I'm going to take that off, and I can kind of broaden this out because sometimes when you loop things, you get a better feel for what's happening. And you can see how the circulation there in the last several scans has tightened up with this storm. This is trailing that storm that has already hit El Dorado Springs with very large hail. Probably getting large hail right now in El Dorado Springs. But notice how that circulation has tightened up as it has crossed through and now is located just to the southeast of El Dorado Springs. And I think
let's try to go to that El Dorado Springs camera because you're starting to see if at least the wind's picking up very strong into that area. The stoplights are starting to get blown around back and forth. Haven't heard anything of a touchdown just yet. And also looking at this and comparing it to the last time we pulled this camera up, 45 minutes ago when they had the hail, this isn't producing as strong of hail. We are looking at a camera on the south side of town, but the trees, look at the trees, Jamie, on the right, they're starting to bend back.
Well, and like you said, you can see, like, look at the stoplights swaying.
Yes.
So at the very least, some very strong winds moving through El Dorado Springs right now. And of course, you know, even if the tornado threat is now just east of El Dorado Springs, you're probably still getting strong winds kind of wrapping around the underside of the circulation in the thunderstorm. And that is helping to generate these very gusty winds that we're seeing. You can see the trees kind of leaning over toward the right. indicative of the strong winds blowing across that area. And as Matt said earlier, we showed this very same traffic camera. We were showing this camera to highlight the hail that you could see on the ground. Well, it's not hail that we're showing you right now. It's wind with a tornado-warned storm that's moving through El Dorado Springs right now. And again, it looks...
Have a picture that got sent in.
Okay.
I'll show this off to you, Jamie. To me, that looks like a definite wall cloud. Maybe looking at
it
that
does
kind
look
of
like a wall cloud.
So there is a wall cloud in El Dorado Springs. We'll see if we can get this on air, but this is trying to organize. This is trying to organize. So I have not seen debris signature. It's also hard to tell because there's such large hail that the radar's picking up hail, and it's wanting to say that hail is debris that's making things messy, but this is really starting to pick up. And once again, this is moving kind of out of El Dorado Springs at this time to the northeast, getting closer to Roscoe.
Yeah, it looks like the circulation is east of El Dorado Springs. You know, we were showing folks that traffic camera in El Dorado Springs, and what I can show you here is we go to, we're going to show you the winds again. So the circulation, here's our circulation. This is what we're worried about right here. This is where we think there could be a developing tornado. Here's El Dorado Springs. Not exactly sure where that traffic camera was, but I'm going to guess it's back in here somewhere, maybe near Highway 54. And these are strong winds. So our circulation is here. These are strong winds. Here's our RFD, that we call it a rear flank downdraft. That's what rotates underneath the circulation where a tornado might form. And those downdrafts can be very strong. You can get very strong winds, straight line winds with an RFD. And I think that's what we're seeing right now in El Dorado Springs. We're seeing some strong winds, gusty winds blowing through El Dorado Springs, but it looks like the tornado threat has now shifted east of El Dorado Springs. It is approaching Coal Hill, though, and Lubbock as the circulation continues to track roughly down Highway 54. If you live in Cedar Springs, it looks like you guys are probably next in line after Coal Hill, next in line for potential tornado with this storm, as it looks like the core of it, the worst of it in regard to the tornado potential, is going to move right down Highway 54 across the Cedar Springs area.
Jamie, I do want to interrupt you to provide some good news. We have one tornado warning that has been canceled. That's the one in Hickory and Polk County. This was the kind of supercell that we're seeing earlier that was producing that up to 3-inch sized hail, still producing some large hail, but the tornado threat of that, not really as tight. So that tornado warning ahead of this kind of one that's happening in El Dorado Springs, that one has been canceled. We're only down to one tornado warning at this time. It's the one that just went through El Dorado Springs, kind of moving along Highway 82 towards Roscoe. That's the only tornado warning at this moment.
Yeah, and the storm that's moving through El Dorado Springs right now, it looks like the circulation is now east of town. It's a little bit messy when we look at it on radar, but it does look like the circulation is probably centered just east of El Dorado Springs, right on top of Highway 54. And that's going to be moving in the direction of Cedar Springs. So I was plotting this out just moments ago. It looks like in under 10 minutes, if you live in Cedar Springs, in under 10 minutes, there's going to be a risk of a tornado moving through your community. Now, again, right now, with either of the storms that we've been tracking that have had tornado warnings, we've not seen on radar evidence of a tornado, and we've not gotten any reports from folks, and it's still daylight outside. We've not gotten any reports from people that are looking at these storms that are saying, hey, there was a tornado that touched down and there's one on the ground. But we have seen well-organized wall clouds. And that wall cloud, you have the rotation in the thunderstorm, and then that wall cloud is an extension of that closer to the surface, and then from that, you get a tornado, typically. And so we're seeing well-organized wall clouds, meaning that these storms are trying to produce. It's just so far, we've not seen an actual tornado touchdown. But this storm in particular, I mean, we've seen this kind of tighten up here over the last 20 minutes as it was approaching El Dorado Springs and now located east of El Dorado Springs. And we just got this new scan in. So here's Highway 82 running into El Dorado Springs from the north. You can see Highway 54 to the south running into Cedar Springs. the circulation appears to be tracking maybe a little bit north of east. This is what we're concerned about right here. This is where, if we've got something trying to develop, it's going to be roughly in that area. And looks like that is now north of Highway 54 and south of Highway 82. And I'm going to kind of back this image up a little bit, and you can see how it's been evolving. I mean, it looks like it kind of developed a little south of El Dorado Springs, moved across El Dorado Springs, and now is kind of moving a little maybe more east-northeast. Looks like it is now located north of Highway 54 and a little bit west of the Cedar Springs area. Just looking at a different radar image, it looks like if you live in and around Coal Hill, Levick, the risk of a tornado is probably at its peak right now for you guys. It looks like the circulation is very close to the Coal Hill area. It's, again, located a little north of 54 and a little south of the county line, just to the west of Coal Hill, and that will be moving through Coal Hill and Levick. So you need to be in your tornado safe space in both of those communities. Further west back toward El Dorado Springs, the tornado threat with this storm has ended in your area as the storm is now moving to your east. Folks in, say, around the Hackleman Corner area, up toward Crook Springs to the north, looks like the circulation is going to be kind of tracking between both of those communities. So it's going to be a close call either way. So if you live, again, further east toward Hackleman Corner, Crook Springs, you need to be in your tornado safe space. We do have still a circulation that we're tracking. It's located very close to Coal Hill, and it will continue to track, it looks like maybe right down the county line, very close to Highway 54, kind of paralleling Highway 54 as it shifts off to the east. So kind of looking at things, we're going to go back to radar, different radar view, and you can see east of our tornado warned storm, we've got still several pockets of severe weather risk. We've got this line moving across Benton County, getting into Morgan County with the risk of wind. We've got this storm, which has been tornado warned, no longer. That low-level circulation is weakened, so they've been able to lift that warning, but still likely producing some hail. Maybe, and I'll get to Matt here in a second, he can kind of go over that, but still likely producing large hail. The other storm that we're watching closely outside of the tornado warned storm is this cell to the south in Dade County. That storm very likely has been producing large hail. And you can see, I mean, this is also another supercell thunderstorm. This is our hook right here. This is where the hail is falling. It's now, the worst of the storm is now located northeast of Lockwood. It's traveling in a more northeasterly direction versus the storms further north. So with that track, it's going to bring it into southern sections of Polk County. If you live in and around Bolivar, south down toward maybe northern Greene County, please keep tabs on this cell. This one right now does not show too much of a signature in terms of tornado potential, but there is broad rotation with it. And you know, we're going to be watching it very, very closely to see if it tries to produce. Outside of that, looking further west back toward southeastern Kansas, northeast Oklahoma, notice we've got additional storms starting to fire here to the west of Nevada. We've got a supercell here east of Independence. We've got another one southwest of Independence, and they're going to track east tonight. They're probably going to make it at least through southeast Kansas and northeast Oklahoma. So I think we may see additional storms with tornado potential later this evening getting into areas further south here along I-49, maybe the Joplin area, south down toward McDonald County, maybe even Benton County in northwest Arkansas. And then those storms will continue east. So while things are relatively quiet over much of southwest Missouri and northern Arkansas, Tornado Watch is in place, and we're watching these storms very closely to see if they are going to track into areas further south and if they're going to continue with a tornado risk like we're seeing right now with these storms over in southeast Kansas. Tornado warned storm, though, remains to be a concern here across areas of northern Cedar County, southern St. Clair County. Looks like we've got hail falling in Tiffin right now. It looks like, again, the tornado threat has moved east of El Dorado Springs. Still seeing evidence of a circulation Looks like it's very close to maybe a little north of Coal Hill now, northwest of Levick, but we're still seeing evidence of a circulation with this thunderstorm. So I'm going to kind of tighten up that view a little bit.
I do want to stress, if there is a tornado, it is going to be rain wrapped. You will not be able to see this essentially until it's on top of you. So there's so much precipitation, there's so much hail that's wrapped into this. This is not going to be a storm that you're going to be able to see a pretty funnel approaching you. It is going to be a downpour of rain, and inside of there will be a tornado hidden. I do have kind of the recorded rainfall totals up, and you can see these areas that have been hit with thunderstorms picked up 1 to 2 inches of rain in a matter of an hour. And also the hail tracks, I know, Jamie, you mentioned that earlier. That's also been another threat with this. It looks like in Stockton they're getting, our product in-house has been underestimating hail all day long. It's saying golf ball-sized hail. I would not be surprised if it's closer to baseball-sized hail. We've heard of tennis ball-sized hail reports as well. Kind of getting to northern Greene County, parts of Polk County, parts of Dade County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, does not have a tornado tag on it, but that is another area that's been producing this large hail, and kind of the last areas up into Benton County, about dime to quarter size hail. Thankfully, that one is starting to die down at this time, but it's the threat of the tornado with this very large hail. I appreciate all the people that have been sending in hail pictures for us. It really helps us try to, determine just how large these hails are. It's one of the reasons we can say that our in-house product has been underestimating, and things are almost worse than what our in-house products are saying. So just some very large supercell thunderstorms, Jamie. We have even more. You mentioned this earlier. There's even more supercells that are in Kansas expected to spill out. So I know it's been quiet in Springfield. It's been quiet for people that are south of I-44. We're going to have more storm chances. This is going to be a very long, prolonged event. We're seeing that hail that was flashed on the screen earlier that was doing that damage in El Dorado Springs. So
yeah, and you were talking about the El Dorado Springs storm, the second one. It looks like that circulation has broadened out. Still producing, I'm sure, some strong winds, and you can still see that there is a circulation. So here's Tiffin right here, El Dorado Springs. Here's Highway 82. Looks like, in regard to where a tornado might be, as Matt said, it's going to be rain wrapped, and it would be located right about in here. So here's Highway 82. This is the county line. Looks like the tornado threat is probably going to stay just to the north of Cedar Springs. There is going to be some strong winds getting into the Cedar Springs area here momentarily as the RFD kind of wraps into that area. Go ahead, Matt.
New tornado warning. It is for the severe thunderstorm warning that was in Dade County, going to parts of Polk County, and just clipping northern Greene County. This is going to be north of Springfield. This looks like it's going to be north of Willard. This looks like it's going to be north of Stratford. So I know that we have a tornado warning in Greene County. Not concerned for Springfield at this time. It's north of that. Let's get the particulars on that. Tornado warning is for tennis ball-sized hail. It will be moving, Jamie, east at 30, so a little bit slower than the other warning that's happening to the north, but we now have 2 tornado warnings at this time. Both of them have been producing very large, consistent hail on them.
And we're going to go ahead and track out the circulation. So for residents in Dade County, you guys are under the gun right now. Looks like that circulation is located a little east of Greenfield, very close to Highway 160, and it will continue roughly along this corridor. And that will bring it into places like Walnut Grove here in about 20 minutes. Graydon Springs, about 8:06. So I'll clear that information off. But areas here in northern sections of Greene County, northwestern Greene County near the Walnut Grove area, southwestern Polk County up toward Aldrich, Morrisville, you guys are under a tornado warning. We're watching a storm right now in Dade County, just to the east of Greenfield. That storm tracking east at 40, and it looks like that tornado threat is going to kind of follow along with this. Again, it's another supercell thunderstorm, so we're getting some very large hail out of it too. Looks like it's going to follow kind of down Highway 160. Looks like the tornado threat will likely split areas between Dadeville and Everton. So
this should go across Stockton Lake. So it's north of Highway 60. That Stockton Lake just barely reaches, just stops before 160. Should go across that southern port and into Dadeville. So that's the area that we're tracking that rotation. starting to tighten up, especially in the last couple scans. So 2 areas of concern right now.
Yeah, so west of Walnut Grove right now, that's where we're most concerned right now. Looking at our radar view, here's Walnut Grove. This is northwestern Greene County, southwestern Polk County, Dade County. You can see Highway 160 running east out of Greenfield. This is what we're looking at right here. It's that part of this radar image. That circulation is what we're kind of focused in on there. Very close to Highway 160. Again, tracking east at, I believe you had it east at 40, Matt?
East at 30.
East at 30.
The one to the north is east at 40. The one to the south, east at 30.
Okay, so I'm going to track that out one more time then. Again, kind of running down 160, and that will bring it to Walnut Grove, very close to Walnut Grove in about 25 minutes. So if you live in Walnut Grove, you've got about 25 minutes before a possible tornado is going to be in your area. You can see further west, these are 10-minute increments, so you're getting a feel for where the storm is going to be tracking over the next 30 minutes, and it looks like it will likely be getting into northwestern Greene County and southwestern Polk County in 15 to 20 minutes from now. This is the circulation that we're watching. It has tightened up here in the last scan strong enough where the Weather Service has decided to go ahead and issue a tornado warning for it. In addition to a possible tornado, we're very likely getting some very large hail. Kind of showing you that right now. It looks like that hail core is east of Greenfield, kind of running from Dadeville down to Everton. And we're probably getting hailstones of up to at least golf ball size. And Matt, what did the warning have it for? Up to?
I want to say tennis ball.
Tennis
so
ball
2.5 size hail.
Yeah.
Okay, we have some more images of hail. We'll go to that in a second. I want to focus on these kind of 2 tornado warnings. Also, Jamie, I've heard of some structural damage in Collins that would have been with the first tornado warning that we experienced. We'll kind of give a recap on that in just a second, but 2 tornado warnings right now. I do want to stress this is going to be moving north of Springfield, north of Willard. It looks like kind of in between Springfield and Bolivar. That's where that rotation is trying to move right now.
Yeah, and see on this radar image that Matt has up, you can see those 2 tornado warned storms. These are supercell thunderstorms. And these are the types of storms that can produce bigger tornadoes, longer-lived tornadoes. So we have concern about that. The lead supercell that we were tracking a little while back is here in the southern sections of Hickory County, still likely producing very large hail as it makes its way into northern Dallas County, north of Buffalo. These are the 2 storms, though, that we're concerned for tornadoes right now. There is still a circulation apparent on radar with the storm east of El Dorado Springs. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and swap out views. Hopefully this is updated for me and show you where these circulations are at this time. So we'll first focus in on the El Dorado Springs storm. And I know it looks a little bit messy right there. You can see it looks like we've got 2 areas of rotation. One here northeast of El Dorado Springs, and then another one here very close to Cedar Springs. That is the primary area of concern. Is that area there very close to Highway 39 and Highway 54. In fact, it looks like, looking at a different radar view that's updating a little bit faster, looks like the circulation is now located between Hackelman Corner and Blackjack, still very close to Highway 54. And we just got a new scan in right there, so I'm going to take that off. You can see it right here. You can see how that's kind of tightened up right there. This is where we may have a developing tornado east of Cedar Springs. So for residents from Cedar Springs west to El Dorado Springs up toward Tiffin, the tornado threat appears to be diminishing or ending. But here, very close to Cedar Springs, east of Cedar Springs, between Cedar Springs and Birdsong, approaching Blackjack from the west, it looks like we have maybe an intensifying circulation very close to W Highway and Highway 54. So we've got Hardyville located to the east. So here's Hardyville, Blackjack, Crooks Springs, Cedar Springs to the west. This is what we're watching right here. So here's Highway 54, W Highway, and it looks like that circulation is very close to Highway 54 or between W Highway and Highway 54, tracking east. That's going to bring it very close to the Blackjack area here in the next few minutes, and also very close to Hardeeville, and probably under 10 minutes from now as it continues east. So that's the storm that's moving across northern Cedar County. The other storm that we're looking at is further south into Dade County.
Both these storms have good rotation, Jamie. Both of them are trying to produce a tornado right now.
And so, yeah, looking at the one in Dade County, you can see right now that circulation appears to be, I'm looking at a different radar view. I want to
looks
make sure
along Highway 60 for me.
Highway
160.
Highway 160.
Highway 160.
Yeah, it looks like it's right there on top of Highway 160. This is east of Greenfield. So basically, you can, going back to this radar image, so Greenfield's over here. Here's Highway 160, and where it turns south, southwest of Dadeville, this is roughly where that circulation is. And I mean, we can see that on radar, just like we can see the circulation to the north with the storm that is now trucking across northern sections of Cedar County. I'm going to broaden out this view. So we've got two tornado-warned storms. I'm going to track this one out again. So it's located just west of Blackjack. In fact, just got a new scan in. I want to see what this thing looks like in the new scan. Looks like it's located right on top of...
Right on that intersection, Jamie, there's a four-way stop, and at that four-way stop, there's a little one-room church. Almost looks like a schoolhouse. That's right there on that corner. So that's, I guess, near Everton on 160, where that four-way stop happens. That's where the circulation is starting to form.
So yeah. So and Matt, you're talking about the
one in
Dade County?
Dade, yes, in Dade.
So, yeah,
that's the one I've been focusing on.
So okay, so we've got two storms that we're watching. One is in northern Cedar County. It's about to move into southeastern St. Clair. Pretty good looking circulation on that. And that, if I had to pinpoint it, it looks like it's very close to Blackjack. Maybe somewhere between Blackjack and Hardeeville is close to W Highway, very close to Highway 54, maybe just south of Highway 54. That is one circulation. That's tracking east. That should be moving through Blackjack right now. Will impact maybe areas around Hardeeville here shortly. So you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. The other circulation that we're tracking is in Dade County. This one is a little bit more broad, but it's still apparent on radar, and it's on Highway 160. That is, if I had to pinpoint exactly, basically right there where that turn is on 160 as it kind of hooks south. So right here, that circulation is roughly right about in here. So with that, it's moving east away from Greenfield, and it looks like it will stay to the south of Dadeville and north of Everton. So it's kind of split in the difference. Here's Dadeville, here's Everton. Looks like that circulation is going to cut right about through that area as it continues east across Dade County. For folks downstream, Walnut Grove, you guys are still kind of right there in that line where it looks like the tornado risk is going to be following over the next 20 minutes. So folks from Phoenix up to Walnut Grove, Graydon Springs, I mean, you guys in and around that area need to be taking shelter right now with a possible tornadic thunderstorm moving through over the next 10 to 20 minutes. And then we've got, again, our other storm that we're tracking up in, looks like that circulation is just about set. I think it already has, in fact, moved into St. Clair County. I think it's now located east of Blackjack. The image that we've got for folks to see, it's a little bit old, but it looks like that circulation is now located roughly about here. So here's Crook Spring, Blackjack. It looks like the circulation is now located right about in here, maybe near and just to the northeast of Blackjack, approaching Hardeeville. So for folks along Highway 54 in the Hardeeville area, again, you guys have a possible tornado that will be moving across your area, at least the circulation. And with that, at least, we're probably going to get some strong winds.
Jamie, the National Weather Service extending that tornado warning. That is now going into not quite Hermitage, but it is going to go into parts of Hickory County.
Yeah, so what we've seen is, I think, it's updated on air too.
So that includes Wablo.
So Wablo, you guys.
Collins is under there as well.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like this storm, the way it's tracking, it looks like it's going to tend to kind of move right down Highway 54 So here's Highway 54 running east toward Highway 13. Here's Wablo. Looks like this storm is going to continue to track roughly along Highway 54. So if you're watching from Gerster, Wablo, down toward Humansville, again, this is going to be the general zone that the part of the storm that might be producing a tornado is going to continue to track. And this is an area that's already had a tornado threat. That storm has moved east, and I'm going to switch out radar information.
That one also looks like it's trying to hook as well in El Dorado Springs. I've talked to our production team. There was a tornado warning that moved through this area earlier, west of Wablo and Collins. That's had some structural damage. They're trying to get pictures of that shown off. Whenever you guys get that, let's go ahead and show that off. I know you're working on it right now, but this is an area, the bigger takeaway is that they've seen large hail. They've also seen some damages as well, and another possible tornado is about to move back in, getting kind of that hook shape on it.
And
so,
Matt, this damage
Jamie,
photo
there's
that we're
those
showing.
pictures, yes.
So this is out of which community?
This would be in Collins, so just west of Wablo, St. Clair County. This was with that first kind of tornado warning that moved in, that came with that large hail. So that storm that moved in about 7 o'clock. And they have another one that's about to blow in through the town.
Yeah, and you can see, of course, the bricks that have been scattered on the ground. Looks like we've got some windows maybe blown out in this business. Looks like maybe some of the plywood that maybe have been on the
Looks
windows.
like the roof
looks
collapsed as well.
Yeah, it does, Matt. Yeah, I was looking in there.
that?
I didn't know exactly what I was looking at there, but yeah, it looks like maybe a roof collapse. This is an older building, but still looks like strong enough winds to cause what appears to be, as Matt said, a roof collapse. And that, you said, is in Collins?
That's in Collins. That was
In
around
Collins.
7 o'clock.
So again, just starting to get some photos of storm damage. That is a storm that had been tornado warned at the time. It's no longer tornado warned. In fact, the circulation, the low-level circulation is gone, but it's still producing some hail as it crosses Highway 65. We've still got two other storms that we're very concerned about. One moving across southeastern St. Clair County. Looks like the tornado threat. This is the one that has already moved through El Dorado Springs. And I'll focus back in. Looks like the tornado threat is now slipping across the county line. Looks like it's kind of clipping the county line there between St. Clair and Cedar. So if I had to, it looks like the circulation is west of Rookins. Trying to get some different highways to kind of pop in for me. Looks like 1425 Road. There's a cemetery, Preston Cemetery, that is very close to where the circulation is showing up on radar. The circulation is south of Blackjack and to the west of Rookins. Just looking at, actually, it looks like it's now, we've now seen that kind of shift. I just got a new scan in, so it looks like it's very close to the Birdsong area. So it looks like we've now seen. There's Blackjack. Maybe if I zoom in tight enough, we'll be able to see some of these. Yeah, there's Birdsong. So it looks like the circulation, and this is the image I'm showing is a little bit old, but what I'm seeing on a different radar view is it looks like that circulation is located now roughly about in this area, very close to J Highway and Birdsong, south of maybe a little south of Highway 54, and it's still tracking east. Looks like the tornado threat is moving away from the Blackjack area, and it has certainly ended in places like Hackleman Corner, up toward Crooks Spring. But areas east of Blackjack toward Birdsong, north of Rookins across Birdsong, here along J Highway, that is an area that's still under the gun for a possible tornado. And I'm going to go south, and we're going to take a look at that storm.
Jamie, while you give a look at that, I want to start issuing some clears because we've been having to bounce back and forth between those tornado warnings. If you're in Dade County, the worst of it has really started to move out, especially if you're in Lockwood. You can come out of shelter at this time. If you're in El Dorado Springs, I know you're still currently under that tornado warning. You're safe to move out. So those are two areas I think you're safe to get out of shelter at this time. But still, it looks like kind of this... the cell that's moving out of Dade County and into Polk County, that's going to try to slide in between Bolivar and Springfield along Highway 13. So that's that area that we're having to watch right now. And then, of course, that second tornado warning that's moving along Highway 54. So we're having to bounce back and forth between these two different areas, but at least want to issue those all cleared. If you're in Dade County, things are wrapping up for you.
Yeah, it looks like the tornado threat has shifted east of the Dadeville area. It's still west of Walnut Grove, though. So if you live in and around Walnut Grove, whether it's northwestern Greene County, southwestern Polk County, remain in your tornado safe space until we can give you the all clear. You're probably in those communities hearing some rattling outside, maybe thumps on the roof, and that is very likely hail, large hail. So I'm going to pop that back because that's one thing we have absolutely seen out of these storms is large hail. And you can see we've got our hail core now making its way into the Walnut Grove area. So we're going to see the hail sizes ramping up in Walnut Grove. Golf ball size, I think, is certainly within the realm of possibility, and maybe even up to tennis ball size. We have had reports of hail up to tennis ball size in other storms this evening, and my guess is that we may have some hailstones maybe approaching that size with this storm that is now starting to enter southwestern Polk County and northwestern Greene County. It does look like this storm will track to the north of Springfield. So I'm going to go back to our radar view so you can see that if you're watching from, say, Willard or Springfield or Republic, you can see here's where our radar site is. Here's Springfield, Willard. This storm is tracking like this. So again, this is where the danger is going to remain here, just to the north of Springfield, just to the north of Willard, kind of cutting across southern Polk County and clipping the northern edge of Greene County. Just kind of looking at our wind fields within that storm. I mean, you can see the hook. So here's our hail core right here. Actually, it's located right in here. You can see the hook with this storm. So that's what we're still tracking, but the wind fields aren't overly strong from what I can tell on radar. It looks like the circulation too with it, and it's a little strung out, extends from southeast to Dadeville into northwestern Greene County. So this is kind of a strung out circulation. I would guess it would probably be maybe tucked in a little bit tighter to where we have that little curve in the hook. But it looks like that is continuing now east of the Dadeville area, and we'll be getting into southwestern Polk County. I point out another thing. What's interesting on this radar image here, you can see this V shape. So what you're seeing, folks, when you see this, supercell thunderstorms produce this signature. And the updraft of this thunderstorm is so intense that we're seeing the elements that are falling within the storm, the rain, the hail, kind of blowing around the updraft of that thunderstorm. And you get this V signature on radar when you have these powerful supercell thunderstorms like we have in the case of the storm moving through Dadeville right now. Matt, any update from the Weather Service on that storm? Because the circulation is rather diffuse.
Yeah, so one update is you may have noticed they have that tornado warning, and then they have the severe thunderstorm warning that's going to include kind of just to the southeast of Stockton. There's two different hail cores in that. They're still wanting to ride this tornado warning for going into Polk County. The second thing I want to mention is I just had a picture get sent in from Arcadia Fire Department, and they're taking a picture kind of south of Collins, and there is a definite wall cloud, at least in this picture that was sent in about 5 minutes ago. So this is kind of a long Highway 54, definite wall cloud. You can see that
west of Wablo.
So that is west of Wablo, yes, a definite wall cloud in that area. The picture, of course, can't see at the surface because there's trees blocking it, but
so Matt, that's from 5 minutes ago. Is that of the storm that is tornado warned in that area right now?
Yes, that is the tornado warned storm. I think he took the picture from Collins, but he's looking towards the west, and you can see that base lowering.
And that makes sense because the circulation is still located to the west of Collins. Looks like it's a little south of Highway 54, just to the northeast of Kaplinger Mills and west of Collins. So yeah, if he's looking west, I mean, he's absolutely looking at probably is a wall cloud. I mean, this is a supercell thunderstorm, and we've had some other pictures sent in of a storm that kind of preceded this one that very clearly had a wall cloud with it. So as we said already, these wall clouds are oftentimes a precursor to tornado development. You're looking for that, and then when you see that, you're like, uh-oh, this thing might start to produce a tornado. So we've got eyes on that storm, eyes on the low levels of that storm to see if it is trying to produce a tornado. There's still a signature on radar, still a signature of a fairly strong circulation. In fact, I'll go ahead and let's pop on our velocity data again and see what that looks like. Looks like the circulation is located very close to Highway 54. If I had to pinpoint it exactly, I think it's probably tucked in just to the south of Highway 54. So this image that I'm showing on air right now looks to be as current as we've got. And this is the area that we're watching right here. That's east of Blackjack to the west-southwest of Collins. So again, we had that picture sent in. We had someone looking west from Collins, likely looking at this feature right here, which is generating a wall cloud. There's still a relatively tight circulation right there, kind of lined up. Because what I'm showing you on television right now, I'm just showing you one slice of the thunderstorm, the lowest slice that I can show you. But we actually can take a look at the volume of a lot of this thunderstorm, and higher up, you can see that circulation extending up into the thunderstorm. So that is the image that, Matt, is that the image that you were taking a look at earlier?
Yeah, in Collins.
In Collins. So,
oh, no, that's actually a different one. That's
okay.
a different image. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know where this is exactly, if my producer can tell me.
That looked like a wall cloud too.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same type of thing. I'm actually kind of looking on our downtown camera, spinning that around, trying to identify this storm, and thankfully I'm not seeing anything in Springfield, which is good. So,
good.
But man, it is not far from us. Another wall cloud, someone's saying, looks like in the Polk County area. This one I don't know if I can confirm this, but yeah, a lot of pictures starting to come in, Jamie, and
well,
it's the scary part is we're starting to run out of daylight, and when you start to run out of daylight, we're going to have some rain-wrapped tornadoes that are happening in the dark. That's a recipe for some really nasty things to form up. Yeah,
and you were talking about where's this picture out of? It gets a little bit confusing because we've had some locations that have been hit twice by supercell thunderstorms, twice by storms that have been capable of producing a tornado, twice by storms that have been producing very large hail. So sometimes you get a photo in and it's like, which storm are we looking at? Is this an old photo or is this a current photo? So it does get a little bit confusing. Now, right now on radar, I'm showing you the storm that is coming into southwestern. It's actually into southwestern Polk County. It looks like the worst of it, and in regard to hail, is in southwestern Polk County. It's located right about in here. This is where the hail core is. You can see Highway 123, Walnut Grove, looking west. You can see that big sea of green right there. What I don't see is a very tight circulation. I mean, we've got some broad rotation right here, and this is very close to our radar here in Springfield. So we're actually sampling the storm at about 350 feet off the ground. So with that, if there was a tornado, we should be able to see that circulation. But we are also seeing that there is at least still broad rotation, and this is a supercell thunderstorm in an environment that can continue to produce. So, I think that tornado warning is going to probably remain just out of prudence, just because the conditions are there, and we're going to kind of wait and see if this thing's going to try to tighten up. The circulation was tighter when it was in Dade County versus now. If you live in, say, Morrisville, Pleasant Hope, looks like this storm is going to be tracking through your area, and at the very least, I believe that you will be getting hail. In fact, it looks like hail now in the Graydon Springs area, probably up to golf ball size at least, maybe even larger. And that hail core, and you can see it right there, that hail core is going to be moving into Morrisville and then likely into Brighton and then into the Pleasant Hope area or north of Pleasant Hope as that storm continues to track east. The storm further north, you can see we've still got a pocket of hail with what had been a tornado-warned storm. This is southeast of Preston, northeast of Urbana, and we've still got a pretty good hail core also with this storm located west of Wablo. That's the other tornado-warned storm that we've been tracking here recently. And I'm going to go ahead and put the velocity data back on to see what that looks like. And you know, when I look at this, I'm not like, whoa, it's not overly strong, but there's still at least a broad circulation that's being sampled by radar. We're hitting that storm in this lowest scan that we're showing you on television. We're hitting that storm at about 1,600 feet.
And
so
we have had pictures of wall clouds on both of these tornado warnings. So I also want to mention, Jamie, that confirmed tornado that's in Kansas, getting closer to the state line, still about, I don't know, 45 minutes away until it gets into Missouri, but that has been producing tornado activity for, gosh, the last 90 minutes. So this kind of confirmed tornado that's now east of Independence, getting closer to Missouri, going to eventually look like it goes towards Carthage area. So that's another storm that we have to watch out. And taking a step back, there's even more storms that are happening in Oklahoma as well. So most of this activity has been contained for north of I-44, but it is expected to sag down over the next couple hours, Jamie.
So Matt, what I've done while you were giving folks that information, I've popped up instability, and then I'm overlaying it with the radar information. And I think this can kind of tell the tale as to what's happening. So we have generally a warm front located in this area. And further east, the air near the surface is drier and drier. We've got dew points that fall off into the upper 50s once you get into places like Lebanon. Now, further west, there is a lot of instability here in southeast Kansas and northeast Oklahoma, where we have tornado-warned storms right now. A warm front is often a hot spot for severe weather. The winds tend to turn more near the surface. That helps to give that boost to not only produce supercell thunderstorms, but also to produce low-level circulations that can turn into tornadoes. So as these storms are crossing over that boundary, we see them intensify, we see them produce very large hail, we see them try to produce tornadoes, and then once they get further east, like this storm right here, this is the one that we were tracking earlier this evening. Once they get further east, they run into a more stable environment. So, and I'll slide that over and take that radar information off. You see the green right here. This is, you've got a fair amount of instability here, and then the instability falls off with eastward extent. So as the storms push east into that environment, it's less favorable. It's more hostile. And I think the tendency will be for these storms, at least initially this evening, to weaken as they push further east. Now, the storms coming out of southeast Kansas and northeast Oklahoma, I mean, they're developing in what is really a ripe spot for severe weather. And you can see we've still got a pretty good reservoir of instability over southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas. So, you know, our concern is that, and I'll put radar back up, our concern is that we are going to see these storms in southeast Kansas and northeast Oklahoma maintain themselves at least long enough to present a severe weather risk into southwest Missouri and then maybe eventually into northwest Arkansas. So we've got two tornado-warned storms that we're tracking right now. There's a lead cell that was tornado-warned. It has since weakened, still producing some hail. These two tornado-warned storms so far have not exhibited a strong low-level circulation. Good news there. But further west, you can see we've got some other storms that will continue east into our area. And another thing that I haven't said, what's going to happen as we work into the evening hours, the overall environment here in southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas is going to become more favorable for tornadoes. We're going to see our dew points go up. We're also going to see the wind fields, the low-level wind fields especially, ramping up as we push deeper into the evening hours. I think Matt has some photos that he wants to go over.
Jamie, I kind of want to provide a recap. Now's a good time to look at what's happening in Springfield. We have the rumbles of thunder that are starting to come in. This is our downtown camera. We're trying to look off into the northeast, and every once in a while, you'll start to see some flashes with it. But this is a very heavy precipitation supercell that's just to the north of Greene County, moving in Polk County. This is going to be a rain-wrapped tornado if we do get a funnel to form. You're not going to be able to see the tornado as it approaches. You will have no warning. It will drop on top of you. I'd like to kind of look at some of the damages and hail photos if we can do that. And while we pull this up, Shane, if you can do me a favor, try to pull up the Ozark baseball camera. We'll go to that after these hail pictures. But here was baseball-sized hail that happened over in Humansville. Let's look at the other pictures, especially This was that wall cloud that was forming as well, and it's just a beast of a system that's starting to move in. And we're not talking about a spin-up tornado. If something forms, this is going to be something that can produce some good damage, possibly the strongest tornadoes that we have seen throughout this season. Let's go to the next picture if we do have it. I'd like to try to get to the damage pictures in Collins as well. That's another thing I would like to try to pull up. Here was the damage that happened over in Collins. Now, granted, it looks like an older building, so I don't know how much the weather kind of helped it fall apart, but you're seeing the bricks being torn apart, and one building, it also looked like the roof was able to collapse in. This was with the thunderstorm that moved in around 7 o'clock. Now there's another tornado warning that just moved through the Collins area, and it's been this tornado threat, the fast winds and the large hail. We have gotten multiple reports of windshield shattering hail as well. Let's go back to this 3x3 camera to pull up the shot that's happening over in Ozark. Before you could kind of make out that mesocyclone, look at that lightning flash that's moving in. It is staying quiet right now for areas south of I-44. If you're watching from Springfield, if you're watching from Ozark, if you're watching from Nixa, you'll still have that chance of active weather for tonight, but right now, not a whole lot of activity. It will continue to sag. We're looking at storms for tonight. They can linger well past sunset. We're looking at more storms that can develop Monday in that late afternoon to evening hour. Once again, those can become supercells. They can produce some large hail like what we've seen and produce some powerful tornadoes. And we still have a tornado threat on Tuesday until we can fully wrap things done. So we're just now starting off this tornado threat. It's multiple days of active weather that we have to get back through. Here's that tornado damage that happened in St. Clair County that I was talking about earlier, that you had that roof kind of collapse in. Granted, this is an older building, so the weather kind of helped finish it off, but the impacts of this is a very powerful system, Jamie.
Yeah, and what I wanted to do, you were talking about like the storm threat over the next few days. This is going to be a multi-day severe weather event. So this evening, and I'll move this a little bit over so that it's not in the way, you can see where our tornado watches are currently. They're over southern Missouri. They extend into northwest Arkansas, into the Bentonville and Fayetteville area. This is through this evening. I think we're probably going to see these watches get extended past midnight tonight because the severe weather threat isn't going to just shut down. Even though we're getting past sunset and it's getting dark outside, and it's likely going to cool off a little bit. You can see big cluster of thunderstorms here. These are the two tornado-warned storms. We've got tornado-warned storms also off to the west. Now, let's take a look at the next day. This is the outlook for tomorrow. And you can see the severe weather risk is weighted toward the east here over our eastern counties. This is an enhanced risk. And that risk does extend west all the way to I-49. It may be a case tomorrow where these storms develop here, and then they're going severe as they're crossing Highway 65, and then they're maturing, and they're turning into the monsters that we're seeing this evening in parts of our area, capable of producing very large hail and a risk of tornadoes, along with some wind. Now, that's day 2. That's Monday. Here's a look at Tuesday. Now, at this point, the Storm Prediction Center has that severe weather risk weighted toward the south, toward Arkansas. But just looking at the model information that's come in today, what we're going to be watching is for an area of low pressure to develop on a front, a warm front that will be lifting back to the north, area of low pressure tracking from west to east across southern Missouri, and that will very likely ramp up the severe weather potential. Even though we're just looking at a marginal risk right now, we're still a few days out, and I think we're going to see that risk ramp up as we get closer to Tuesday.
To add on what you're saying, the models today really like the idea of those storms getting closer to the state line, if not getting closer to I-44 on Tuesday. So, yeah, the takeaway is we got storms for tonight. It's been quiet for a lot of people, but we're just starting off, a 72-hour window of active weather.
Yeah, and Matt, I don't know if Weather Service is talking about the storm up in southeastern St. Clair County, but it does look like that circulation is not only weakened, it looks like maybe the outflow has undercut where the circulation would be. So hopefully that's what that means is if that's happening, that the tornado threat is diminishing with that particular thunderstorm. Again, we're going to be watching those trends. There's the other tornado warned storm that is currently, it's located in southwestern Polk County.
Yes, that tornado warning has just been extended, the one to the south. I think you are right, the one to the north that's moving in by Collins. I'm seeing pictures of that getting sent in well-defined, just cumulonimbus, well-defined mesocyclone. Not seeing a lowering of that base along Highway 54 near Wablo. So no questions, you have a very powerful thunderstorm. I think that tornado threat for that northern tornado warning that's about to move into Wablo, that's starting to weaken, but the one that's moving across Polk County still on the table.
Yeah, and like Matt said, I mean, that warning did get extended further east. It now covers areas like Bolivar and Pleasant Hope and Halfway. The circulation, we can see it on radar. I'm kind of zoomed out a little bit. We're going to kind of zoom in. You can see it's located a little southwest of Morrisville. This is what it looks like on radar right now, on reflectivity. And you can see, I mean, when you see something like that on radar, you're like, uh-oh, we may have a tornado trying to develop. So we've got a very clear hook right here. Here's Morrisville. It looks like there is a circulation located roughly here. So again, I think out of caution, we're just going to continue to ride this storm and kind of wait and see how this thing behaves. Right now, it appears that there's still evidence of a little bit of a circulation there, and I'm going to...
Jamie, sirens going off in Bolivar, as they should be. If you are in Bolivar, you need to be taking shelter from this, especially if you're south of Bolivar as well. That's where it looks like most of this rotation is going to be. But if you are in Bolivar, and especially south of Bolivar, kind of in between Bolivar and Brighton, you need to be getting into shelter right now. This is moving slower, so it's moving east at about 25. That does not diminish the tornado chances, but it does give people a little bit more time. Earlier, this was moving west at 40 miles, or east at 40 miles per hour. Now it's moving east at 25, so slowing down a bit.
Yeah, and then just right now, Matt was kind of zoomed in on that storm, so we're looking at the wind fields. Here's Graydon Springs, Eudora, Walnut Grove. Looks like the tornado threat has ended for the Walnut Grove area. It continues, though, for areas further east. This is... You can see the circulation it's kind of strung out. I mean, we don't have a real tight circulation showing up. These are inbound winds toward the radar site here in Springfield. These are the outbound winds. So we've still got a broad circulation located roughly there, here near Graydon Springs, maybe just east of Graydon Springs. This is south of Highway 215. That is going to continue to track. I believe is it tracking east at 25?
East at 25, yes.
East at 25. So I'm going to go ahead. We're going to
also for golf ball sized hail. So the
Okay.
National Weather Service taking down it was previously tennis ball, and now that's down to golf ball. So we got a better sports ball sized hail.
Yes, and again, so just want to track this out one more time. So looks like it's going to be tracking through the Morrisville area, very close to Morrisville, 8:30, so roughly 8 minutes or so from now. Cedar Vista, if you live in and around Cedar Vista, you could see Highway 13 running north up through that area. It looks like it'll move through the Cedar Vista area in about 15 minutes or so from now. For Pleasant Hope residents, the circulation may stay just to your north, but it looks like it'll pass by just to your north. If it stays on its current trajectory, it'll pass by just to your north in about 25 to 30 minutes. It looks like we're getting a new scan in right there. You just got a new scan in. Again, I'm not seeing anything that's just jumping out at me that we've got a tornado developing. We do have still a broad circulation. I'm looking off camera at a different radar that's updating a little bit faster. I just want to see if there's any evidence as we're hitting that storm higher and higher up in the storm. The circulation is there. It's a deep circulation throughout the storm, but close to the ground, and we're able to see what's going on about 300 plus feet off the surface. I'm not seeing a tight circulation. So I think this may be a case where what we're trying to do with this warning that has just been issued for southern Polk County and in northeastern Greene County, I think what we're trying to do is just ride this storm. It's a supercell. Ride it to see if it does try to re-intensify, if the circulation tries to re-intensify, and that risk of a tornado ramps back up. So tornado warning remains in effect for residents from Bolivar south down to just south of the county line in the northernmost Greene County, east all the way to halfway across Pleasant Hope, not quite to Highway 65. But if you live where the tornado warning is, just out of precaution, get into your tornado safe space. until this storm can pass your area. Now, further west over toward Walnut Grove, looks like the tornado threat has ended for your community. The tornado threat is now east of you. Up toward Aldrich, still getting some heavy rainfall. That's still a little area to watch. I mean, you can kind of see on the back end of this thing, it looks like we've got like a little bit of a hook right there. And there may be a little bit of a circulation right there just to the southwest of Aldrich. So that's another little area to kind of focus in on, but it doesn't look overly strong. Now, shifting our gears further north, you can see we've still got this tornado warning storm that is now getting into the Wablo area. And I'm looking again off camera at a different radar view. There is still a circulation. I mean, I can see it. It's south of Highway 54, just south of Wablo. And you can see that hook right there. So here's Wablo. It looks like that circulation is located right about in here. So it's east of Highway 13, and it's tracking maybe a little north of east. It looks like it will stay just to the south of Wablo, but residents, especially south of Wablo, down toward Flemington, in that area between Wablo and Flemington, or roughly this area right in here, this is where that tornado risk is going to be passing through over the next 5 minutes. This storm was moving a little bit faster than the one to the south, so tracking it out, it's like moving, I think, 40 off to the east. That is going to bring it into the Elkton area in about 10 minutes. So if you live in Elkton, you've got about 10 minutes to prepare for a possible tornado. Further northeast up toward Galmi, roughly 15 to 20 minutes you've got to prepare for a possible tornado. And then over toward Preston, looks like in about 30 minutes, the storm should be moving through your area. Roughly about a half an hour from now, you'll see that severe thunderstorm moving through. And I think at the very least, even though that's outside of the tornado warning, at the very least, there is going to be a risk of large hail with that storm as it moves through places like Preston. I do still see a fairly tight circulation here south of Wablo to the northwest of Flemington. And again, that's what we're tracking right now. We've not gotten, and I'm going to take a look, not seeing anything new out of the Weather Service office in regard to either one of those storms. So I don't have any new information to pass along there. I can say that with these storms this evening, so far we haven't had confirmation, whether it's from radar or from a spotter on the ground. We haven't gotten confirmation of a tornado touchdown. What we have gotten confirmation of, because we've seen the photos, we have gotten confirmation of very large hail, damaging large hail with these storms, and also some structural damage in the Collins area from strong winds of some kind that blew through earlier. It looks like maybe a roof collapsed in one of the, I'm guessing probably one of the downtown buildings. Looks like maybe a roof collapsed. There was some debris kind of scattered into a back alley, some bricks and stuff. So there's been some spotty damage that we've seen out of these storms, along with a lot of reports of very large hail.
Jamie, you're talking about the tornado warning along 54, going back down to the tornado warning that's along Highway 13 south of Bolivar. A couple of chasers on this. We actually have our weather watcher, Brian Dupree. He's out chasing this as well. I told him if he sees anything, call in and we can kind of get an insight from him. But one of the feeds I'm looking from a chaser, it is ominous. It's dark outside right now, and whenever there's a flash of lightning, you can start to see a wall cloud that's being illuminated behind this. So
where are we looking at?
Over in Brighton. This is where this chaser is, and
okay. This looks like it's our downtown camera.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking on a different thing off on a different screen. I have a chaser pulled up where I can't show it off on air, but from what the chaser is kind of showing is he's seeing dark clouds, and then whenever there's a lightning strike, it starts to illuminate a wall cloud.
And Matt, you can see that little appendage there to the east of Walnut Grove.
That's right where to be.
That would roughly be where, if there's a tornado trying to develop, it's probably going to be right there in that spot.
That's a skinny hook too. You know, it's you don't want to rule it out because it's trying to produce at this time, but.
The reason why I'm a little hesitant to say that anything is happening with this is because it's so close to the Springfield radar. I mean, it's literally, we're able to sample that storm just a few hundred feet off the ground. So, I mean, we should be seeing what those winds are doing. If there were a tornado, we should be able to see what those winds are doing very close to the surface. And right now, those winds look relatively weak. There is still, I mean, it looks like it's now moved into the Morrisville area, or roughly very close to Morrisville. Looks like there's still evidence of at least a weak circulation near Morrisville tracking along with this storm. That is west of Brighton, and that's the area you were talking about, Matt. When you get these lightning flashes, you can see that base lowering.
Yeah, very dark. And this is tornadoes at night twice as deadly as tornadoes during the day, and it's because people don't see them coming. And really the only indication we have of that wall cloud, only indication we have visually if there's a tornado or not, is when lightning starts to illuminate the clouds, and you can see that lowering of a base.
The storm further north, Matt, too, I mean, we're still watching that one. It's still tornado warned. It looks like the circulation is now a little north of Flemington, south of Wablo. Looks like it is approaching Elkton, and I would put it, let me see, I'm looking at a different radar view. I'm going to put it at about, it looks like it's about 4.5 miles or so to the west of Elkton. Northwest-southwest of Elkton. So again, we're still tracking a circulation with that particular thunderstorm as well. Looking at the wind fields, let's see if anything kind of jumps out when I switch over. I mean, you can see this is what we're tracking. You can see that area right there. That's the area of rotation here between Wablo and Flemington. It's now east of, I believe that's, which highway am I looking at there? 123. It's still a little west of Highway 83, west of Elkton. So again, still tracking a circulation that appears to be located roughly between Wablo and Flemington. It's now east of Highway 123, and it is approaching Elkton from the west. So if you live in and around Elkton, you need to be taking precautions for a possible tornado as the circulation rolls through here in probably under the next 5 to 10 minutes. In addition to that, we've still got pockets of very large hail. Let's take a look at that as we switch out. You can see here over Wablo, looks like the hail sizes have come down. That's a sign that the storm may be weakening. We've still got, it looks like maybe hail up to quarter size in the Wablo area. Looks like we've got maybe a new hail core back toward Kaplinger Mills. Decent hail with that, and a stronger hail core with this storm that is cutting through the Morrisville, Brighton area. Looks like hail is just to the west of Pleasant Hope and Goodnight. Hail, I do expect it to be hailing right now in Brighton, maybe up to golf ball size, and I think we're going to see that hail core move across southeastern sections of Polk County. So it's going to get into the Pleasant Hope area. So at the very least, in and around Pleasant Hope, you're going to get some hail out of this thing. As far as tornado potential, as I swap back out with just taking a look at the wind fields there, again, when you look at this, if you were just standing back going, hey, where is the tornado threat, that's hard to pull out because it's not very well organized right now. But the warning does remain in effect. It looks like that circulation, if we've still got one, is going to be located pretty close to Morrisville. I mean, that's kind of like right there where that appendage, and I'll go back over to a different radar view. So you can see that little appendage. This is where the hail is falling. We've got this little appendage right there, the little hook, and there's still some sign of a circulation right about in here over the Morrisville area, right on top of Highway 215. That will continue to track east. Looks like it'll be crossing Highway 13 shortly. And then I think based on where the storm is located, I think we're going to see the worst of it, worst of the tornado potential at least, stay maybe just north of Brighton and Goodnight. Pleasant Hope, you're maybe a little bit closer to the track, but I think we're going to see it stay just to the north of Brighton. Just got a new scan in. That still looks kind of messy. Let's go over to our velocity data, see if that got updated. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of a messy view that we got here.
Jamie, I
of
know
the storm.
nothing's jumping out at you at velocity, but I just got a report from Morrisville about golf ball-sized hail. So still producing good-sized hail, still producing some really good thunderstorms and rain in that area. Getting some good hail at this time. Just having a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Benton, Cedar, Hickory, Polk, St. Clair County, and that comes with a tornado possible tag. So my indication of this is kind of that tornado warning that was along Highway 54 around Collins and Wablo and Hermitage. National Weather Service, I don't believe they want to continue this downstream with another tornado warning. Rather, they want to have just go with a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. So I think they're wanting to kind of get people out of shelters in those locations and let things progress. And if something tightens back up, they will issue another tornado warning in that area.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, there's still a trackable circulation here west of Elkton. Here's Elkton. You can see it located back here. I mean, that's what we're watching. It's grown weaker with time. And then further south, I mean, I feel like that circulation is actually more apparent than what's going on with the cell further south that's in the Morrisville area. And, as I'm saying that the circulations appear to be weaker, that doesn't take away from the fact that, yes, these are still dangerous thunderstorms, still capable of producing a tornado, and still very capable of producing dangerous, large to potentially very large hail. Matt did mention in the Morrisville area a report of some hail up to golf ball size, and just got a new scan in, and I would say that circulation is, I don't know, it's very messy.
Yeah.
And I'm going to swap out radar view. So, I mean, just looking structurally at this thunderstorm, you can see, I mean, this is still a supercell. This is the hook right here. So it looks like the tornado threat is now east of Morrisville. And it looks like it's maybe right on top of Highway 13 north of Brighton. That appears to be where that circulation would be centered. The circulation itself is not very strong, but it's still observable. So I think, again, just based on the representation on radar, I think the folks at the Weather Service office are probably just going to kind of stay with it and see how it behaves here in future scans. The storm further north, up in the Wablo area, still circulation apparent to the west of Elkton, maybe a little west-northwest of Elkton. And looks like that will continue to track east just south of Highway 54. And it looks like it should be getting into areas south of Hermitage here shortly. So yeah, as Matt said, maybe the trade-off is they're going to drop, and I'll broaden this out so you can see what I'm talking about. Matt was talking about how they've issued a new severe thunderstorm warning downstream for these storms, and it does come with a tornado possible tag, meaning we're losing that higher degree of certainty that this thing could produce a tornado, and because of that, we're going with a severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado possible tag. So the storm may be losing some punch as it pushes east, but it's still producing heavy rain, lots of lightning, gusty winds, I'm sure, and very large hail.
2.5-inch hail, so that's tennis ball sized hail. That part has not changed. They still have confidence in this being a big hail producer.
And Matt, so what's happened is that lead storm in the Wablo area, we've been tracking that. We've got another one on its heels, separate storm. This is west of Humansville, so this is, and it does fall in the tornado warning. There is a little bit of a circulation with that, so this is a developing severe thunderstorm here to the west-southwest of Wablo. So here's the storm we've been focused on. Here's a new one that's developing between Kaplinger Mills and Humansville, and very likely getting some large hail with that one, maybe up to quarter or golf ball size. Man, any additional pictures coming in?
I don't have any that I can show off on air, but I appreciate the people we put out on our Facebook. If you're seeing, if you go to our Facebook, Ozarksfirst, we've asked if anyone's seeing any hail, if you're seeing any damage pictures, to please post it there. There's been a lot of people that have done that. I appreciate it so much. That's a way that you can get your picture off on air and a way to kind of get us a gauge of just how bad it is happening out there. We have heard of some damages that have happened in the Collins area. That's the only place I've heard of any substantial, especially structural damage. I imagine some minor damage to trees and also of course, damages to a lot of windshields today with those big hailstones. You're looking at one of them that was sent in earlier at El Dorado Springs. That's what just flashed up on your screen. So a whole lot of hail has been really peppering in. Another severe thunderstorm warning, Jamie, issued for Miller and Marys County. This also comes with a tornado possible tag.
And that's that line segment that went across Benton County.
That's that same one, that this has been not quite tornadic. This hasn't, I don't think it ever had a tornado warning on it, but at times was really starting to tighten up. There's that picture of baseball-sized hail as well, and appreciate everyone who's been sending those in. Look at that. They're using their boot for size comparison. If you are going to send in hail pictures, please use some type of object, whether if the ruler is a best case thing, but if you don't have a ruler, grab something that we know what the size of. That's money, that's, I don't know, I saw someone use a can of chewing tobacco earlier for us to kind of gauge how big one of these sizes are, but you're seeing that baseball-sized hail as well. A lot of people with these massive, massive hailstorms. This is what you get when you have these supercell tornadoes, Jamie. For so much of spring, all of our tornado threats have been quick spin-up tornadoes that are doing EF0 or EF1 damage. These are supercells that are capable of providing some large damage. You're seeing some of this damage. This happened in St. Clair County in Collins. Granted, it's an older building, I know that, but the winds were able to knock off, and it looked like it was able to cave that roof in there. Another hail picture about golf ball-sized hail that happened over in Humansville earlier today. So most of these storms still trying to produce large hail. Thankfully, the tornado threat is slowly wrapping up. The tornado warning that we had along Highway 54, the National Weather Service is going to let that expire. I believe that expires in less than 4 minutes.
It's gone now.
So that one is gone. We don't have to worry about that. Just one tornado warning. That one has been moving through Polk County, and we've seen at times that has tried to produce a hook, and we still have that little bit of an appendage on it, but the velocity there is very messy. If we have anything, Jamie, I've been watching some chasers in that area, and
there's a chaser very close to halfway,
From what I can tell, there's been a wall cloud, but I don't see anything getting down to the surface. It's hard because you can only see something when a big old lightning flash illuminates the night sky.
Yeah, and you know, as I'm looking here at just the wind fields within the storm, golly, it is super messy. And so again, they've allowed the further or more northerly storm, the one that was getting into Hickory County. They've gone ahead and let that warning expire. So this is our only tornado warned storm in our area at this moment. Now, some of these other thunderstorms, which are under severe thunderstorm warnings, they do come with the tornado possible tag, and that's just a heads up. Watching it closely, and we're still eyeballing these storms to see if maybe they're going to try to re-intensify, or we see that low-level circulation get stronger that would trigger another tornado warning. But currently, this is the only tornado-warned storm in our area. You can see the storm is located over southern Polk County. Matt, what time does that warning run till?
The southern tornado warning?
Yeah.
I'll pull that up for you. But, Jamie, I want you to widen that view. Let's look at that tornado that has been over in Kansas. The National Weather Service says, hey, they're going to extend that. So that will probably take it up to the state line, if not into the state line of Missouri. So there's going to be a new tornado warning for that very soon.
So it's this cell that Matt's talking about. This
and that
is south
has
of
produced
Parsons.
a confirmed tornado for so much of tonight. That one is still slugging and coming our way. It was east of Independence. It's getting closer to Highway 69, eventually going to spill into Missouri. So we're going to, I think, get into a momentary lull in activity, but we're still not done for tonight. There's going to be some more thunderstorms and even just the tornadoes that are about to come in from Kansas.
And so, Matt, what I've got here, let me see if I can find this. I can show model data, like one of the models that we kind of rely on. Let me see if I can find where it is. Maybe it's up here. There it is. So this is model data for tonight. This is it's a model that does a really good job at showing where thunderstorms are going to be, and then the intensity of those thunderstorms. So this is right now, and we're going to take you through time. There's 10:30. So the storms that are right now in southeast Kansas expected to be into southwest Missouri by 10:30. And then from there, you can see these storms, they continue to sort of rake southwest Missouri. That's 1:15 in the morning. And then they're continuing east across our eastern counties. And notice that individual look to these storms. So this is model data. This isn't reality. It's just it's a concept of how it will look at 4 o'clock in the morning. And you can see these individual thunderstorms, likely severe, possibly with some tornado potential, and we've still got storms back in southeast Kansas. And that activity will continue. Again, that's 4 o'clock in the morning, 5, let's take you through 6. So it looks like we get into a lull tomorrow morning, but maybe not until after sunrise. And then later in the day, I can't take you that far, that's only through 8:40, but later in the day, there will be another round of severe weather that's going to unfold in our area. And it will come with a risk, just like we've seen this evening, very large hail and also a tornado risk. So, you know, we're going to be under the gun again. I think that for folks that are like, hey, when are we going to get a breather from this? It's probably going to be closer to sunrise. I think tomorrow morning will be fairly quiet, and then we're going to see another round of severe weather tomorrow afternoon into the evening. I don't expect that to be an overnight round. And then we may see another round of severe weather Tuesday that may continue into the early evening hours. So we've got multiple days where we're going to be tracking this very kind of thing that we're dealing with this evening, these tornado-warned storms that have been producing also very, very large hail. Going back to, we'll take you back to reality. This is what it looks like right now on radar. And Matt, you were talking about that tornado possible tag with the storms coming into Miller and Marys. Well, now there's a tornado warning south of Columbia. You could see that there near the Jeff City area. So we were tracking this through Benton and then Morgan and then Miller and Marys, and now it's prompted a tornado warning in the Jeff City area. These are storms, one right here near Camdenton, another cluster of storms back here near Hermitage and west of Hermitage that have had tornado warnings but are now weaker. And the tornado risk appears to have waned, but they're still capable of producing strong winds and especially hail. That's one thing we have seen a lot of with these stronger storms late this afternoon and now this evening. Not only large hail, but in some cases very large hail up to tennis ball size. As far as the immediate severe weather threat, we've talked about what's coming out of southeast Kansas, but we've still got this tornado-warned storm southeast of Bolivar. It looks like maybe a pair of thunderstorms. We've got this one that we've been tracking, and then there's an extension off to the west into the Bolivar area. All of this is likely producing some hail. And as far as the risk of a tornado, I'm not seeing anything jumping out at me. The overall wind fields look very, very messy now. In fact, you can see we've got still a little bit. Here's halfway, Pleasant Hope. We've still got this hook. I mean, you can see that. But then when I pop on velocity data, when I pop on the winds, and you'll see what I'm talking about, it's messy. I mean, there's nothing that really, really jumps out. As for, you know, if we really got to kind of hone in on an area to watch, it's probably going to be tied to that hook that we're still looking at that's still visible on radar east of Highway 13. So areas between Pleasant Hope and Van, that appears to be where if there's a tornado risk, it appears that it'd be focused in that area. So Van and Pleasant Hope, here's that hook that we're watching. This is what's tracking east. And we'll go ahead and do that. This storm was moving east at about 25, and that's going to bring it into Dallas County here shortly. So there we go. That's going to bring it into southwestern Dallas County in about 15 to 20 minutes from now. So Schofield looks like it'll be in that area close to 9 o'clock this evening. I'll take this information off. If you are watching from Buffalo down to Charity, you're on that kind of the eastern edge of this severe thunderstorm warning. This storm is going to impact you. Now, I'm not going to say it's going to impact you with a tornado, but it will impact you with heavy rain, lightning, and probably some hail. As far as hail sizes, I would guess we've still got, it looks like we've still got the risk of maybe golf ball size, possibly a little larger, maybe up to ping pong ball size, north of Pleasant Hope. So roughly near Schofield is where that is happening. So I can go ahead and swap this out show you where that hail core is right now. And this is where we're very likely getting hail up to at least golf ball size. So between Pleasant Hope and Schofield, this is going to be tracking into Dallas County. So areas further east, Red Top. Yeah, I think you guys are going to very soon have to contend with some hail. Initially, the hail may start off rather small, but there's going to be some potential that we could see golf ball size hail getting into communities like Red Top here shortly, and then maybe even further east toward Charity if the storm continues to maintain itself the way it has. As for the tornado potential, again, we're still eyeballing that hook that's north of Pleasant Hope. There's still evidence there of a weak circulation. Matt, you got something?
I want to show you this picture, Jamie. This is a wall cloud in Pleasant Hope. That's from our weather watcher, Brian Dupree. So he's in that area, definite wall cloud. I know in velocity it's not jumping out as the most intense thing, but we're still seeing some signs of tornado trying to form, still seeing kind of that almost hook trying to hang down north of Pleasant Hope. That picture, Jamie, about 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago.
So,
and it looks like maybe the hail sizes too are coming up on that storm. We may have hail in excess of golf ball size, maybe once again trying to approach tennis ball size. This would be north of Pleasant Hope, south of Halfway, and that's going to be pushing into southwestern Dallas County. So at the very least, damaging hail with this storm and even the possibility of a tornado. Still can see the hook there north of Pleasant Hope, and on velocity, as we swap out that view, again, it doesn't jump out at you, but it appears, and I've got to clear out some information over here, it appears that there's still, you can still see at least some loose evidence of like maybe a circulation right here. So here's Pleasant Hope, running north out of Pleasant Hope. That is, trying to get that information there. That is H Highway running north out of Pleasant Hope. It looks like that circulation is very close to H Highway. And I see that there's also a chaser in the vicinity of where that circulation would be. So, Matt, you can kind of check that and see if you've seen anything.
Yeah, I'm keeping eyes on it. It's hard to tell because I'm only getting a look about every 10 seconds when there's a lightning flash. I don't see anything that looks like a tornado on the ground. I do want to say for people that are watching from Bolivar, the worst of the storm has moved past you. That tornado threat has now shifted east of Highway 13. So if you are watching from Bolivar, you can go ahead and get out of your shelter at this time. Of course, if you're watching from west of Highway 13, if you're still watching from Morrisville, Walnut Grove, Dadeville, Fairplay, you guys can get out of shelter as well. Most of the threat shifting closer. It's really that tornado, if it's anywhere, Jamie, it's between 13 and 65. So kind of along south of Halfway. So I would say at 2-3 miles south of Halfway, if not more.
Yeah, to me it looks like it is located on H Highway, near H Highway, maybe about 9 miles to the south of Halfway.
Well to the south of Halfway.
Yeah.
But things are picking up in Halfway. You're probably getting a good lightning show right now.
Yeah. I'm going to go back over to radar. And Matt, of course, we're coming up on 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And so we may have some news to do. I'm not sure. This warning that we've been tracking here in the Bolivar area and Pleasant Hope, that runs till
9.
Till 9 o'clock. So we're gonna stay with it, folks. As long as there is a tornado warning in place, we're going to stay with it. It looks like, again, as Matt and I have said, I mean, the overall look of the storm has kind of changed. The tornado risk doesn't look as apparent, but we are still finding evidence of very large hail. I would guess that we've got hail maybe in excess of golf ball size currently falling. That would be, I think, let's see, kind of zooming in. You can see where that higher reflectivity is right there in your show field. Here's Halfway. That area purple right there, this is probably where we've got hail maybe in excess of golf ball size, maybe even approaching tennis ball size. So, you know, that can be extremely dangerous when you've got hailstones of that size. So, I mean, you still need to be indoors. You still need to stay inside until the storm can pass. If you are in your tornado safe space, you're probably hearing some knocking around maybe on the roof in that area, and that is likely very large hail that's falling out of that thunderstorm. As for tornado potential, it's a lot more uncertain. I think just northeast of Pleasant Hope, just to the east of H Highway, there's still some ingredients there. There's still some signature there that there may be something that's trackable. It's just not jumping out. It doesn't look like we're seeing an intensification or a ramping up of the tornado risk with this storm as it starts to get very close to the eastern edge of the polygon. And that, as Matt said, that warning does run till 9 o'clock. Now, broadening out the view, what I want you to see is that further west, here along Highway 13, south of Bolivar, and it looks like they did go ahead and pop another tornado warning further east. And I've got to believe, and I don't know this for certain, I got to believe it's because they've got people on that storm seeing that base lowering, seeing that wall cloud.
Their Polk County Emergency is reporting a definite hook in the clouds south of Pleasant Hope. There's a spotter in that area. They're seeing the wall cloud. We have Brian Dupree, our weather watcher or storm chaser. He's also on that system as well, and he's reporting the same thing of, guys, there's signs that this is trying to produce. There's signs of this trying to be a definite wall cloud trying to form. And you are right, Jamie. Nothing is jumping out at velocity of, oh my gosh, we got a really bad system on the ground right here. But the signs and the ingredients of a tornado are still there. It's still trying to produce at this time. So the National Weather Service going with golf ball sized hail on this, and as crazy as it sounds, golf ball is a major downgrade from what we've been hearing throughout tonight. We've been seeing baseball, tennis. This is just golf ball sized hail. The path on this is east at 25. So they're staying consistent with this, and all eyes is really north of Pleasant Hope, south of halfway, in between Highway 13 and Highway 65, with kind of this hook trying to form a tornado.
Yeah, and that new warning that was popped for that storm, that does cover more of southern Dallas County, just about to the Buffalo area. It does include Charity. It includes Elkland in northwestern Webster County. And in all of these communities, that warning runs through 9:45 this evening. So we're going to see, as this storm gradually continues east, we are going to see at the very least, we're going to have a risk of very large damaging hail with this thunderstorm. And that storm is currently moving east at 25 miles per hour. So just want to track that out for folks. That roughly in this corridor. So red top looks like the circulation, the area where we might have a tornado trying to develop. That circulation is going to be in the red top area in roughly 13 minutes. It looks like over towards Spring Grove, roughly 9:25 this evening. So on its current trajectory, it looks like the tornadic portion of the storm will stay south of Buffalo. Now, Buffalo, you're not under the tornado warning. It's just to your south. But here along and south of Highway 32, even if you're still north of where the circulation is tracking through, you're going to have to contend with dangerous weather, very large hail. I know that I think with the warning, they've got the hail sizes up to golf ball size. Just looking at a different radar product that we have off air, it does a pretty good job of estimating hail size. And it is suggesting that hail sizes may be approaching tennis ball size. So with that, and we've seen other storms this evening produce hail up to that size, I think we could be looking at hail maybe in excess of golf ball size. There have been reports back in the Walnut Grove area, Morrisville, of hail up to about golf ball size. So we've gotten at least that out of the storm, and there could be some hailstones even larger than that. The tornado risk, though, again for folks further west, Morrisville, Pleasant Hope, Bolivar, even halfway, the tornado risk is over with for you guys. It looks like the tornado threat is now shifting east toward southwestern sections of Dallas County, where we've still got, again, you can still see this appendage right here indicating that we've got a little bit of a hook right here. This is where we've been tracking a weak low-level circulation, and there have been a lot of eyes on this storm. And they're sharing pictures that appear to be a wall cloud associated with this storm. So that wall cloud, that's a precursor to tornado development, and I think that that's one of the big reasons why we're seeing this tornado warning get extended downstream across southern Dallas County into northwestern Webster County.
It's been consistent. It's multiple people, I think 3 or 4 people at this point, have sent in pictures of wall clouds. One people are saying possible funnel cloud. I'm not wanting to buy funnel cloud at this time, but multiple people are kind of reporting in with pictures into this area of a wall cloud. So that's why the National Weather Service wants to stick with this. Thankfully, this is the only area that we have a tornado concern right now. The other exception to that is there's still a tornado that's in Kansas about to spill across into Missouri, so that's the next area. Severe thunderstorm warnings still in place. We're seeing one that's happening in Bates County. There's one that's happening in St. Clair County and Hickory County and Cedar County. So still decent thunderstorm activity. It has been the same story for the last few hours where all of this activity has been north of I-44. It's going to be coming into Springfield for tonight. We still have chances. We've been talking about this. This is day 1 of 3 days of active weather. So more tornado chances overnight tonight, more tornado chances on Monday, and we still have a tornado chance for Tuesday as well. But the only place right now under tornado warning is Polk County, and that's about to move into Dallas County. Thankfully, it looks like this is going to miss Buffalo. It's going to be to the south of it. Buffalo, you guys are probably going to get about quarter to maybe golf ball sized hail. Winds will be picking up. It's going to be raining as well. And Jamie, I haven't even looked at the rain totals in a couple hours. I have that up on the screen now.
Yeah.
And you're seeing where these thunderstorms are. 1 inch of rain very, very quickly getting dumped. In
some of that's
places,
hail contamination, but a lot of it is real. Yeah.
So really decent rainfall totals.
Yeah, and of course that's an area, Matt, where we've seen a lot of rain, repeat rounds of heavy rainfall. And so, you know, what I was doing while Matt was talking about that is I'm looking at the latest version of one of the models that we tend to look at. And it still appears to me like this is a severe weather risk that is going to extend well past midnight tonight. It may not be until closer to sunrise that we see this risk of severe weather wane for the time being. So this is going to be kind of one of those nights. It's a little dicey because these storms that are moving through our area, this isn't a line of storms. This isn't a squall line. We've talked about this already this evening where these storms, this isn't a situation like we've seen for most of the spring where we have this line of storms moving through and you might get several confirmed tornadoes, but they're little guys. They still do damage, but the wind speeds are on the order of around 60 to 90 miles per hour. It looks like these storms that we're seeing this evening and overnight tonight, and storms that we're going to see also Monday afternoon, and then maybe again Tuesday afternoon, these are more dangerous. These are the types of storms that can be very destructive, whether it be from very large hail or tornadoes. And we can still get strong straight line winds. Right now, we're not really looking at a setup that favors that because these storms are individual in nature. But if we do get more of a line, like we've seen move across the Jeff City area, if we get more of a line later tonight, then we'll see more of a damaging wind potential with maybe some embedded circulations. To me, this is still more concerning what we've got right now because these are individual thunderstorms. They're not really competing very much with each other. So they're organizing and they are producing severe weather. And while we have not had any reports so far of a tornado touchdown, that risk is going to remain, I think. In fact, as the evening progresses, we're sitting at after 9 o'clock, as the evening progresses, things in the atmosphere are making it more conducive for tornado development. We're seeing the winds in the atmosphere get stronger and stronger, especially closer to the surface. We're also finding higher humidity air moving into southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas. That makes it easier for these storms to extend all the way down to the surface, bringing maybe a higher risk of tornadoes with these storms as they cut across the area. And tornado watches do blanket most of our area. Here's where we stand right now with watches. You can see across southern Missouri, northwest Arkansas, west into southeast Kansas and northeast Oklahoma, we've got this broad tornado watch through this evening. And I think we're probably going to see these watches get extended past midnight tonight in a lot of our area, if not maybe all of our area. It doesn't look like there's really going to be any spot that's going to be spared from severe weather risk, although I do think that the greater chances for severe storms will stay north of the state line overnight tonight. And again, as far as the tornado warned storm, we're still tracking that. We're going to go back to a different radar view. And there you can see the storm is now exiting Polk County, getting into Dallas County. I'm going to guess that we probably got some hail into the Buffalo area, maybe some small hail. But certainly south down 65, south of Buffalo, probably very large hail falling in that area.
Our in-house model is saying golf ball, and all day long it has been underestimating how big this hail is. So right around 65, it's saying golf ball.
Yeah, when we've seen that orange shading, when we've seen that golf ball indication, that has typically been areas where there's been hail up to tennis ball size.
Yes.
So yeah, it's like what Matt's saying is I mean, we've still at the very least with this storm, we've got a very high danger of damaging hail with it. And you're looking at hail tracks right now, so you can see how the storm has behaved.
Let me get this looping for the last hour, and you can kind of see wherever these hail tracks are, that's where these kind of biggest thunderstorms have been. And obviously, it's been a long Highway 54. We've had 2 different tornado warnings. One moved through, the second one came in right behind it. Second hail core on that is what's been moving across parts of Dade County, Polk County, and now into Dallas County as well. Thankfully, the hail that moved in through Benton County, Millers, and Marys hasn't been too bad. Our in-house system saying about dime-sized hail. I believe people in that area. The largest report I've heard was about tennis ball-sized hail. The National Weather Service, Jamie, we are saying, our in-house product is underestimating.
Yeah.
And the National Weather Service, they're estimating about tennis ball-sized hail in Dallas County. So that's what they have the warning out for. And I would believe it with kind of how this in-house product has been performing versus what the pictures people actually send in. So it looks like that core of that hail is going to move to the south of Buffalo. But if you are in Buffalo and you got a car parked outside, now's a good time to try to get it in the garage before you run out.
That hail core right now is right on top of Highway 65. It looks like the worst of it maybe just east of Highway 65. You could see it. I mean, I don't even have to show you the hail product that we have. I mean, where you see this area of purple, a little bit of white in there, that is a very high return on radar. And what that's saying is you've got these really big objects that the radar is sensing. And those big objects are hailstones. So this is where our hail core is. Notice how it's staying just south of Buffalo, but areas here along Highway 65 and especially just east of Highway 65, new severe thunderstorm warning coming in, just east of Highway 65, really getting nailed right now with very large hail. Looks like that hail core is, again, kind of looking at some different Foose, really kind of east of Foose, east of 65, north of March. Looks like it's going to be moving across F Highway, H Highway, areas like Spring Grove. I'm not seeing really too many other communities, but Spring Grove, areas around Spring Grove. I mean, you guys be ready for very large hail with this storm as it moves in from the west. And there's still a tornado warning. We still have, some evidence that it could produce a tornado. There's still some evidence on radar where we still see a little bit of a circulation. There's also still evidence when we just look at, you're just like your straight radar here. You can see that hook right there. And we continue to get reports from people that are in the field that are on the storm that it has had a wall cloud, and it may still. And again, that's that precursor to tornado development. But that is the one storm in our area that we're kind of concerned about. The storms to the west in southeast Kansas, looks like we've got kind of a sliver of a tornado warning back there. That's west of Columbus. Those storms look a little bit, just kind of changing radar views here. Yeah, I mean, I could still see circulations with those storms. So, I mean, we're still going to have to watch them as they first kind of come into the Joplin area and then maybe east over toward Mount Vernon.
And then, Jamie, I'm looking for other places that we could have another tornado warning. That's kind of what I'm doing right now. I'm hunting for any type of circulation. Really, the only place that's sticking out to me is east of Humansville, south of Wablo. That's another area that's trying to have some type of circulation tighten up. You can almost see the shape on this. It's not as well defined on its hook, but seeing signs of some rotation in that area as well. So I'm looking at, what's next. Where could we see another tornado warning? And of course, we have activity that's happening out in Kansas. That's going to spill across. We're still seeing some more thunderstorms along Highway 54, and Highway 54 has just been an area that's been hammered with one wave after another, and it's looking like kind of around that Humansville area. Very good hail core on that as well, and that doesn't come with a tornado warning.
I do wonder, like those storms. I mean, that area up there along Highway 54 has been worked over. I mean, you showed the rainfall totals. It's been worked over. So I'm wondering, how conducive it is to tornado development in that particular area. I think further south, it's probably more conducive just because the atmosphere hasn't really been touched too much over southwest Missouri down into northwest Arkansas. But it's still an area. It's still an area to watch. I still think that as these storms continue east, there's going to be a tendency for them to wind down some as they kind of run into a more hostile environment east of Highway 65. But they're still going to take some severe weather potential with them because it's, once these things kind of ramp up, sometimes it takes a little bit of time for them to wind down.
If we can flip it to max 2, that's kind of what you're talking about, Jamie, with temperatures. And you're seeing Springfield sitting at 73 degrees. Areas along Highway 54, 10 degrees colder than everywhere else. So you're talking about, you're starting to run out of energy, but 64 degrees, that's still enough fuel that you can still get these thunderstorms going. So sometimes we see these drastic cold fronts that rip away the heat. It's using up some energy, but there's still some instability left there.
Here's what I think we're going to see with these temperatures that we had up right there. If we go back to the temperatures, what Matt had up, what you can see there, Highway 54 is definitely a dividing line. Yes. North of there, rain cooled. South of there, not so much. And that boundary right there on Highway 54 may serve as a focal point for severe storms. So north of the boundary, up across St. Clair County, Henry County, Benton County, Morgan County, maybe that risk has diminished some, at least for the time being. But to the south along Highway 54, that's still, I think, a focal area as these storms move across or along that boundary. That's going to be an area where storms could become severe. They're going to have a tendency to want to do that in that zone. The tornado warned storm that we've been tracking in southeastern, actually southern Dallas County. I mean, we're still tracking it. We're still watching it. Looks like the tornado risk is north of Red Top, just to the east of Highway 65. There is still, and I'm going to swap this for
south of Buffalo
data.
has to be getting hammered. With
hail, yeah.
With hail. So
yeah.
I think the largest hail is going to be south of Buffalo, but I'm trying to pull up the area. We're looking at the bank on the south side of town, the Dairy Queen, the Sonic. I mean, that's an area that's going to see a little bit more hail than everyone else.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and show what Matt's talking about. So here's the part that Matt's talking about. You can see this is our hail core. This is where the big hail is. And then the hail sizes kind of fall off to the north and south. But it looks like that is getting into Buffalo. The worst of the hail will probably stay just to the south of Buffalo. Still watching this part of the storm too. Going back to the wind field in this storm, you can see, as this swaps out, you can see there's still evidence of a circulation. It may be a little messy, but right in here, this is probably the area that we need to kind of keep an eye on. That is northeast of Red Top, west of Spring Grove. Now with that, it looks like the severe weather threat for areas further west. I'll broaden out that view. So, we're talking about this area right here. Further west, for this portion of the warning back toward Pleasant Hope, tornado risk is ended for your area with this thunderstorm. But we are still finding a tornado risk east of Highway 65 across southern sections of Dallas County. And again, right now that circulation appears to be kind of focused west of Spring Grove, north of March. Looks like that's State Road F. Looks like it's pretty close to State Road F right now. And again, that's the area to watch. And I know people on the ground have been watching that portion of the storm and continue to see evidence of a wall cloud and the evidence that this storm could try to produce a tornado. But this is the area that we're going to watch closely right in here. Again, here's Highway 65, March to the south, and areas to the north. Buffalo is located further north, but it looks like, again, kind of like moving that view a little bit. North of March, west of Spring Grove, that is where there's still a little bit of a concern that we may have something trying to develop. Kind of looking at things on different radar views. Yeah, it looks like this is the area right in here. It looks like that circulation now is kind of on top of State Road F, just to the north of March, and tracking east, maybe a little bit north of east. So with that, I think it was going east at about 25.
Yeah, east of 25, Jamie.
We'll go ahead and track that. Again, so for folks that are watching downstream, maybe toward the, say, Lebanon, you can see that this storm's still quite a ways away from your area. This is the ground that this storm's going to be covering over the next 30 minutes, though. Should be into Spring Grove in about 10 minutes, under 10 minutes from now. If you live in and around Spring Grove, north of March, I mean, you guys are kind of in that hot spot area for a possible tornado right now. You need to continue to remain sheltered. Areas further downstream here, you can see here's Highway 32. Looks like south of Highway 32 here in the Earnestville area, about 9:43 this evening is when that storm's going to be nearby. Handley, it looks like it'll be about 9:38. I think it's probably going to stay a little north of Handley just based on its current trajectory, and I'll clear that information out. You know, I wanted to mention Phillipsburg, Conway. I mean, this storm is going to be tracking roughly in your direction, so you know, as we're looking east toward Laclede County, Conway, Phillipsburg, especially north of these communities here along Highway 32, this is going to be a corridor running east out of Buffalo where, you know, we're going to be watching for tornado potential. We're going to be watching for very large hail, maybe in excess of golf ball size. This storm still appears to be producing a lot of hail. Yeah. Generally, it looks like the hail core is generally south of Highway 32, but it extends all the way from halfway to north of Charity. I mean, that's a lot of ground covered, and maybe literally covered, by hail, possibly in excess of golf ball size. At one point, it looked like, just on radar, that we may have hail up to tennis ball size. I think we've kind of pulled back from that, but still some large damaging hail likely occurring with that severe thunderstorm.
Jamie, to add on top of that, 200 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes into Dallas County. So it is really starting to get, it's hitting the heart of Buffalo right now with that kind of core of hail moving in. 200 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. I imagine the rain is also just pouring on top of that. So we're still trying to watch for this tornado threat. We've been tracking tornado threats, Jamie, since what, 6 o'clock today?
Yeah.
If not even earlier. And hoping we can start to get a break in activity, at least even if it's just a momentary break before more thunderstorms develop tonight.
Yeah, as we still find severe thunderstorms over in southeast Kansas, even further west into Oklahoma, and that activity, guess where it's going? It's going east, and it will probably hold together and get into southwest Missouri and possibly northwest Arkansas. Just showing you again the wind fields within this thunderstorm. There's still a signature here. I mean, you can see it right there. There's still a signature of rotation with that thunderstorm. So there's still some tornado risk with that thunderstorm, and that is located very close to State Road F, north of March. Kind of hoping I can get maybe a more updated image, but just looking at an off-camera radar image that I use because it seems to update a little faster. It looks like, and we're hitting that storm where that circulation is, we're hitting it at about 800 feet off the ground. So that's pretty close to the surface. And we are seeing some rotation. That is just a little west-northwest of Charity. You can see Charity on this map right here. You can see Charity is located right here. This is the area that we're watching right there near State Road F. And that, it's generally heading east, but it seems like it's had more of a northeasterly trajectory here in the last few scans. So with that, it looks like it may stay a little north of Charity. And it may approach Highway 32, at least over southeastern sections of Dallas County. So kind of something to watch there. I know further west of 65, it looks like, and I'll broaden this out, and we're going to go back over to this radar image. You can see how the severe weather threat west of Highway 65 has ended. So technically, maybe still a tornado warning in effect for Pleasant Hope up to halfway east across Highway 65. But I think that the tornado risk has come to an end with this storm along and west of Highway 65. The risk really appears that it's going to remain focused over southeastern Dallas County. So even further south down towards, say, Webster, where there is the northwest corner is under a tornado warning, I don't think that the tornado risk is going to get into that area. In fact, it looks like the National Weather Service has trimmed up the warning, kind of focused it a bit more, and areas to the south and northwest Webster County no longer under a tornado warning for this particular thunderstorm. But for areas to the north, from Buffalo south to Charity, east, across southeast Dallas County, tornado risk does remain. That tornado warning, I think, runs till 9:45 this evening.
Yeah. I think the National Weather Service will. This is starting to move slow, though. This is these storms were moving very quick earlier today. This one continues to crawl along, which is only adding insult to injury. When you have that hail core that just wants to drag its feet on top of you, that means it's going to be hammering your car, your windshield, your roof even longer. It's going to take its sweet time until it can move out. So east at 25 miles per hour, this warning does go at least until 9:45.
And it looks like we are going to get some hail into the Buffalo area. Hail sizes, I don't think we're going to see the whoppers that we've seen earlier this evening with this storm or with other storms, but maybe hail up to nickel size or possibly even quarter size could get into the Buffalo area, especially the south side of Buffalo. You can see the higher reflectivities right here. That kind of marks where our hail core is, and you can see how that's getting into the Buffalo area. Matt, I mean, you're probably looking at radar and you're going, hey, this thing is looking messier and messier in regard to representation on radar. Yes, it's still producing hail. Yes, it's still producing heavy rain and lots of lightning. Matt was talking about, I think with this particular thunderstorm in the last 10 minutes, 200 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes.
Yes.
That's like nonstop lightning. I mean, if you're watching this storm, I mean, it is a light show. It's just boom, 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 boom. But in terms of the tornado potential, just looking at radar, earlier we had more of a hook that we could at least point toward. Even that has really kind of faded. It looks like this is the area right in here. You can see that little notch. This is the area, if we've got something, it's going to tend to be right about in there. That's south of Buffalo. That should stay south of Buffalo, but that's the area that we're still kind of keeping an eye on, although not seeing. When we look at this, we're not going, whoa, there's that circulation, and we're not seeing that. And I really don't think we're seeing like a trend that suggests that this thing is intensifying. We've seen the hail sizes come down here in the last few scans, hopefully a sign that this storm is weakening, but still producing large hail, maybe up to a quarter to golf ball size, maybe. It looks like that hail core kind of runs along and south of Highway 32. It looks like most of it is now getting east of Highway 65, but still producing some hail, certainly dangerous. Just looking further northwest, Matt, you were talking about the storm back in Hickory County.
Yeah, Jamie, I want to give an update on this. I'm trying to find the graphic for it, and of course, whenever you need it, I can't find it. But a flood advisory has been issued for Cedar, Hickory, Polk, and St. Clair County. If you can try to pull that up for me. I can't find it myself, but
okay.
Flood advisory has been issued, and I think the main concern is just the amount of rain that has been dumped in. So some places, maybe as much as 3 inches of rain in some localized pockets, and our in-house radar is estimating that in some places as well. So flood advisory for Cedar, Hickory, Polk, and St. Clair. I know most people are watching right now. You're worried about the tornado threat. You're worried about the hail. You're worried about the damaging winds. but flooding is another threat, and statistically, more people die from flooding than tornadoes. So I want to make sure that we mention that as well.
And we live in a part of the country where flooding can be particularly dangerous.
It goes up real quick.
Goes up real fast, and there's a lot of low water crossings. There's a lot of these roads that, roads in town tend to be okay. Certainly the highways, the bigger highways, the interstates, I mean, most of the time they're going to be okay. But you get off those roads, you get onto the secondary roads, you get onto these more rural highways and counties across our area, and every time there's a dip, at the bottom of that, you probably have a low water crossing, an area where waters can rise quickly and cause a very dangerous scenario where you may have water moving over a road, and especially now that it's nighttime. I mean, you're not going to see that driving. At least you're not going to see it very easily. So, yes, I mean, there's concerns with the heavy rainfall also that we've seen in some areas, especially along and north of Highway 54. Looking at this radar image, you can see the tornado warning in Dallas County, and you can see also further west, we've still got this, what is now more of a cluster of severe thunderstorms. So we're seeing sort of a morphing of maybe the severe weather threat here. Still a potential of tornadoes, still a potential for pockets of hail in this, but we may be watching more of a transition also toward maybe we start seeing more of a wind signature with that activity. Also still a supercell down here to the southwest of Independence that's tornado warned. That's a long way away for now, but it will continue to track east, and it may pose a concern a little later on tonight. Outside of that, and we can go to a different radar view. We'll just swap that out, because right now we're looking at just the data out of Springfield. Here's the data across the region. And I want to take that warning information off. But you can see that really it's our area where the focus for severe weather is. As we kind of broaden that view out, notice there's not much going on across the rest of the region. I mean, you look back in Kansas, Oklahoma, not a lot going on. Got some showers, but the severe weather threat really is focused kind of locally in our area. We've got the storms in southeast Kansas and northeast Oklahoma, and of course we have this activity that's been tracking through our area persistently this evening. And I think it's going to continue to track across our area overnight tonight. Now, again, going back to the storm that we've been watching here in southern Polk County, or southern Dallas County now, it's gotten out of Polk. You can see the tornado warning. It looks like the storm is starting to kind of get on that northern edge of where the tornado warning polygon is. The tornado threat is still kind of highlighted just southeast of Buffalo. If I had to measure this out, I'd say the threat is about a little over 3 miles to the southeast of Buffalo. So, it's still close enough where you're kind of like, I'm kind of in the danger zone. But so still a tornado threat there. We still can see evidence of a circulation. That circulation appears to be very close to H Highway. So it's east, I think, east now of F Highway, and it's approaching H Highway, north of Spring Grove. So we'll kind of zoom in a little bit. Hopefully some of this information will pop in, and I'm going to throw that velocity data back on so we can take a look at it. And when you see that, you can see that there's definitely more of just south of Cloverdale. We've got, south of Buffalo right here. This is the area that we're watching right here. So Springfield radar to the southwest. We're seeing these stronger inbound winds. We're seeing these stronger outbound winds. This is the area that we're kind of keeping tabs on right there to the south-southeast of Buffalo by about maybe 3 to 3.5 miles. As we take this and kind of take it back a few scans, you can see how we've seen sort of an intensification of the signature here in the last scan. And it appears that it's not tracking east. It looks like it's tracking more toward the northeast. So we may get an update on that warning that suggests that the threat is tracking more in a northeasterly direction. Let's see if I can I'll just go ahead and do that. I think it was 25 miles per hour, the movement.
25, east of 25.
So it looks like it's kind of moving roughly in this fashion. Wall Street, 943. It looks like the circulation will be very close to that area at 943. Cedar Ridge, which is currently outside of the tornado warning, but it looks like it'd be the Cedar Ridge area at about 950 this evening. So we still have a lingering tornado risk. I don't want to say that it's that it has gotten much stronger, but there's definitely been an uptick in the overall look and intensity of the circulation in the last scan or so. So, you know, the risk of a tornado, it's still there. It's still, again, a little southeast of Buffalo, and it looks like it's tracking a little bit more to the northeast. It looks like it may get very close to Highway 32 over the next 5 to 10 minutes, east of Buffalo. I don't expect this to get into the Buffalo area. I think that this will stay south and then east of Buffalo. Further south down towards Charity, tornado warning remains in your area, but you can see the tornado risk is nowhere near. The tornado risk is well to your north here, closer to Highway 32. So here's Highway 65, Highway 32. This is where the tornado risk is. And that is going to stay to the north of Charity. So for folks to the west of this area that we're highlighting, and also well to the south, really you're not under the gun for a tornado, not with this storm. It looks like it's going to be areas from about Buffalo east down Highway 32 here in the short term that I'm most concerned that we're going to see, you know, this circulation that we're tracking, it's going to be moving across that area. Roughly in this fashion, it looks like maybe like this. So I think it will stay east of Buffalo, but it looks like it will be crossing Highway 32 in maybe the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. Let's swap this back.
Jamie,
out
I'm
for
keeping
radar.
eyes on the tornado that's in Kansas, about to move across the state line into Missouri. I'm getting reports of people saying that's a tornado on the ground. So once again, this is not the tornado that's in Dallas County. The tornado that is in Kansas, eastern Kansas, about to spill across into Jasper County. Getting reports that that's a tornado on the ground. So National Weather Service just issued a new tornado warning on that, extending that essentially up to the state line. So just a lot of different areas. I feel like that's what we've been doing for so much, of saying, look here, look here, look here, look here for tornadoes.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the next place that we have to start to focus on. Giving an update on what's been happening along Highway 54. Most of those thunderstorms are passing sub-severe. I have to say most, because in Hickory County, still some really good sized hail. Let me switch this product over to our hail tracker.
Very close to Elkton, just to the southeast of Elkton.
Southeast of Elkton. And once again, our hail tracker is saying quarter to, I don't know, maybe golf ball sized hail. And this has been underperforming, so I would almost expect golf ball sized hail happening
Right
in
now,
Elkton,
Matt,
east of Highway 83.
Our radar image, GR2, it's suggesting tennis ball size hail.
Tennis ball sized
Yeah.
hail. So
that would be
I would believe it.
Yeah, that's the risk of hail in excess of golf ball size is just southeast of Elkton. So
What is our GR2? What is that saying for Dallas County?
for Dallas County,
Hail size on that.
at least golf ball size.
Okay.
At least up to golf ball size. And it looks like that hail core, you know, earlier we were talking about, hey, it looks like it's south of Buffalo. It's really, really kind of on top of Buffalo. And I do want to
Yes.
go back. Matt, I'm just getting a new scan in, and it looks like we have seen a tightening up, that tornado-warned storm here in southern Dallas County in
And
the last
it's starting
scan.
to run out of the polygon too. So the National Weather Service is going to have to decide what they want to do here. Is there going to be a new warning? I almost think at this point, if things are tightening up,
Yeah.
let's see, National Weather Service, they're also seeing what's happening in Buffalo. They're going to draw up a new polygon. So there is going to be another tornado warning in Dallas County. National Weather Service working on that right now. I imagine that's going to include what? Cloverdale, that's going to include Windyville, that's going to include probably Bennett Springs State Park. And there's a lot of people, you got to keep in mind, it's a Sunday, a lot of people, beautiful weather to start the day, we're out fishing, and they may be at Bennett Springs and have that tornado warning. So that warning just came out, Jamie, right there.
Yeah,
that's for 2-inch sized hail.
Yeah,
that does include Bennett Springs.
And you can see, Matt, too, the trajectory of the warning is toward the northeast now. So we've seen this circulation take more of a northeasterly jog. It looks like a fairly strong circulation now. I mean, this is definitely strengthened. Very close to the Niangua River. Looks like it's just west of H Highway. The circulation, if I had to zoom in and kind of, I was hoping I could get a street name here, but it's not wanting to do that for me. I do see Cowboy Trail just to the north of where the circulation is strengthening. H Highway is just to the east. So Quarry Road is just to the north. So we have Highway 32 to the north of the circulation and H Highway to the east of the circulation. It And I think we just got a new scan in over here too, so I'll go ahead and focus in on this is the area that we're watching right here. I just mentioned, Cowboy Trail, and here's Highway 32, Cowboy Trail. That circulation is right there, right where this kind of curves down to the south and stops. That's where it appears that the circulation is located, right there, and it has tightened up. I'm going to look at a different radar image just to see.
That's not too far from the Niangua. So
Yeah.
just trying to give landmarks where people can understand. The Niangua wraps around right in that general area.
I don't see a CC drop, but this thing has definitely tightened up in the last scan or two. And again, kind of broadening that out a little bit here.
This is for the last half hour, Jamie, we were saying, oh, this could produce, this is trying to produce, and this is the best it has looked in at least a half hour, if not even longer. So starting to get a very tight velocity. I am looking at CC. I'm not seeing debris. It's so hard to tell with all of this hail. It's going to contaminate. A lot of our debris tracker is going to get tricked. It's going to see some of the hail, and it's going to say, hey, that's debris. And you go, no, that's the tennis ball size hail that we have in these systems. So it's going to make it even harder for us to detect debris with this. But the velocity is starting to show that tight rotation, really starting to pick up.
Yeah, circulation still south of Highway 32. Looks like it's roughly right about in here. So very close to Cowboy Trail, just south of Quarry Road, south of Highway 32. So where you see Highway 32 sort of bend off toward the southeast, right just to the southwest of that bend, this is where we are looking at potentially a developing tornado. We've seen the circulation tighten up very quickly in the last few scans, and that may be a precursor to tornado development. Of course, that area is tornado warned. If you live in and around that area, you need to be in your tornado safe space. That risk is there for a tornado. And you can see our new warning and how it extends across the Windyville area. Now, as far as tracking this, I believe it's still about 25 mile per hour forward motion. That is roughly the corridor that it looks like that this circulation is going to take. So Cloverdale, you guys are first in line about 9:40 this evening, which at this point is really only a few minutes away. Windyville about 9:58 or just before 10 o'clock. It looks like we're going to see what may be a developing tornado moving in your direction. So here's our tornado warning. Folks, if you live in the tornado warned area, particularly in this area that I have highlighted with the future path of this storm, please take shelter, get into your tornado safe space, and ride this thing out there because, as I said, we have seen this circulation very quickly ramp up in intensity. It's become more focused. It's not broad and weak like it was. So this may be developing to a point where we're concerned that there could be a tornado developing. In fact, I'm going to check out, I want to see what the Weather Service is saying about this. Because hey, Matt, can you see, to me it looks like there may be a CC drop. Okay. That's very close. Of course, it's also, you got some bad data right there too, so I don't know how real that is, but
Jamie,
east of Buffalo.
If you kind of follow that back, it's been consistent on that, and so I don't know if it's been lining up perfectly because it was saying that drop to the south of Buffalo, now it's saying that drop once again, and like I was saying earlier, the problem is we have so much hail that our debris tracker at times is getting tricked, but the velocity is starting to match up, and the location is starting to match up as well. I'm going to dig into that a little bit more.
So this is, Matt, on what I'm showing right now, this product right here shows where the rotation, where the tornado is most likely occurring. Because what it does is it takes all of the scans of radar and it goes, okay, at this scan we've got a circulation. Where that lines up, you see a maximum value, and that's right here on top of Highway 32. So it appears that circulation is now located on top of Highway 32, just to the west of Cloverdale. This is east of Buffalo, between Buffalo and Cloverdale. It appears that we are finding or watching that circulation, which has strengthened in the last 10 minutes. We're watching that circulation crossing Highway 32 right now, just to the west of Cloverdale. If you live from Buffalo east through Cloverdale, please remain in your tornado safe space. The risk of a tornado has increased over the last 10 minutes with this storm, and that is crossing Highway 32 just to the west of Cloverdale. I'm hoping I can get an updated scan on radar because, again, we had some bad data in there. And I'm not really sure what it looks like at this time.
I'm talking to the National Weather Service right now. If that also, Jamie, a severe thunderstorm warning in St. Clair County. This comes with a tornado possible tag. The focus right now is obviously near Dallas County, but I do want to mention if you're in St. Clair County, this is an area that's been hit again and again. There are signs of things starting to tighten up in that location as well. So that's something that we have to monitor. But one tornado warning right now, that is really with this intense hail core, this velocity starting to tighten up, kind of in between Buffalo and Windyville.
Yeah, and look at the radar representation right now. It looks like, just kind of looking at this thing, I mean, we've still got a supercell here, and you can see how we've got that area of purple that extends from west to east, north of Buffalo. That's our hail core. And then south from there, across Highway 32, then running south, you see that little appendage of reflectivity. That probably is our rear flank downdraft. And so right where that kind of meets up north of Highway 32 with that area of red to the north, that's probably about, where we're concerned that there could be a developing tornado. Now I'm looking at an updated radar image here, and there's still a circulation. Let me see if it's updated over here. It doesn't look quite as tight as it did. I mean, it looks pretty good right here, though. Yeah, you can see how that's north of Highway 32, Steelman Road, Eagle Road, in the vicinity of where this possible tornado is. That is east of Buffalo and west-northwest of Cloverdale. It looks like this possible tornado may track just to the north of Cloverdale. Should be moving away from the Buffalo area. I'm going to go to a different radar view. And again, it's still very messy. I'm not really seeing it update. Again, we're trying to see if there's any sign, Jamie, that there's debris.
I've heard back from the National Weather Service. They're having the same argument in their office right now that we are. Is this a sign of a debris ball or not? It is in the right location. They are still kind of waiting to get a little bit more scans. And if that is a debris ball, the reason why this is so important is we're trying to determine, is there a tornado on the ground that's slinging debris so far up into the atmosphere that we're able to track it on radar? This would be what, Jamie? Probably 1,000 feet into the air, maybe 1,800 feet into the air.
We're hitting that storm at that area. We're hitting it at about 1,100 feet.
You can see I got the debris tracker right here, where we're looking at kind of this ball that's south of Buffalo, and then it moves to the east of Buffalo, and this is where it's sitting right now. If there is a tornado, we're already seeing signs of possible debris getting slung into the atmosphere as well. So that's what we're continuing to track, and it is so messy to tell because we have this giant hail that's trying to play tricks with the radar.
Yeah, and just kind of like I'm wanting to report on like some roads that are in the area of where the circulation is. It looks like it's north of Quarry Road now. It's definitely north of Highway 32. Very close to Steelman Road, very close to Engle Road. Engle School appears to be just southeast of where the circulation is. Greasy Creek is in the vicinity of where the circulation is. So just hopefully that gives folks kind of a better idea of where we're tracking the circulation.
Jamie, we need to take a step back.
Okay.
I said earlier we had a tornado possible tag. That is now another tornado warning. So we have 2 tornado warnings. The second tornado warning is in St. Clair County. So about 5-10 minutes ago, I gave you guys a warning on this. This is now, it has gone tornadic. So we have 2 tornado warnings at the same time. I still think the more intense of the 2 is what we've been focusing on in Dallas County, so we may dig into that a little bit more, but 2 tornado warnings at this time.
So give folks the highlights on that warning, and then I'll track out the circulation.
On the St. Clair County warning?
St. Clair County, yeah.
That warning is, the hail size on that isn't as strong as what we've been seeing. It's about quarter-sized hail, but this has been moving I want to say
East. It looks like it's
at,
moving east.
What, I want to say 30 miles per hour.
30.
Let me get the details on that. That's moving east at, 15 miles per hour.
So it's
that
crawling.
is crawling along.
Okay.
Let's see if I can get that velocity data, because I think you're trying to work on that cone.
So Johnson City, that's a town that kind of pulls up immediately. 10:08. Looks like that new tornado warning, that new tornado warned storm, would be in the Johnson City area at 10:08 this evening. It's moving east at 15 miles per hour. So if it remains at that speed and trajectory, moving that slowly, it's probably going to take. It would take another hour to get to Highway 13. But folks in Lowry City, this storm looks like it would track generally in your direction, so it's worth noting that. We do have a tornado warning in effect for the Lowry City area. It's for the entire northern third, I guess, of maybe even northern half of St. Clair County. So 2 tornado warned storms, one in northern St. Clair County, and then we've also still got this tornado warned storm in Dallas
One
County.
more step back, confirmed tornado in eastern Kansas about to move into Jasper County. So that is kind of the third tornado warning. This is not in our viewing area right now, but this is a confirmed tornado in eastern Kansas about to move in Jasper County. That's going to be closer to Carthage. So we get into lulls, and then we get back into moments where we had one tornado warning. We're hoping that we could kind of get a brief break. That has not been the case. 3 tornado warnings are issued right now, St. Clair County and also in Dallas County. And I think out of the 2 in our viewing area, the one in Dallas County looks to be the most intimidating. Got a tight velocity, very tight rotation on that, and it's also coming with this hail, larger hail size. It's starting to get a little bit more active, Jamie.
Yeah, definitely, and the circulation on that Dallas County storm, it looks like it has made its way northeast pretty quickly. It's now moving away from Buffalo. It's northeast of Buffalo. I think we got a new radar scan in. The circulation itself the signature has kind of diminished some, but it's still trackable. It's right here. This is the area that we're watching right here. So you can see Buffalo off to the southwest, and Cloverdale looks like the risk of a tornado will stay to your north. This circulation is tracking roughly like this, and that will, if you live in and around Wendyville, west of Wendyville, I mean, it's going to be kind of heading in that direction. But the circulation, like I said, has broadened out some. I just want to kind of pull out this view a little bit. Don't see anything else right there. We've got multiple storms that we're watching, multiple tornado warned storms in our area. We've got another one that's coming into the area from southeast Kansas. So, we don't want to get lost just looking at one storm. We need to make sure that we're kind of aware of what's going on in other places. And so that's what I'm trying to do, is look at a different radar image.
Jamie, I can focus on the storm, the St. Clair one to the north, if you want to focus more on the one in Dallas County, and I'll give you updates as that goes, if that's how you kind of want to divide this up.
It looks like, that circulation in northwestern St. Clair, southeast of Appleton City, it looks like it will stay southeast of Appleton City. And as you said earlier, Matt, confirmed tornado with the storm cluster coming in out of southeast Kansas.
I want to jump in here, Jamie, as well. Getting reports of tornado sirens going off in Houston, Missouri. Guys, there is no tornado threat anywhere in Texas County. I don't know why the sirens are going off in Houston. There is no tornado threat at this time in Texas County. So hearing reports of sirens going off in Texas County, no tornado threat there. So if you're jumping on now, if you're watching from Houston, you don't know why the sirens are going off, I don't know why either. There's no concern for you guys. All of this activity is north of I-44.
The Dallas County storm, I'm not seeing anything new. I don't know if there's any update there on chat, Matt, but I'm not seeing anything new with it. Still tracking a circulation right about in there. I can even swap it back out with this. This does a pretty nice job of kind of highlighting. You see that area of green right there. This is where the likelihood of a tornado, if there's one developing or on the ground, this is kind of like the maximum likelihood is right here where that green is. Notice that's northeast of Buffalo, and you can see, I can take this back, and you can see how it kind of tightened up, across Highway 32. It's kind of moving like northeast, and it's now located northeast of the Buffalo area, north of Highway 32. It will stay to the north of Cloverdale, and this is what it looks like on radar right now. And you can see, I mean, it's got a hook with it. So here's the storm. This is kind of where it wraps back into where we have that possible tornado right here, northeast of Buffalo. Windyville probably getting very heavy rainfall, and I would guess some hail too. We may be looking at hail sizes that are approaching in the Windyville area, probably still small. It looks like the worst of the hail appears to be centered more to the west of Windyville and certainly to the south, down closer to Highway 32. That's where our radar is estimating here along Highway 32 in this area. This is where radar is estimating we could have some hailstones, maybe approaching golf ball size. As for tornado potential, let's use our scope here so we don't lose the radar. As for tornado potential, I mean, that's what we're looking at. It's this feature right here, tracking, it looks like maybe a little northeast, away from the Buffalo area. I think in Buffalo, for the time being, the tornado risk has ended for your area. It looks like, I can go ahead and give you the all clear, but for areas further northeast, I mean, that risk is still there. And it looks like if I had to kind of, DD Highway is, which runs off of Highway 73, runs kind of west-east or southwest-northeast. DD Highway is very close to where the circulation is. It looks like that circulation is just north of the Niangua River, very close to DD Highway. Looking to see if I can get some other roads to kind of pop in for me. Ridgeview Lane is maybe very close to you, a little south of where that circulation is. Buckskin Road is in the vicinity of where that circulation is. So, I'm calling out these roads. If you live on that road, near those roads, you need to be in your tornado safe spaces. We still have this possible tornado tracking across southern sections of Dallas County.
Jamie, I am hearing of some damage in east of Buffalo. This would be along 32 and Highway H of some trees being knocked down. Thankfully, the damage is just trees at this time, but that's kind of lining up with the area that we saw that CC drop, that we saw that our debris tracker was saying, I think something's going on here. Now people are saying there's been some trees knocked down in this area as well. Yeah. So that's lining up with what we're saying, and this is definitely tightening up.
Yeah, 32 and H Highway is very close to where that circulation went through.
So that is right on top of where we expected kind of that debris drop, and it's all lining up. Things are definitely starting to tighten up. I'm losing my radar data. I don't know if you are as well.
I was earlier, so yeah, I guess I did. I'm going to go ahead and take that off.
I have lost my radar data.
Let's see if we can pull up.
SatRad does work.
Okay.
Now that's what we're going to have to use.
Yeah. So this is what we've got, folks. I mean, we're still tracking multiple tornado-warned storms in the area. We've got a storm here northeast of Buffalo. It looks like the hail core is moving across Windyville right now. The tornado threat is kind of tucked in where you see this hook right here. That's where the tornado threat is. We've also got a hail-producing thunderstorm west of Urbana, and we've got a tornado-warned storm which continues to push east across northern sections of St. Clair County, still west of Lowry City. So, still some concerns there. Wanted to see if I'm kind of looking at different images because, you were talking about how, Matt, that storm up in St. Clair County had tightened up. Well, I'm looking at this storm here in Hickory County and southeast of Pittsburgh, and it's a severe warned storm, but I can see there is a circulation there too. So just a heads up for you guys in southeastern Hickory County, severe warned storm right now in your area, but we are seeing some rotation also showing up. It's not strong, still disorganized, but there is some rotation. That's south of Pomme de Terre to the southeast of Pittsburgh. So that is another area to watch. That is in northeasternmost Polk County. I should have said it that way. North of Halfway, west of Lewisburg, southeast of Pittsburgh. That's another area that we're watching. Not tornado warned, but something that we are watching closely.
Radar. Ooh, I was about to tell you radar data is back, and as soon as I said that, it went out on me.
Dipped out?
It's coming back. It's
Okay.
coming back with a couple scans.
Okay.
So you may be able to flip back.
pop that back on, yeah.
So it's coming in and out.
Yeah, so right now, again, we got 2 tornado warned storms. Here's the one that we've been tracking across Dallas County. As far as like the tornado risk, it looks like we may have seen sort of an evolution where maybe the initial circulation is kind of now getting kind of wrapped by rain, and we may be looking at a new pocket of rotation developing, and it's actually outside or very close to being outside of the tornado warning polygon. So let me show you what I'm talking about. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for that part that I'm talking about, for the Phillipsburg area. So we're looking at the wind field. That's a little bit messy, but let me kind of zoom in. Oh, please. So this is the area that we were tracking. This is what kind of wrapped around this fashion, and it looks like this one is fading. This circulation is fading. We may have a new circulation though beginning to show up. That would be on top of 32, Highway 32, maybe near P Highway, very close to Long Lane. That may be a new circulation that's starting to develop in the vicinity of Long Lane, close to 32 and P. This is just south of Cedar Ridge. So that's very close to the southeastern edge of the tornado warning. So, you know, when these tornado warnings are issued, you know, sometimes we can track a circulation very, very easily and really kind of follow along. But sometimes these storms evolve, and so tornado warnings sometimes can be rather big. And this one is a little on the wide side. It looks like the initial circulation is up here. This may be a developing circulation down here to the south of Windyville that we're watching right now on radar. And just kind of backing that up, I'm going to guess that one is because I'm just seeing it now here in the last scan or so. I'm going to guess that one is tracking toward the northeast. But we've kind of seen an overall development of the storm toward the southeast, and I think that's why we're starting to see maybe evidence that there's been a shift in where the circulation that we need to track is. It looks like it's roughly here. You can see Long Lane, Cedar Ridge, Wall Street to the west. This may be the new circulation that's starting to come together. That is very close to P Highway and Highway 32.
Just out of curiosity, Jamie, can you pull up GR2? What is the hail estimates on that? Because I imagine
on
it's,
that particular
it's
storm,
good.
yeah, it's estimating 3 inches. So
tennis ball size, if not larger.
Yeah, tennis ball size, definitely. And that hail core is southeast of Buffalo, south of 32. It's still in southeastern Dallas County, but yeah, I mean, we're probably looking at some pretty large hail. I mean, you could see on the reflectivity here, as we see that pocket of white right there, man.
Yeah, that's where that kind of
Yeah.
3-inch size hail would be. It's right on that
Yeah.
line between tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warning.
So you've got this really intense return on radar, and it's because we've got some really large hail that's probably falling out of the storm right about in there. That is going to, I think that's going to stay south of Windyville, but for folks here along Highway 32, as that runs into southwest Laclede County, north of Phillipsburg, I mean, that hail core may be moving into that area, so we may see some damaging hail move into southwestern Laclede County. Of course, a new severe thunderstorm warning did get issued for that area, and it does say 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for that storm. So yeah, I mean, we've got that severe thunderstorm. We've got another severe thunderstorm back here in northeast Polk, southeast Hickory. Still some broad rotation on that. Still some hail with it, although not overly large. And we've also still got the circulation up here in northern St. Clair County. Now that one, I can still see it on radar. It's not very strong.
When you flip it over to the Pleasant Hill radar, when you start to shoot it from Kansas City rather than Springfield, you can see that it's still there.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it warrants the tornado warning from when you kind of get it from Kansas City rather than the Springfield. So
that's the circulation right here.
Yes.
Yeah, just to the west of Lowry
Looks
City.
a little bit more intense, impressive, if you will, if kind of flip the radar view. But man, we've been going back and forth. 3-inch, estimated 3-inch sized hail. That's about to move into Laclede County.
Yeah.
So if this stays intact, Lebanon, you guys may want to. Now's your time if you're watching from Lebanon to
get that car in the garage.
Get the car in the garage. Get I don't know, blankets on top of your windshields, whatever you want to do. That hail core is starting to march your way, and it has been good size. We have seen a whole lot of pictures today of people with smashed windshields, and you're up next.
Yeah, and you know, of course, we've been talking about this storm too back in southeast Kansas. I think what we're seeing with this guy is we're seeing an evolution more toward maybe a line segment that we may see more of a risk of wind start coming out of that
You're talking
storm.
about in Kansas.
Yeah, in southeast Kansas near Columbus.
It's messy.
Yeah.
Confirmed tornado in Kansas, though. There is overall, Jamie, a warm front that's been slowly rising up, and these storms are wanting to fire along this warm front, and this front really hasn't shown signs of sagging south, so that's why most of this activity for the last, 4 hours at this point have been north of I-44.
You know, one piece of good news, Matt, is that we had a tornado-warned storm south of Independence, and it has quickly faded. I mean, it's gone pretty much.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe we'll see that with some of these other storms. I'm not counting on it, but, you know, looks like our radar data, our on-air radar data is getting tired again. So we're going to switch out with a different, it's radar data, but it's a little different from what we typically show you. And I'll take that information off and get rid of that. But, I mean, you can see we've still got numerous thunderstorms here that we're tracking. Tornado-warned storm right there, tornado-warned storm in western or northwestern St. Clair County. We've got the tornado-warned storm also in southeast Kansas. That is currently still located on the Kansas side, but it looks like it's going to be moving into Jasper County, maybe southern Barton County, northern Newton County. So we very soon may see additional warnings coming into southwest Missouri with that storm. Currently, this is probably the storm that we're most concerned about, the one that's in Dallas. At the very least, it is producing very large hail, damaging large hail.
Right on top of Bennett Springs.
Right, yeah. There's still, I can still see, let's see if I've got radar data again. All right, come on, let's see, there it is. It's not as distinct, but you can see there's still right here. That is north of, it's very close to Highway 32. It's that feature right in here. This is what we're watching right here. Very close to Long Lane. So we've got at least a general circulation there. That's northwest of Phillipsburg. That is moving. Golly, it's really messy in that area. I mean, I feel like what we're seeing is this sort of, the storm is evolving. So the circulation itself it's not moving very much. It's like it's almost reorganizing, and it's reorganizing generally in the same spot. So that circulation appears to be sort of focused right now, very close to the Long Lane area. We've got, let me pull that data out. Let me see. Actually, it was near Long Lane. It looks like, I'm getting some updated images here. It looks like it's very close now to the county line. So I think that's an updated image we just got in. Looks like this is the area that we're watching, right there, very close to Highway 32. That's east now of Long Lane. I don't want to give a direction of movement. It's like I said, that circulation's been sort of evolving. It's almost like it's reorganizing, and so it hasn't moved a lot. I'm going to guess it's going to start kind of moving in more of a east-northeasterly trajectory once again. So that'll keep it pretty close to Highway 32 as the storm starts to get into southwestern sections of Laclede County. And we've still got some big hail coming out of that storm. I mean, we've still got, looks like the hail is east-southeast of Windyville, southeast of Windyville, but we've still got a big pocket there where we're probably getting at least golf ball size northwest of Phillipsburg.
Jamie, I have this pulled up. If we can pull it over on Max 2. It's estimating golf ball size hail, and I think this is underestimating just how large this hail core is. The leading edge of this big hailstones are about to get into Bennett Springs and then eventually get into the west part of Lebanon before moving through the town. So big hail core moving in. We also have another big hail core that's moving through parts of Hickory County. The tornado warning in St. Clair County and Appleton City, that's producing about dime-size hail, so you guys aren't getting the monster hail like everyone else. Jamie, new tornado warning. This is for
Jasper County.
Jasper County. This is going to include Webb City, the Joplin, Carthage, Galena. So the activity that we knew was going to be coming in, that tornado that has been moving in from Kansas, is just continuing downstream. And this one is confirmed.
This is a PDS warning.
They have confirmed this tornado. National Weather Service says, hey, there's a high likelihood that there's a tornado on the ground. They don't know the size of it, but they know that there is a tornado on the ground. So this is going to be moving into Missouri right now. So if you are watching from the I-49 corridor, Carthage, Joplin, Webb City, sirens going off in Webb City. I imagine sirens are going off in Joplin as well. Take shelter.
Yeah, and again, they're wording this pretty strongly on the warning for that storm. I mean, they're saying a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. And that is, it looks like it's just east of Columbus now, and it looks like it's moving east at 40.
I do want to try to pull up our downstream camera. If our producers can take Max 2 or either take that shot, because you're seeing a pretty good lightning show at this time. So this is downstream near Joplin, where those kind of tornadoes are expected to move back in, and you really cannot see much. It is dark, and the only time you see anything is when you get a strong flash of lightning that kind of lights up your entire screen. So this is the view over in downstream where that confirmed tornado is in the rough area right now. I'm trying to scan and not seeing anything on our tower camera, thankfully, with that. But we still have 2 more tornado warnings, Jamie, into Missouri. Both of those, the hail core over in Bennett Springs is so impressive. That's going to be knocking some windshields out and causing more headaches.
You know, I was kind of taking a. You had mentioned how the St. Clair storm, it was more evident out of the KC radar, and it is. Right now I'm using the Kansas City radar, so radar sites up here. It's looking south-southeast. Now here's the tornado warning, and folks, that's the circulation. So Appleton City, Lowry City, Osceola. It looks like that circulation is west of Osceola, at least based on what we're seeing out of the KC radar. As we shift, you can see now I've swapped back out with the Springfield radar, so now we're looking northwest at the storm. Not nearly as impressive, but you can still see there's a circulation, it appears to be, right there on the southern edge of that polygon. So I don't know if they're going to be, I don't know if they're going to have to redraw. I mean, I can see that. It's very messy. I mean, I can still see, I think the original circulation that they were tracking is right here, but that's the one that really pops out when you look at the KC radar. So I'm gonna swap that out with this is what it looks like right now in radar. Yep, new warning.
New warning on that.
That's more for the Osceola Vista area. So that's what they've done is they've gone ahead and so the warning initially was up here, and now it looks like the circulation is strengthening down here. So they've adjusted the warning now for folks near Osceola and south of Osceola. This is more for like the central area of St. Clair County. So that is our latest tornado warning coming in for central areas of St. Clair County.
And Jamie, this is the 3rd time that, you know, Roscoe and Osceola and places along Highway 54 have been under a tornado warning for today. And that's just something that you don't see too often, because most of the time you get one storm that runs on through, it uses up all the energy in the atmosphere, and then you're done. But they've had 1, 2, and then now this is the 3rd one that has moved back in. There's still enough energy, and that's just how primed the atmosphere is. We keep saying this. There's more tornado chances for Monday. There's more tornado chances for Tuesday. It's what we're seeing here, where we're seeing tornadoes form, and there's still a whole lot of energy left over for the atmosphere to play on. So this is the 3rd tornado warning that is happening just north of Highway 54 for this evening. And
we've seen the circulation here in St. Clair County. It has tightened up. This is west of Osceola. Using a different radar image. Looks like it is It's west of Osceola by about 7.5, 7 miles. So it's still a little west of Osceola. What was the forward speed on that one, Matt? Do you remember?
They had it at like they said somewhere between 15 to 25 on it. So it's been sputtering and then stalling.
Yeah. So, and the image that we have for you folks that are watching right now, it's not updating as fast as I would like, but I can go ahead and point out what I'm seeing. And what I'm seeing is that there is an intensifying circulation right there. And if we track that, Matt, I'm sorry, did you say, what was the speed on that?
Do about 25. I think they had it
25?
for 15, but it looks to be going faster than 15.
Okay, so Osceola residents, about 10:21 this evening, so maybe say 12 minutes from now. Looks like that circulation that has developed to the south. So the initial circulation was up here. New circulation has developed here, west of Osceola, and it is tracking east, and it looks like it will get into Osceola at about 10:21 this evening, in roughly 11 to 12 minutes or so from now. The circulation currently is located on very close to the intersection of B and E highway. That's roughly where the circulation is centered at this point, and it is tracking east. And I would say, again, if you live in and around Osceola, please get into your tornado safe space. It looks like this circulation is going to move right through your community in about 10 minutes. Now, in addition to that storm that we're watching, we've still got the tornado warned storm that has been moving through the Windyville area. Now, this, and I'm not sure what the National Weather Service is going to do, but it looks like the tornado, the part of the storm that we would worry about there being a tornado is outside. This is the tornado warning. It is outside of that tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but the part of the storm right here that we're worried about is now outside of that original tornado warning. It looks like it's located very close to Phillipsburg, a little north of Phillipsburg. I'm going to kind of pan down there and see what this looks like on radar. And I can see there is still a circulation there. It just doesn't look as well developed as earlier. But this is the area that I'm watching right here. That's on 32, Highway 32. That is north of Phillipsburg. So again, this is the area right here that we are watching for still a potential tornado. There is still a circulation showing up in that area. And that appears to be kind of just organizing, right, just kind of moving right down Highway 32. I think it will stay north of Phillipsburg, but that's the new circulation with that particular thunderstorm that's sort of redeveloped off to the southeast that we're tracking. That circulation located pretty close to OO Highway, and it looks like it is now into southwestern sections of Laclede County north of Phillipsburg. And when I go to our other radar view, I mean, you look at that, I mean, you can see where the hook is. I mean, it's right there. It doesn't look very impressive in terms of like the winds that I'm sensing on radar with it, but you can see this is, just looking at radar, this is what we're looking for. I mean, this is supercell thunderstorm. Here's our hook, and this is where the circulation is currently located, right about in there. Looks like that will stay north of Phillipsburg. And I'm going to look at a different radar image, but I'm guessing we've still got some pretty good hail with that storm as well. I mean, it looks like we've still got hail sizes. Let's see what we got. Looks like we've still got hail sizes near and north of Phillipsburg, and I can pull that product up. Looks like we may still have some hail up to maybe in excess of golf ball size. In fact, I would say maybe even approaching tennis ball size. So here's Phillipsburg. This is the hail core. So we've got, looks like damaging hail moving into southwestern Laclede County, located just north of Phillipsburg is where the hail core is centered, but I think we've got hail in Phillipsburg, and we may be seeing hailstones up to ping pong to tennis ball size right here. That's very close to I-44, just to the north of Phillipsburg, where the hail core is currently centered, and that will continue to track. Just looking at this, it looks like it's tracking roughly east. So Lebanon, folks here in Lebanon, you guys may stay just north of the hail track with this particular thunderstorm. I want to get back to...
We have the camera
Okay.
in Lebanon. If we could take that, the Lebanon camera on I-44, the MoDOT camera. Let's go full on that because this is the area that we're talking about, where we have that hail core, where we have that intense lightning, where we have things starting to pour in. Look at that big flash that just came in. MoDOT thankfully providing these cameras for us. Look how messy this is. If there is a funnel somewhere in here, you're not going to be able to tell. This is rain wrapped. It is very dark. The only time you can see anything is when you get these massive flashes of lightning that start to move in. You're seeing how consistent the flashes of lightning is as well. Looking at the highway, I'm not seeing really anything too bad for flooding. Thankfully, water not ponding over I-44 at this time. Not even seeing too much of that hail in this camera, but this is kind of ahead of where that main hail core is right now. This is a really good camera. Jamie, what are your kind of takeaways from this?
Just looking at that, I mean, it's the intensity of the lightning. I mean, you can see just some really intense lightning strikes. And that's, you know, I mean, these MoDOT cameras, they're good, but they're not as clean as other cameras that we might be able to show you if they were near storms where they are right now. This is what we've got. And even on these MoDOT cameras, you can very clearly see the intensity of the lightning that we're getting out of this particular thunderstorm. Looks like they're actually panning that view.
Yeah, MoDOT themselves, I think they're trying to look at road conditions. They're moving this camera around, trying to see, and it looks like water's not ponding too bad over the roadways at this time, but I'm expecting things to get worse in Lebanon as kind of that main severe thunderstorm that we've been talking about gets closer to the town. We'll pull this camera back up as things start to pick up into that area, but we got eyes over in Lebanon and just want to give you guys a quick peek of that.
Yeah, and I want to get back to the storm that's up in St. Clair County too. For our viewers in and around Osceola, the circulation is located to your west. The tornado warning remains in effect, rightfully so. We can still see the circulation. This is what it looks like. That's a radar image right there, but now we're going to look at the wind fields, and you can see it. This image it's a little old, but that's what we're looking at right there. That circulation right there that is getting very, very close to Osceola. In fact, just got a new scan in and waiting for this to update, the on-air product to update, but it looks like the circulation is very close to B Highway, a little west-northwest of Osceola. So if I had to gauge this, looks like maybe a couple of miles to the west of Osceola. So folks in and around Osceola, you don't have really much time to prepare possible tornado moving through your community here shortly. We're seeing that circulation on radar. It looks strong enough still for it to be tornado warned. Just have not gotten any. We've not had any like spotters on this storm. We don't have any confirmation that something is trying to develop. But on radar, it looks like maybe something is trying to develop. And again, that circulation is now getting into the outskirts, the western outskirts of Osceola. It looks like it's kind of centered. If I had to pull out some roads in the vicinity, B Highway. A lot of county roads in there. Northeast 175 Road, Northeast 183. That's pretty close to where that circulation is centered. That's, again, still a little outside of Osceola, but not much. And that circulation will be moving, it looks like, across Osceola over the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'd say B Highway, just north of the Osage River, kind of in that area. And that's the state wildlife area is tucked in there as well. So it's getting closer to the town of Osceola. I don't think it's on top of it right now, but it is, 1-2 miles away?
And Matt, and while you're talking about that, I noticed also the Laclede storm, which is still a very intense thunderstorm. There's no tornado warning associated with it now. So it's still a severe warned storm. There's still a circulation, but it's not strong enough to warrant a tornado warning, but it's still worth watching as it continues to track across Laclede County. At the very least, though, we are getting still some monster hail with that storm. Hail sizes at this point, I it still looks like we've got in excess of golf ball size, and that's centered just north of Phillipsburg, between Highway 32 and I-44. And some of that may get into the Lebanon area, at least on the south side of Lebanon. So that is the latest on that particular thunderstorm. It looks like the tornado warnings have been.
Let's go back to that camera one more time, because the lightning is picking up even more in Lebanon, and massive flashes, and not a tornado warning right now, but we're still seeing hints of some rotation, and this is just a beast of a storm that's moving in. Jamie, what was the hail estimates on that again in Lebanon?
Right now, between Phillipsburg and Lebanon, that's where the hail core is. It looks like in excess of golf ball size.
About golf ball size hail, and
probably a little larger.
Maybe larger.
Yeah.
So big flashes of lightning over in Lebanon, really about to pick up for you guys as well. This is not with a tornado warning, but it would not surprise me if we see something tighten up and the National Weather Service reissues a tornado warning, because there still looks to be like a hook that's trying to form just to the east of Phillipsburg, kind of along I-44. So this is a system that's trying to produce a tornado, had a tornado warning on it earlier. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but this is one really powerful severe thunderstorm warning.
And we've still got that storm that's now moving into Jasper County. I mean, that storm that has been tornado warned, it came with a PDS tornado warning for the Joplin Webb City area. That storm is now moving into Joplin. So we've got that storm. We've still got the storm up in St. Clair County. That storm, the tornado threat, it's still there, and it is moving into Osceola right now. It looks like the circulation is just west of Osceola, and just kind of getting some roads in that area. Come on, let me see if I can get something to pop up for me. Still, B Highway is maybe about the best I can do. B Highway, Northeast 351 Road, Northeast 280 Road. I mean, these are some rural roads very close to where the circulation is located. And again, that is just to the maybe west-northwest of Osceola. Just getting a new scan in, and I don't see the circulation tightening, but it's still there, and it appears to be very close to, if not on top of, Osceola right now. So it looks like the risk of a tornado is now peaking in the Osceola area, and then we're going to see that circulation slide on by to the east here momentarily. It should be moving east of Highway 13 over the next 5 minutes. But again, we've got tornado warned storm in St. Clair County, and then as we drop south, and of course the radar data is getting a little funky again, we've got this storm right here. That's now impacting Joplin and Webb City, and I'm going to see what it looks like on a different radar view. Right now, you know, I don't see a tight couplet. I'll swap it out for velocity data so you can see what I'm talking about here. I don't see a tight couplet with this storm, but I do see evidence of strong winds, likely some very strong winds now coming into Jasper County. Here's Carl Junction, Webb City, Joplin. These strong winds are going to come in, it looks like south of Carl Junction, but Joplin north up toward Webb City. Watch out. Tornado warning is in effect for that area, but also it looks like maybe some strong straight line winds are coming into that area as well. I'm going to take a quick drink of water, Matt.
I think you've earned one. You've gone for about 4.5 hours, so I figured you can get a sip of water after that. Maybe you won't get another for a couple more hours. But
so yeah. I mean, we've still got. I mean, there's still very dangerous weather in the area. And
I stepped out for a minute, so I don't know if you addressed this. The confirmed tornado in Jasper County, that has just gone down to a tornado warning. So
we were and we were talking about, like, and I'll go back to velocity data, but when you look at this, you no longer see, a tight couplet. So when I say a tight couplet, what I mean is we would see this blue right next to some red or orange, like right there.
Yeah.
We're not seeing that. We're seeing this broad area of rotation, and most of this is probably what I would call straight line winds that is coming into Jasper County. Very intense straight line winds, but maybe on the order of 60 to 70 miles per hour coming into Jasper County. So areas from Joplin north up to Webb City, maybe even up to Oronogo, west to Carl Junction, that's going to be a corridor that likely gets some strong winds as this storm continues east. But the overall structure of the storm is different now. It does not look as what we would call supercellular as it did maybe an hour ago. This is more of a cluster of severe storms now, and I think we may be seeing more of a transition from supercell thunderstorm with very large hail, maybe a big tornado, to more of a line of storms that will still carry some severe weather potential, especially wind, maybe some spotty hail. In fact, I'm going to look at that. I haven't looked in that particular area. We do still have some very large hail, big pocket of hail from Galena to Joplin up to Webb City, probably approaching, if not exceeding, golf ball size. So it's still producing some very large hail. In our area, folks, we've been tracking several supercell thunderstorms, and we've still got supercells that are severe warned. They've lost that low level circulation, so the tornado warnings have been lifted with them. But we're still tracking this one in Laclede County. We've still got one that's making its way across northern Dallas County. This is the tornado warned storm that we've been watching moving into the Osceola area. And right now, it looks like that tornado threat in Osceola, and we're going to go ahead and kind of focus in on that. It looks like this storm too has kind of evolved a little bit. This is more of a rear flank downdraft right in here. So here's our inflow coming into the storm, and it looks like the tornado threat is now shifting east of Osceola. It's shifting east of Highway 13. It appears to me to be located probably right about in here. This is going to be the area of concern for a possible tornado, right in there. But even that signature is not very strong. This has turned into more of what I would call a shear axis, meaning when I swap this out, you'll see what I'm talking about. This is, in fact, this is an older image because you can see it still looks like it's got a circulation west of Osceola. That circulation is now here east of Highway 13, but we're starting to get more of a linear look to the inbound winds and the outbound winds. So I think we're losing some of the organization with that particular severe thunderstorm. But if I had to kind of pinpoint an area where we may still have some tornado concerns with it, it looks like it would be roughly about in here. And maybe I'll get a new scan in, but it looks like it's now east of Highway 13, north of Osceola, right about in there, to the west of Iconium. And that's the pocket that I would watch. And you can see how that also kind of correlates with our little notch right here. This is, you can see we've still got a hook. That little notch right there, that is roughly where you would expect to find a tornado, and that lines up pretty well with our velocity data as well. There's also some large hail with this storm, maybe in excess of quarter size, moving across the Lowry City area. So we may be dealing with some damaging hail also with that thunderstorm in Lowry City. Further east, looks like we lost our radar data again. Further east,
Still seeing some areas of that severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag. I'm seeing some hints of rotation, but it's hard to tell. Is this the updraft that's producing the hail, or is this something that's trying to get down into the surface? This has just been, the headline has been the big hail, and the tornado threats that have been attached to it, and we're still seeing that. We still have these supercell tornadoes, and it really has been a while since we've seen anything of this nature, of this power, and especially for this long, Jamie. It's been the same areas along Highway 54 that's been hit again, and again, and most of this activity has been north of I-44 as well. A lot of areas have been experiencing, 1 to 3 inches of rain in just a short amount of time. I imagine Joplin, they're getting very good rain right now. I haven't looked at our downstream camera in a while, but it's just continuing to pour throughout this area, and it's still active enough. It's the question we're talking about is when can this instability get used up? When can things in the atmosphere start to slow back down? I want to look at temperatures because I don't think I've done that. And
Matt, I've got the instability pulled up, and so what folks can see is how the instability falls off to the east. It also falls off to the north because this area's been worked over by multiple thunderstorms. So it's rain cooled in this area. Now, where you have a boundary between the rain cooled air and the warmer untouched air to the south, this is going to be a focal point for potential severe weather. Any of these storms that are interacting with that boundary could become severe. In fact, that's why we still have that tornado warned storm in St. Clair County, very close to the boundary. But as storms move off to the east, there is going to be a tendency for them to wind down. Maybe still capable of producing severe weather, but not to the level that we have seen when these storms were further west over southwest Missouri. But you can see we've still got a pretty good reservoir of instability over southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas. The other thing, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to show this, let's see if I can, I want to pull up winds, low-level jets. So let's take a look at this. So this is a feature right here. So what we're looking at winds that are about 4,000 to 5,000 feet off the surface. Why is this important? Well, these low-level jets, they really help to add a lot of spin, if you will. The low-level jet really helps to intensify the low-level wind field that can play into the likelihood of severe weather, including tornadoes. And this has ramped up in intensity heading into this evening. And notice how it's focused here over western Missouri into northeast Oklahoma. So this is why this is kind of the area right now that we're most concerned about. And that, of course, is sitting right on top of us. As for the current look of radar, and we'll zoom in right there, we've still got a pair of tornado warned storms, one in St. Clair County and one in Jasper County. The tornado warned storm here in St. Clair County, we'll focus in on it first. This is what it looks like. I mean, it's not super impressive looking. It's still prompting that tornado warning. It looks like the tornado risk has moved east of Osceola. We are still seeing, yeah, it looks like there is still a signature, and I'm gonna pull up our velocity data. Let me see if I can find it. There we go. We're gonna pull this up, and what you see is like, so here's, earlier I was saying it looks like more of like a shear axis, because you've got this very linear look to the inbound winds and very linear look to the outbound winds. But here's Osceola. Notice how that pairing of these winds, where that rotation, which is probably kind of broad right now, it's now east of Osceola. It's east of Highway 13. So I think the tornado threat is over with this storm along and west of Highway 13. Areas east of Highway 13 remains in an area where there could be tornado development with this storm. I'm not seeing anything that's jumping out at me in terms of, whoa, this thing's really tightening up, but I can see still that there's still evidence of some rotation, and this is an old image that I've got up right there. That there's a little bit of a pocket of more focused rotation, maybe right about in there. And so that's east of Osceola. That is pretty close to Highway 82. So running east out of Osceola along Highway 82, that appears to be where we have still a circulation that we can track right now. And that's going to continue to march off to the east. I'm going to go to a different radar view. And that looks like it's going to kind of continue to kind of move down Highway 82. Areas, the next community that might be kind of in line would be like Harper. I think the circulation may stay just south of Iconium. Iconium, you guys are not under the tornado warning, but the way this storm is evolving, it may get kind of close to the south end of Iconium. But certainly Harper, we've got U Highway that runs south out of Iconium down toward Harper. That corridor, you're a little east of where that circulation is right now. Matt, do you have something that you want to show folks?
I'm going to dig in some power outages. We've been looking into radar for quite a while, and I want to talk about the impacts that have been occurring. Power outage map is behind me. Let's go by this kind of county by county, talk about people without power. Because last I saw, about 3,000, maybe 4,000 people without power. Let's start in Benton County, where they have nearly 600 people without power. They got their thunderstorms around 7 o'clock today, and then that only produced about I say only, but dime to quarter-sized hail. That has caused about 500 to 600 people without power. Let's look at Dallas County if we can. Go down into Dallas County, about 400 without power as well. That's an area that was hit not just with the fast winds and the tornado threat, but the large monster-sized hail. Let's move it over to the right for Laclede County and see how many people are out of power there. That's about 100 people in Laclede County. A lot of times this is underestimating as it takes a while for these reports to look in. If we can, look at the counties along the I-49 corridor off into the west. Bates County, about 129 without power. Vernon County, 350. And thankfully these numbers are relatively low. You compare it to what happened just a couple weeks ago when we had winds that were gusting between 70 to 80 miles per hour. That caused 30,000 people to be without power. We're seeing supercell tornadoes only causing about 3,000 people to be without power. Let's look at some of the damage photos and the hail photos that people have been sending in because the impacts have been, well, pretty large. Look at this windshield, this massive hole that just got punched in. This was over in El Dorado Springs with the first wave of thunderstorms that moved in. They have seen about 3 waves of thunderstorms that have moved into that area as well. And this windshield has 1, 2, 3 holes out of it. Now we're going over to St. Clair County in Collins. Look at some of the damage of the market that happened. I had a viewer email me in, and I appreciate his information. He told me that the roof caved in at the old market. The new market still has some damage. I believe this bricks, he was trying to clarify that for me. I've never been to Collins. I apologize. I've been to Wablo. I've been very close, but never been to Collins myself. If we have that picture of the roof that got caved in, that's that one right there. That's the old market. The roof kind of caved in on the back side of that. That was an older building, so it may have been kind of on its last legs, and the weather today managed to push that out. If we have any more kind of pictures, let's go ahead and try to pull those up for a second. This is some of that tennis ball-sized hail, and this has been consistent. I know here in Springfield it has been quiet for us, but the people that are north of I-44, this is that big hail that we have been seeing over in El Dorado Springs. So big hailstones that have started to move back in. It has been fairly consistent. We're starting to see tennis ball-sized hail. We appreciate everyone that's sending in these pictures. If you want to send in pictures, go to Ozarksfirst.com. You can send and submit your weather pictures there. You can email to it, and there's also
that one hailstone was, you know.
Very, it's pretty wicked looking on that. And this is, we were having problems with our debris tracker earlier, Jamie, where it was picking up on possible debris that was falling, and instead it was just some of this spiky, asymmetrical hail that was moving down, and it's quite atypical to see hail that size. Here's this Ozarksfirst, where you can submit some of your weather photos. We have some of them posted on our website for us. You can submit them by email. You can submit them on our website. You can a lot of people are also just posting them out on Facebook for us. We appreciate everyone that's doing that for us. It really helps us to kind of relate to what's happening. And big hailstorms, also seeing some of those funnel clouds. Ooh, look at that windshield. I have not. That's the first time I've seen that photo.
That's busted out. So, looks like it's completely busted out.
I kind of want to warn some people, if you're north of I-44 for tonight, you may want to be getting your car indoors, and if you can't, maybe put blankets on there, anything that you can do to try to protect that windshield. But Jamie, we still have some tornado warnings. I don't want to lose sight of that, but I think talking about what's happening, showing the pictures, helps people relate to just what we're trying to say on these radar images. Yeah, and right now in our area, you mentioned we still have some tornado warnings. We have the one in St. Clair County, and we have the one in Jasper County. The Jasper County warning, I think it is now a radar-indicated tornado versus a confirmed tornado. Okay. Don't want to lose sight of the danger, though, that still is present with that thunderstorm. It's just that we've lost some of the confirmation that there was a tornado occurring, but still a tornado-warned storm moving through Joplin, moving through the Webb City area. Also, we have still about, I think we still have like 8 minutes to go on this tornado warning in St. Clair County, and our radar data, it's struggling a little bit to keep up, but you can see that storm, it's starting to get kind of to the eastern edge of where the tornado warning is. You can still see this little appendage. I mean, here's Fairfield, Osceola is off to the west. Again, tornado threats over with there for the time being. Here's our hook, and it looks like still over Highway 82. We've still got a decent signature, at least very close to. If I had to, I'll go ahead and swap this out with velocity data. Let's see what that looks like. But it's a little bit messy, but our radar, one of the ones that we have off camera, is suggesting that we have seen sort of a spike in intensity
here. Let me look and see. I need to line this up. It looks like it's a little spike in intensity. It looks like that circulation located right about in here. So that's east of Osceola, east-northeast of Vista, north of Gerster, and it's starting to get kind of on the eastern edge of that tornado warning polygon. Now, downstream, not under a tornado warning, but this storm is going to be moving through communities like Quincy and north of Quincy. It looks like the core of the storm is going to tend to move between Quincy and Fairfield. Just kind of tracking out that circulation, and I'm going to look up the speed, see what it's at 35. Tracking out that circulation that, again, appears to be located right about in here, just using a different radar image. This is going to be the track that we will see it tend to follow. So that will bring it outside of where the current tornado warning is. So we're going to wait and see if they're going to extend that warning downstream. But you can see in Quincy, it looks like that circulation may pass near or just to the north of Quincy in about, I'd say about 7 minutes. In Avery, it may be close to Avery at about 10:56 or roughly about 17, 18 minutes from now. Cross Timbers, that storm will probably stay just to your north, but it'll be near Cross Timbers at roughly 11 o'clock this evening as this storm continues to track east at about 35 miles per hour. And again, just looking at a off-camera radar that I have to look at, the hail sizes have come down on that storm, so that may be a sign of weakening, but the radar is still sensing that there's a tight enough circulation in the vicinity that I was just talking about that may warrant that tornado warning continuing. Again, we're going to see as that starts to get, again, to the eastern edge of where the current warning is. But we do still see a circulation right there just to the west-northwest of Quincy, moving east at 35 miles per hour. If I had to kind of highlight some roads, let's see where we are. If I had to highlight some roads, I'd say it's pretty close to PP Highway, still located west of Highway 83, a little west of Quincy. This looks to be a very rural area. I'm not, outside of PP Highway, which runs west to east, kind of hitting 83 north of Quincy. It appears to be very close to that. So I'm going to zoom in and see if I can get this to show up. It looks like that circulation, it looks like it's located right about in here. That's south of Harper to the west-northwest of Quincy, but just looking at a different radar image, that's very close to where it appears that circulation is. And it's kind of come and go. There's been some ebb and flow to the intensity of it. It looks like it is starting to exit, though, that tornado warning. So folks in, I guess that would be northwestern Hickory County, maybe even to southwestern Benton County, that warned storm is already moving into those areas. But the part that we've been tracking for a possible tornado is just now getting into maybe northwest Hickory County, and it may continue. It'll either stay just south of the county line, or may try to sneak a little north of the county line into southern Benton. But it does look like the circulation is starting to exit that tornado warning.
Jamie, let me give you an update on two different things. The thunderstorm that just moved past Lebanon, that has pushed out. That is not a tornado warning on it, but the National Weather Service has put a destructive tag, clarifying that this is a destructive, severe thunderstorm with baseball, maybe even tennis ball size hail on that as well. Additionally, we also have a new tornado warning, and this is going to go into parts of Dade County, Jasper County, Lawrence County, Newton County. So it's just that continuation of the storm that we've been tracking from Kansas for the last 4 hours, starting to now approach. This has been crawling towards us. It is not moving quick, but this is, I think, the best impact for the Springfield area, the Willard area would be this storm as it eventually gets to us, and this guy has not been moving fast. It has showed some signs of weakening, but it's still a big storm. No,
it's and it's kind of out there by itself, and that kind of will lend itself to at least maintaining itself to some extent. Now, as Matt said, it looks like there's been There's been an evolution. I think there's still supercellular like qualities to it, but there's more of a cluster of thunderstorms now that still extends back into southeast Kansas, and that activity is going to continue to push east. Looks like kind of running right down I-44 toward western sections of Dade County, or southwestern Dade, and western sections of Lawrence County. I think in terms of where the worst of this storm is going to be tracking, I mean, it looks like we got it moving east at 45. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to track that. It's moving east at 45. We still see a circulation located roughly near Webb City. It's not nearly as strong or as organized as it was, but it's still there. Big hail on this storm, probably approaching tennis ball size, and it looks like, I think I said 35. This is the ground that it's going to cover as it tracks east. This is over the next 30 minutes. We'll see it moving to Carthage, 10:58. Looks like we're trying to get a new radar image there. Reeds may get close to Reeds at 11:11. That's kind of, that's 30 minutes out from now. And it looks like it finally gets into, I'd say it gets into western Lawrence County, in about, I'd say about 30 to 45 minutes.
Yeah, clearly it'll get there well before midnight.
Yeah.
So that's still.
And that warning does run through 11:30 this evening. So as far as other storms that we're watching, Matt mentioned the destructive hailstorm that is impacting areas to the southeast, or to the east, I should say, in Laclede County. You can see that storm right there. We've actually got several severe warned storms kind of in a string from northern Dallas County through Laclede County. You can see all three of these. We'll go ahead and animate this so you can see kind of how this is evolving. Looks like these storms are generally moving east, and that's gonna take them across southeastern sections of Camden County, getting into western sections of Pulaski County here soon. And you can see these little pockets of purple. Every one of those, that's where we're looking at hail. And some of it could be very large. So I'll stop that. We'll take a look at our hail product. And right now, you can see with each one of those storms, we've got hail that may be approaching at least golf ball size. So we've got a hail core to the east of Lebanon right here. We've got another hail core to the west of Lebanon. Further west, north of Wendyville, here's another hail core to the east of Tunis. Again, these hail cores generally tracking off to the east. So we're going to see more areas that are going to get raked with damaging hail with those storms. Now, in terms of tornado potential, it looks like that warning up in St. Clair County, that warning has come to an end. But there's still, and I'm hoping I can, maybe I'll show you a different radar image because it looks like we lost radar data again. This storm that is now making its way into northwestern, it's actually moved into northwestern Hickory County. It's in southern Benton County. That storm right there, you can see that orange polygon right there. That's a severe thunderstorm warning, but it comes with that tornado possible tag, meaning that the circulation that we're still tracking and we can still see isn't strong enough at this point to warrant a tornado warning. But the risk is there as it tracks. It looks like it's, that part of the storm that might produce a tornado looks like it's going to track very close to the county line, kind of continue roughly east in this fashion through here. That would take it north of Hermitage, but our radar is still suggesting that there is a circulation there. Now, it may be getting a little contaminated. Let's see if I can pull up our velocity data. And this is what it looks like right now. And you can see this is the area right here to the northeast of Quincy that we're watching.
Some good circulation, and
I wonder, Matt.
I think there's going to be a tornado warning on that, Jamie. I mean, it's just.
Well, I wonder though if it's in the rain-cooled area. So that storm right now may be undercut by the rain-cooled air that has, from the storms that have been moving across that area. I mean, Matt was showing temperatures earlier. I mean, temperatures where we've seen these thunderstorms have cooled into the mid-60s. And so we've got that rain-cooled air at the surface, and that can lessen the potential of tornadoes. But if you do get a deep, intense circulation, like this storm is trying to show, then as Matt said, we may see another tornado pop for that storm.
Temperature is 63 degrees there. Before we dive in on this, Jamie, I do want to mention that
a new tornado warning did get issued.
Hearing a tree down on a house near Joplin Airport. So that's with that other tornado warning that's in Jasper County that's starting to slowly creep in. That is doing damage as well, Jamie.
And they did go ahead and issue a new tornado warning. This is for areas southern Benton, northern Hickory, Fristo, Cross Timbers, Preston, all under a tornado warning. You need to get in your tornado safe space. We're still, we can still see this circulation that appears to be kind of focused north of Wheatland. Trying to get in tight enough so that kind of pops in. This image that I'm showing you right now, this is probably a scan behind. But here's Quincy, Wheatland. Looks like we've got a circulation located roughly, I'd put it probably right about in here. This is roughly where that circulation is. At times it looks like it's tightening up, and then at other times it looks like it kind of broadens back out. But that is where we are kind of concerned that there might be a tornado or developing tornado. And for that warning, it is tracking east at 65 miles per hour. They've got it moving east at 65. Okay, so let's track that.
This started off at 25 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Now we're up to 65. So starting to pick up pace, and if anything, that's an indication of it picking up strength as well.
Yeah, so if we track that roughly in that vicinity, I mean, this is, if it's moving that fast, this is how much ground it's going to cover. So you can see it looks like it'll continue east. This is southern sections of Benton, northern Hickory. Looks like that circulation will tend to stay south of the county line, but the tornado warning does extend as far north as Edwards. Cross Timbers, it would be in the Cross Timbers area at 11 o'clock, roughly 10 minutes from now. Max Creek, looks like it would probably be passing north of Max Creek in about 20 to 25 minutes. Again, last warning for that storm, now tornado warned again, 65 mile per hour movement off to the east. That is flying. And so with that, we're going to go back to our other radar image. And you can see, we've still got a well-developed hook. Here's Fairfield, Cross Timbers, Fristo. Here's our tornado warning. And you can see the hook. And this is the area right in here where we've seen the circulation. There's been an ebb and flow, but it'll tighten up a little bit, and then it may weaken a little bit. And then it tightens up a little bit, and then it may weaken a little bit. But that is going to continue to track roughly in that direction. And with it moving as fast, let's go ahead and let's loop this. It's moving along. They've got it moving east at 65. With it moving that fast, it should be crossing Highway 65 in under 10 minutes. So for folks downstream here in northern Hickory County, especially around the Cross Timbers area, you're going to have the possibility of a tornado moving through your community in under 10 minutes from now. I'm going to stop that. Outside of that, and we've still got this storm, this monster coming in across Jasper County. That's
tennis ball size hail on that too, and that's been doing some damage, and also power outages. We looked at power outages earlier. It's causing even more people without power in Jasper County too. So it's two different kind of monster storms moving in.
Matt, I don't know if they're saying anything about, there's a storm in northwestern Laclede. It looks like we've seen the circulation kind of tighten up there. In fact, I'll go ahead and adjust the view. Of course, the radar. The radar data is not happy right now, but yeah, there was a tightening there for a moment. That was southwest of Eldridge, but in this last scan that I've gotten, I'm looking at a different radar source off air that last radar scan that I got, it looks like that's kind of faded away. I don't see it anymore in this last scan. Further northwest, though, still evident circulation here west of Cross Timbers, north of Hermitage, northeast of Wheatland. This storm right here, hook echo still very apparent. Here's Fristow, Fairfield, still seeing a circulation located right about in there. So if you live downstream of that, here along Highway 65, you may not have much time really to take shelter. I mean, this storm is moving east at 65 miles per hour, so it should be crossing Highway 65 in under 10 minutes. And then from there, it'll continue east across northeastern sections of Hickory County. Radar would imply that circulation is kind of tightened up, especially I think higher up, maybe just off the surface or a little bit above the surface. It's tightened up. I mean, right now I'm looking at the storm at about 2,200 feet off the ground, and it looks like maybe at that level and higher up it has tightened up some. That's at least what the radar is suggesting. In addition to that, again, we've got these other storms which are still severe warned. And you know, you can just look at this. I mean, we've got this string of thunderstorms here to the southeast. I'll make that view look like that. So we've got this string of storms to the southeast. You can see the hooks on them. There's a hook, there's a hook, there's a hook here. I was watching this storm in particular. It looked like maybe that circulation was kind of tightening up a little bit. But every one of those storms, they're supercellular. They're producing large to very large hail, and there's still that risk that something may try to spin up out of one of those storms. But these currently are severe warned. They're not tornado warned. The tornado warning that we have in our area is for this storm here in Hickory County. Of course, they're updating that warning, kind of trimming off the western edge of it.
Jamie, we have a camera on those severe warned storms. That's over the I-44 camera over by Gasconade. The headlights are making this hard to see, but if you just wait, give it a second or two, you'll see some massive flashes of lightning. Water starting to, look at that right there. That car is going too fast, I can tell you that right now. But this is kind of that view. And once again, this is not with a tornado warning, but this is a very intense thunderstorm. The National Weather Service has issued a destructive tag. They don't give those out too often. Severe thunderstorm with a destructive tag, and we're looking at this and we're seeing signs of some rotation as well, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we see some type of tornado warning that gets issued. This again, we're looking at I-44 and near the Gasconade River, just to the northeast of Lebanon. Big flashes of lightning, rain starting to pour back down, and this is that area that's also having some monster hail of somewhere up to baseball sized. We've been seeing reports of people having windshields broken, windows broken with this hail. So sirens aren't going off. Whew, that was a big flash as well. Sirens aren't going off in this area to my knowledge, but it's one of those that you want to be getting inside. Sleep downstairs in the basement if you can.
Yeah, you know, that's actually really good advice, you know, for folks that may be worried about, because this is going to be an overnight event. I mean, we're now sitting at 11 o'clock. I mean, these storms are still chugging along, and it looks like that risk of severe weather may extend all the way till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So, you know, if you need to, yeah, if you can, maybe sleep in the basement. The risk of severe weather, I think, tonight will tend to stay focused along and north of the state line. I mean, if we take a look, broader view, you can see there's really nothing going on across northern Arkansas. Everything is really kind of focused along and north of Highway 60. It's really been hitting areas near Highway 54, not Highway 54 very hard, with storms training over the same locations. And Matt has been showing some of the rainfall that has fallen. Inches of rainfall has likely fallen in some areas here that could be leading to some flooding concerns. In fact, there is a flash flood warning. You can see it for the Buffalo area in Dallas County, flash flood warning that is in effect right now because of storms that have moved through that area and dumped some very heavy rainfall. But in terms of the severe weather threat, we've still got a risk of large to very large hail with these storms, and occasionally we could still see tornado development. We've still got a tornado warned storm up in Hickory County. Radar is still kind of highlighting the possibility there. The circulation appears to be a little west of Cross Timbers, kind of zooming in there. that image that I'm showing you is a little bit old, but that circulation appears to be located right about in there to the west of Cross Timbers, and that's moving east very quickly.
Jamie, I think you're right. National Weather Service said this was moving east at 65. That would put it on top of Highway 65 right now. I think it's going a little bit slower than that. I think they're going to try to update this polygon to make it move a little bit slower. But regardless, very quickly approaching Highway 65. We're still seeing that rotation. You're still trying to see this supercell with that hook echo shape. It's what you learn in Weather 101 is, where's the tornado? Well, you look for the hook, and it's probably at that tip of the hook. And we're trying to get this hooking back around as well. It's just been one supercell after another, and even this is coming with some large hail too.
Yeah, and we've still got the monster lurking to the west, the big one coming out of Jasper
Slowly
County.
approaching, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that guy right there, I mean, it's still producing large to very large hail, maybe golf ball to tennis ball size. And it still, I mean, it still has the look. I mean, it's got a very supercellular look. I mean, looking at the wind fields, it doesn't look overly impressive, but and I'm showing you that right now. You don't see this real tight couplet, but a tornado warning does remain in effect. This has been a tornado-producing thunderstorm. We know this. There have been confirmed tornadoes with it, and it still looks very intense coming across Jasper County. The core of the storm now moving across I-49. I would guess, Matt, I know we've got eyeballs on it in the Joplin, Webb City area. I mean, we should be getting some good reporting on what it's producing right now.
The hail size has actually been down. So I'd say down, but quarter to $half size. So that's on the lower end for what we've been seeing for so much. I've heard someone say possible wall cloud with that as well. So you're right. This is kind of the beast of the tornado system, and this has been producing a confirmed tornado. I think it started doing it in Kansas around 4 or 5 o'clock today, and then it has been generally having a tornado warning as it's been slugging to the east. So right now, not a confirmed tornado, but that's what it's been doing for the last 5 hours, is dropping tornadoes, then it lifts, and then it'll drop another one, then it'll lift and drop another one. So that's what we need to continue to track. It looks like it's going to ride really close to I-44. I think it's going to slide north of I-44, so if it continues to stay on this path, people in Springfield may not get clipped with the main brunt of this activity. You may just, or rather, we won't have to take the full brunt of kind of this beast, rather get clipped with some of it. But most of this activity is, it's still lingering, it's still supercells, it's still consistent, it's still the possibility of a tornado. If you're not seeing a tornado, you're probably getting a whole lot of rain and some big hail, monster size on them, Jamie.
Yeah, and I'm going to go ahead and kind of show folks the hail cores, because our radar data it keeps coming and going on our on-air system. I think it's getting tired. But with these storms over Laclede County, it looks like we've got a pretty good hail core very close to Lebanon right now, between Lebanon and Sleeper. Another one to the east of Lebanon, another one coming into Eldridge. This tornado warned storm that's now looks like the tornado threat very quickly approaching Highway 65, close to Cross Timbers. You got a big hail core with that one too, along and west of Highway 65. Probably getting some hail, maybe up to quarter or golf ball size with that one. As far as the look, let me see if radar is back for me. There's still a hook. You can see it there just to the west of Cross Timbers. As far as tornado potential, we're not seeing and there's a lot of bad data in this particular image. Right now, that circulation appears to be located right about in here. But the overall look of that circulation is it's not super tight. So I don't know that we're seeing something try to develop imminently right there, but the tornado warning does remain in effect. There is still a relatively strong circulation, at least aloft in the storm. And I think, just to be safe, we're kind of riding the storm and because that potential that maybe something does try to develop down to the surface, that may persist with this storm. So tornado warning does remain in effect. That warning for the Cross Timbers area and points east remains in effect through 11:30. So another 27 minutes on that warning. But based on the speed of it, the speed of the storm, and I don't know that it's going 65, but the speed, it is moving pretty quickly. It's probably going to outrun the warning. So we're going to see here shortly what the Weather Service wants to do with that particular thunderstorm. Outside of that, you can see we've got our severe warned storms over in Laclede County. Getting some new data scanning on right now. Let's see what that looks like up in.
Reminds me of the old Doppler days, where you get that sweeping arm.
Yeah.
It's coming on back.
Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, so like I said, I feel like our computer's getting tired, but we don't have time to reboot it. We gotta go with what we got. Here in the Cross Timbers area, that is where that circulation appears to be most focused, right there on top of Highway 65. That will continue to track east toward Jordan. So again, remain in your tornado safe space. It looks like the tornado threat has ended for areas further west of Highway 65 back toward Avery, but the tornado risk does persist for areas along and east of Highway 65. Especially, it looks like it's going to be especially kind of focused here in the part of the warning that is in northeast sections of Hickory County. I don't know if we're going to see that circulation get into Benton County. The warning does extend north across the county line, but it looks like the higher potential for possible tornadoes is probably going to stay just south of the county line as it continues east very, very quickly. Further south, and we're going to go back to radar here because it's probably a little bit more clear. Further south, we've still got this guy. And I mean, you look at that. That's a very looking at that thunderstorm. It's a very large supercell thunderstorm. There is still a circulation with it. I mean, you can see how things kind of wrap in right here near Fidelity, right there near or just to the east of Fidelity. There is a circulation. It's not overly strong, but you can see it. There's also a lot of hail falling with that storm. In fact, I would guess in Fidelity right now, we've probably got hail up to at least golf ball size falling in that area. That will continue. It looks like that hail core looks like it's going to continue to move east down I-44. So folks, maybe in and around Sarcoxy, Reeds, maybe even eventually over towards Stott City, I think at the very least, you've got some hail coming, and it could be damaging hail. Looks like we could have hail maybe up to or maybe even larger than golf ball size falling with this thunderstorm, and I think that's probably going to persist as that thunderstorm continues to track off to the east. The movement on that storm was east at 45 miles per hour. And I'm going to guess that's really with the one up in Hickory County, that's probably the speed that we're looking at really with that one. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to plot that one back out again. Circulation again, very close to Cross Timbers. Looks like it's going to move roughly in this fashion. So for residents, in Cross Timbers, clearly the severe weather threat is at its peak right now. Areas downstream in Jordan, 11-12 this evening. Looks like that tornado risk would be approaching. Now the tornado warning comes to an end once you get to just east of Jordan. But you can see, and what we're looking at here, that is western sections of Camden County, areas between Climax Springs and Max Creek. So here's Climax Springs. Max Creek is located like roughly down here. That area, this storm is going to be crossing into that area in about 15 minutes. So you're not under a tornado warning, but this tornado warned storm should be outrunning the current warning and getting into your area between Climax Spring and Max Creek in roughly about 15 minutes or so. Outside of that, we've got, again, still several thunderstorms that are producing large to very large hail over in areas of Laclede County. Right now, I mean, a lot of this is focused in northern Laclede County into southeastern Camden County and western Pulaski County. We've got several thunderstorms lined up. Each one of these severe warned, each one of these capable of producing hail maybe in excess of golf ball size. And, hail of that size is going to do damage. It's going to do damage to rooftops. It's going to do damage to vegetation outside. We've not really seen any reports of strong winds with these thunderstorms, so it really right now looks to be mostly a hail threat that we're finding with the storms over in Laclede County, and probably even with the storm that we've got up here in Hickory County. That's more of a hail threat near the Fristow area. That hail core is located, again, looking at a different radar view, that hail core is located just to the east of Cross Timbers. And it looks like we are still getting some hail up to maybe golf ball size. We've also got still a circulation showing up there, and we'll go ahead and kind of scope that out. Hopefully our data is coming in a little bit faster now. There it is. And you can still see we've still got a circulation right here on top of Highway 65 just to the east of Cross Timbers. And it looks like that's going to continue east across northeastern sections of Hickory County. In addition to that, as I mentioned, we've still got some large to very large hail falling with that storm. It looks like the core of it just northeast of Cross Timbers, probably getting some hail up to golf ball size in that area. Further south, we've still got a tornado-warned storm coming across Jasper County. You can see that storm, as I said, it looks like that one's going to probably get into the Sarcoxie area in about 10 minutes or so. And then it should get into western sections of Lawrence County in, I would say, 15 minutes, or roughly 15, 20 minutes from now. So if you live in areas like Stott City, anywhere from Stott City south to Pierce City, you're under a tornado warning. It looks like that part of the storm that we're concerned about should be moving through that area in about 15 minutes. We'll go ahead and track it out.
While you set up that track, let's go take the camera feed of that area. We're looking at the camera on I-44. This is mile marker 12, so anything a little bit west of where that system is, but very strong flashes of lightning. It's hard to see anything right now because the rain is pouring down. My mic seems to be going out. One second.
Okay, yeah, and so what Matt's describing there, and you can see the intensity of that lightning. I mean, we're getting some major flashes of lightning.
Yeah.
That is I-44. This is located...
We're on I-44, mile marker about 12, so this is just west of what you're trying to track out right now. But the point I'm trying to take away is just the amount of lightning that's coming in and the rain that's coming down. If there's a tornado that's tied in here, you're not going to be able to see it. One, it's at night, and two, it's going to be rain wrapped, which is adding to this messy situation. Also getting hail reports about golf ball sized hail. Quarter size is the more common reports I have been getting, but have received a report up to golf ball sized hail as well. And this is this beast of the system that has been producing tornadoes for about the last 5 hours. It was doing it in Kansas. It's been slowly crawling our way, and kind of like Jaws, you're hearing the music as it starts to approach back in. Very consistent on those flashes of lightning. It's kind of the strongest system that we have, and it's about to spill back in. I know you're trying to plot that out right now, and it looks like it's getting into Sarcoxie in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like maybe around 10 minutes from now it should be into Sarcoxie, and of course just east of there you get to the county line, and then looks like roughly 15 minutes it should be entering western Lawrence County. In about 30 minutes from now, it looks like it will be approaching areas like Freistadt. Maybe, like, I would guess that even before 30 minutes from now, we're going to have rain getting into Miller, and it looks like some of that hail is certainly going to try to hit areas from Sarcoxie east across Miller, and this storm is I mean, it's kind of making a beeline toward the Springfield area. So this is going to be a storm that really will need to be watched. I do want to point something out, Matt.
Yeah.
And that is, I'm going to clear off this data, and I'm sure the Weather Service is probably seeing the same thing. But if you look at the radar image right here, you can see this dark green line, which runs from the Lockwood area through Bolivar, Buffalo.
That's the boundary.
That's the outflow boundary. So all these storms to the north, which have been dumping rain and hail, have created this cool air mass near the surface. And that rain-cooled air has pushed all the way down into central areas of Polk County and Dallas County. Now, this boundary, this is where, I mean, that would be an area that any storms that try to interact with a boundary like that, they're going to have a tendency to want to organize and become severe and produce severe weather. This storm that is tornado warned up here in Hickory County, it is actually north of the boundary. It is in the rain-cooled air. Why am I pointing that out? Because I think that lessens the likelihood that we're going to get a tornado out of it. Now, there's a tornado warning with it, and we've been tracking a circulation with that storm, and it's producing dangerous weather. It's producing large hail, but it appears to be located north of where you would be really worried that it could try to produce a tornado. That rain-cooled air mass near the surface lessens the likelihood that you're going to get a circulation try to build all the way down to the ground. So I'm just throwing that out there. We'll see what the Weather Service folks think in regard to that storm. It is starting to get kind of that eastern edge of the tornado warning. We've still got technically about 17 minutes or so to go with the warning here in Hickory County. And that storm, by the way, still looks like it's gonna make its way into Camden County, and it's gonna hold together enough to pose a risk of dangerous weather, again, especially hail. Right now, hail sizes with that storm still appear to be pretty healthy. I mean, on the order of around maybe quarter to golf ball size. Hail core located, looks like between Preston and Climax Springs. They're getting into really that kind of northeast corner of Hickory County, east across Timbers. That's where the hail core is. Probably, really beaten down on some rooftops in that area. And then further east across Laclede County, we've still got, a messy line of thunderstorms. These storms are starting to merge and they're starting to interact with each other. What that will do is that will start to, it'll start to lessen the likelihood that they're going to be supercellular in nature. They're kind of competing with one another. And so we may see the severe weather threat continue, but fade a bit. But we've still got some pockets in here
we can take that
where we likely have some large hail. In fact, we'll go ahead and show you again what we've got. It's our hail tracker. And there it is. I mean, we've still got a few pockets of hail, maybe again on that say quarter size, possibly as large as golf ball size. You got a hail core here south of Stoutland, east of Sleeper. Got another one here south of Richland. This is tracking east. We've got another hail core here to the south of Eldridge. But it does look like we may be kind of getting on the other side. There's still a danger of severe weather with these storms, but it looks like they're starting to kind of cluster up, and we may see more of a transition to a big cluster of rain and thunderstorms, and then a severe weather threat on the leading edge of that, where we'd look for some wind, spotty hail, and maybe even a brief spin-up risk, if indeed that's what's happening. We've still got, again, a couple of supercell thunderstorms that we're watching. One tornado warned here in northeastern Hickory, southeastern Benton. And then we've got another one here up in the Clinton area. You can see that storm, and there's a hook associated with it, likely producing large hail. But these storms, again, they're now positioned north of that boundary. They're now positioned in the area where the air mass near the surface is rain cooled. The atmosphere has cooled off those surface temperatures at the surface, and that, I think, will lessen the likelihood of tornadoes out of those particular thunderstorms. And that boundary, you can see it located roughly right in here. And that, I think it's still pressing a little south. Let's see what it looks like. It looks like it's kind of holding stationary. Occasionally you're seeing some development here on that boundary right here. That storm, though, that one's still concerning. Looks like it's a little bit of a right mover. It looks like it's kind of tracking a little bit south of east, but still very close to. I mean, it's basically the core of the storm is moving right down I-44. I'm going to go ahead and track that out again. I think we've still got a decent circulation with it. Let's take a look. I can still see a circulation. It's not overly strong, but it's definitely still there, and it is tracking east at 45, so that's going to bring it, if you live in and around Freistadt here in about 25 minutes, Mount Vernon probably about 30 minutes. In fact, rain and even some hail is probably going to arrive in those areas well before this tornado risk is going to arrive in those areas. So, look for the rain to start picking up in places like Miller, south down toward Mount Vernon, and then that'll be followed up by some hail, I think. Still looks like we've got hail on the order of around a quarter to maybe golf ball size. And that hail core, it's sitting right on top of I-44. So, I mean, folks that are driving through this thunderstorm are probably getting hammered by heavy rainfall and heavy hail in that spot.
All right, Jamie, I want to talk about some quick model data because it's been a couple hours since we've done that, and I think it's good whenever we can to try to talk about what the models are saying. This is the newest model. This is our in-house model, the graph. Not loving what it's saying for tonight, but I think it does an all right job trying to keep these thunderstorms well past this midnight hour. I think the location, it's going to have these storms a little bit further south than what they will be, but focusing on what happens once we get past tonight, because we still have tornado chances for Monday, and we still have tornado chances for Tuesday. I'm going to start to talk about that. Here's how it wraps up for tonight. We get past this overnight hour, expecting some sunshine to come back out on Monday. The atmosphere is going to try to recover. We don't want to see that. If you get into Monday at that kind of noon hour and you see sunny skies and temperatures in the 80s, that's bad. That means the atmosphere is priming itself for another round of storms to move back in. It looks like once we get into that late afternoon, we're going to see a front that's going to move in, and that's going to cause some thunderstorms to redevelop throughout the Ozarks. What I'm expecting is for them to be in their infancy into the Ozarks, and as they progress further to the east, they start growing, getting a little bit more intense. This model's wanting to keep that kind of mature, the stronger thunderstorms closer to the Mississippi River, but after today, how we saw kind of the reality be stronger than what the models were forecasting, you don't want to let that down too lightly. Let's talk about the storm risk. Here is our storm risk for today. It was only a 2 out of 5 risk, and the storm risk for tomorrow is not a 2 out of 5. It's a 3 out of 5, especially for our easternmost counties. I want to stress what happens again is once we get into the afternoon hour, we'll start to see some thunderstorms develop, and then once they get to the east of Highway 65, and especially along Highway 63 and east of Highway 63 for Monday in that late afternoon to early evening, that's the possibility of some more supercells moving back in, and we still have another storm chance for Tuesday. National Weather Service has a marginal 1 out of 5 risk, but most model data is wanting to take that severe weather chance that they have really into central Arkansas and move that closer our way. If that stays consistent, that could be our third straight day with tornado chances. So we have to get through tonight. We still have more tornado chances for Monday. Let's go back to that and talk about that risk for Monday as well. It's a 3 out of 5 risk, and I think areas mostly east of Highway 65 have the best chance to see some more kind of supercell tornadoes, some more kind of gorilla-sized hail develop, and then Tuesday, this last day of this risk. So I know a lot of people have been watching. Maybe you've had your chances for your thunderstorms or are wondering what's next. That's the latest model data. Still expecting more tornado chances for both Monday and Tuesday, Jamie.
Yeah, and right now I think I've got temperatures up, and you can see, you know, we were talking about that outflow boundary. Look at these temperatures up here, low to mid 60s right now. Meanwhile, in Springfield, it's 72. There is an outflow boundary located right there. Now, these storms in Hickory County are on the north side of that boundary where it is rain cooled. So I'm going to go back to our radar image and take a look at that. As that loads up, what we're going to show you is, here we go. I got to pan that down. But you can see we still got this tornado warned storm kind of coming to the eastern edge of that tornado warning. So here's Hickory County, southeastern Benton, hail certainly falling right there. Still have our hook, still have evidence of rotation, but I think that rotation is aloft. I think that rain-cooled boundary is going to kind of cut into tornado potential. It's going to help to limit the tornado potential, but a tornado warning does remain in effect because the circulation with the storm is still strong enough where we're concerned that it may still try to build down to the surface. As Matt was talking, I was kind of taking a peek at some of the model data that is coming in and what it looks like for overnight tonight, and then also for what it looks like for tomorrow and even on Tuesday. And it looks like what's going to happen overnight tonight is that we're going to see severe weather, especially that severe the tornado warned storm over in Jasper County. That thing I think is going to head east tonight, probably move right down Highway 60. And there's going to be, I think, the potential for severe weather, including hail, maybe even a tornado, with that storm over the next several hours. These storms to the north, especially the ones that are further north of this boundary that we can see right here, I think they're still going to have a potential producing hail, maybe large hail. As far as the tornado potential, I think we're seeing that risk kind of wane with these storms that are now north of this outflow boundary. But this storm right here, I think it's going to be probably several more hours that we're going to have to watch that one as it tracks east across Lawrence County and then Greene County and Christian County and then probably Webster and Wright and Douglas County. I mean, that is a supercell thunderstorm that will likely try to maintain itself as it heads east. Now, as we move, say, past 5 o'clock in the morning, I think we're going to see the severe weather threat wind down temporarily. We're going to get through tomorrow morning. I think it's going to be quiet. We're going to get to about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I think we're going to see that severe weather threat ramp back up as that front is pressing east through the area. And I think we're going to see supercells line up along the front, and I think tomorrow is going to be another day with a lot of large hail, maybe very large hail, maybe hail that's approaching tennis ball or even baseball size. There will also be a tornado risk with those thunderstorms, but I think hail is probably going to be the primary mode out of the storms Monday afternoon into early Monday evening. And as Matt mentioned, then on Tuesday, the boundary that goes through on Monday will try to lift back to the north on Tuesday as a warm front. And it looks like we may see an area of low pressure kind of hop on that front and move east through the area. That's going to bring a risk of severe weather back to at least northern Arkansas and areas south of Highway 60, if not a little bit further north. And I think with those storms, again, risk of large to very large hail, and we're going to have to see what kind of setup we actually have on that day, because the potential of tornadoes is definitely on the table with those thunderstorms as well Tuesday afternoon. That should wrap up early Tuesday evening, and then I think for the rest of the week and into this upcoming weekend, we are done with severe weather. But we've still got several waves of storms to get through that will have that potential of severe weather that we're going to have to contend with.
Jamie, good news. The tornado warning that's on I-44, the one that's in Jasper County and Berry, Lawrence, Newton County, National Weather Service says this warning, it expires in 5 minutes. They're going to let that thing expire. They do not plan to issue another tornado warning on that. They're still seeing a very powerful supercell, but they're not saying one point that they can say, right there's a tornado. So because of that, they're going to let that warning expire in 5 minutes. The other tornado warning that we have, that one is set to expire in 5 minutes as well. So hopefully...
Yeah, it looks like the Jasper County storm, looks like they've gone ahead and lifted it. I don't even see the warning any longer on the map that I have on a separate radar source.
Okay, good.
So it looks like maybe they've lifted that. We're not out of the woods with that storm. I mean, we're going to have to watch it as it moves east. And then we still have our tornado warned storm up here in Hickory County. It looks like the danger for a tornado with that one is now exiting the warning, though. Looks like it looks like if we've got something trying to develop there, it is now located, and I'm going to go ahead and throw our wind data back up there. It is now located very close to Max Creek. So it's a little messy, but this is roughly the area right in here that we're watching. You can see we've got still a little bit of a couplet showing up there to the west of Max Creek, and that is now outside of the tornado warning. That has now made its way into southwestern Camden County. So kind of waiting to see what the Weather Service wants to do with that particular warning. We'll go back to radar. You can still see, I mean, it's still a very well-organized storm. I mean, it's still producing large hail, probably up to about golf ball size, quarter to golf ball. Hail core looks to be west of Max Creek. The circulation appears to be close to, it's not very well organized. Looks like it is probably close to or maybe just southwest of Max Creek. But there's some danger that we've still got a circulation with this storm tracking through the Max Creek area. This radar image is a little bit old. Kind of imagine this just a little bit further east, and it looks like that circulation located right about in there, moving through the Max Creek area. Hail core looks to also be moving through Max Creek right now in areas north of Max Creek. Looks like we probably are seeing some destructive hail there, maybe up to golf ball size with that particular thunderstorm. And it looks like that tornado warning has also been, Matt, can you confirm for me? It looks like that tornado warning has been lifted.
I have not heard from this time, but I'm not seeing it on our in-house product. Jamie, while you confirm that, let me talk about power outages. Even if this warning hasn't been lifted early, it's going to expire in 2 minutes. About 7,000 people without power. Last time I looked at this was an hour ago. It was at 3,000. Most of those people without power right down here where kind of that big old caterpillar of a supercell was moving in. That's in Jasper County. 4,000 people without power. This kind of product, the poweroutage.com, saying 3,800. I've heard reports of people that are working on the power crews in Jasper County that are reporting about 42, maybe even 4,400 people without power as well. Let's get a check on over in Dallas County, just a little bit further east. Dallas County, about 400, 397. Leclerc County, to the east of that as well, 125 people without power. So 7,000 people without power is a lot, but thankfully could be a whole lot worse for tonight. Something else I want to do is let's pull up that camera on I-44 and go full screen on this, because this is that area that has been, of course, as soon as we go to the camera, it's freezing, but this is an area along I-44 that has that destructive severe thunderstorm tag on it. It looks like the camera might have been zapped by it because, of course, it started to freeze up on it. But still more chances of supercells for tonight, Jamie. And is the camera back? See if we can get that to refresh, and then we can go back to it. But it is just a very good lightning show over in that area. Jamie, is that tornado warning, do you know if that is expired? Because
what I can see is that the tornado warnings that were on the map are no longer there. We're coming up on 11:30. That was the expiration time for both of those tornado warnings. So I think at this point, it looks like maybe the warnings are just getting allowed to expire. I don't see any new downstream warnings coming in. We're going to take a look.
I haven't heard anything from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, I don't see anything there. As far as the severe weather risk, folks, I mean, it looks like maybe we're kind of seeing things kind of wind down a little bit right now in terms of danger, but the danger is going to persist overnight tonight. I think this is the kind of night where you do need to make sure you remain weather aware, that you have ways that you can receive notification if a tornado warning is issued for your area overnight tonight. Now, the activity that we've been tracking here across central sections of Missouri, generally along Highway 54, these storms are still going to produce severe weather. They're at least going to produce some hail. I do think that the tornado potential overall looks limited with this activity. I mean, this is in a rain-cooled area. This storm, though, right here, moving across, looks like the Pulaski County area, this storm I'd watch a little bit more closely because it's not north of that boundary. And then we also have the supercell that continues to push out of Jasper County into Lawrence County. No tornado warnings on the map right now. Tornado watches, Matt, if you can check real quick, I think we probably still have tornado watches
yes.
in our area. I know that
I can get that graphic.
I know they were going to run through late evening. I'm just kind of wondering if they've been extended past midnight for portions of the area at least. And I can, let's pull up watches real quick. So this is what we've got. See, watches remain in effect. I think some of these ran through midnight. So we've still got severe thunderstorm and tornado watches in our area. They may get pushed deeper into the night tonight because the severe weather threat, at the very least, I think we're probably going to see a severe thunderstorm watch because the severe weather threat will persist overnight tonight, past midnight. I really don't expect things to wind down fully for our area until maybe 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And then we'll see a lull, and then we'll see more severe weather come our way Monday afternoon into early Monday evening. In terms of, again, I'll take a look and see what Weather Service is saying. I'm not seeing anything, not seeing any new reports from them about additional warnings that may be coming in. So with that, what we may do is let you go back to regular programming, kind of regroup. You know that we're going to hop back on. If there is a severe weather threat that becomes tornadic, we'll hop back on and we'll provide you with that information, and we'll ride that storm until it's not tornadic any longer or it moves out of the area. So right now, looks like tornado warnings, we don't have any in our area. We're still tracking severe thunderstorms with large hail and lots of lightning and heavy rainfall. There's some risk for some localized flooding, especially where you have these storms hitting the same locations over and over again. And we're going to be watching this storm very closely as it continues to track down Highway 60 over the next few hours. So again, with that, on behalf of Matt and myself, we'll let you get back to regular programming, and again, we'll hop back on if needed.
This is an Ozarksfirst severe weather update.